Welcome to the Tuesday, July 15th, 2025 regular meeting of the Ann Arbor Planning Commission. For detailed information on meeting procedures, please review the full printed meeting agenda provided. They are at each end of the dais, and you can get up and get one now. Manager Kelly, would you please call the roll?
Noting that Chair Lee is absent this evening, Commissioner Weish.
Here.
Commissioner Hammerschmidt.
Here.
Commissioner Abrams.
Here.
Councilmember Dish.
Here.
Commissioner Mills.
Here.
Commissioner Weatherby.
Here.
Commissioner Adams.
Here.
Commissioner Norton.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. May I have a motion to approve the agenda? Moved by Commissioner Abrams, seconded by Commissioner Mills. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. May I have a motion to approve the minutes of the July 1st, 2025 meeting? Moved by Councilmember Dish, seconded by Commissioner Abrams. Is there any discussion of the minutes? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. Next up are reports to the Planning Commission and written communications. If Councilmember Dish is ready, we will start with Councilmember Dish.
Thank you, I'm ready. Okay, so I want to tell you that at the July 7th City Council meeting, we approved the 625 Church and 303 Detroit development agreements. We've got 2 more of those on the upcoming meeting. Let's try to not have to send those to City Council. It's so silly. We've already approved everything, so and then the timing, we also approved the timing of the bond issuance for the South Arbor project, of course, our Arbor South project, thank you. And that is not approving the bonds, it's not approving anything, it was just approving the timing. So we would issue bonds after the first parking structure is built and then before the second 2 strike parking structures were built, if we ever get to that stage with that project. But I would also like to tell you about something that has not yet happened at a council meeting, but is coming up. This coming Monday, council will vote on, sorry, I have to now, there we go. Council will vote on a second memo of direction to the Planning Commission regarding the comprehensive land use plan. And I want to tell you specifically what will be in that. I'm not going to read it to you because it hasn't passed council, and so that would be strange. But because some of the things that are in this bear on our discussion tonight, I think it would be helpful both for people in the audience and obviously for my colleagues on Planning Commission to hear. So the resolved clauses all follow after this statement. The City Council requests that the draft comprehensive plan, draft plan, include. All right, so we're making a bunch of requests about stuff that we hope to see. First, clarification that the plan and the intended future land use map it lays out zoning categories, excuse me, I'm sorry, wake up. It lays out land use categories whose realization will involve more than 3 zoning districts. The plan currently has 3 land use categories. We want it to be clear for people who are reading the plan that this is not a one-size-fits-all zoning, that there will be multiple zoning districts in some of those, possibly not in the hub, I don't know. None of us knows, but we do know that there will be multiple zoning districts in those land use categories. So that we feel would be a helpful clarification. I guess I should have prefaced this with this resolution offers direction in the form of a request to, I think, try to help expectations set for the remainder of public comment, public broadly understood. There's a lot of misunderstanding about the plan, and we think that some of that could be helped by clarification of some of the things that we know but people don't, and we feel like we keep explaining the same things. But to be honest, there's also just a couple of places where these two bodies are not aligned. And so some of the parts of this resolution have to do with what we think we disagree on and what we hope you will bring us, even though you may disagree. So, and then we'd like the plan to have direction in it that when the residential category is zoned into existence, it can utilize tools that are known to fit housing into neighborhood contexts, existing low-rise, we're not using that terminology anymore, but residential neighborhood. And we're not asking the plan to commit to any tools, but we are asking for it to name things like we could limit parcel assemblage or lot combinations, whichever you want to call it. Some setback requirements could be maintained, and increased setback requirements could be considered for larger building typologies. Structures will be regulated by building height. Well, we've already dealt with that. There are tools that can encourage smaller, more flexible forms of homes that more efficiently use land. There's the zoning phase could specify maximum amounts of lot coverage, and could specify maximum structure size through floor area or floor area ratio. So we're just when we tell people that there are lots of things that can happen when the plan is implemented, they don't know what those things are. And we feel that it would be both informative and possibly reassuring. And then finally, we would like to see limitation of the total number of units per building and or number of beds per unit. We would like the plan to acknowledge that that could be done. Okay. It looks like it looks like there's a bullet missing from this. So there was, okay. In terms of limiting the total number of units per building and or number of beds per unit, it's just me. I skipped over reading it. We want to see duplexes and triplexes provided widespread opportunity and ease of development, and where larger building typologies are authorized, they would be authorized where they would fit into existing neighborhood contexts. So we're not saying that nothing larger, that we don't want to see the plan offering the opportunity for nothing larger than a duplex or a triplex, but that those are what's provided ease of development, and consideration about whether to go larger is highly sensitive to context. We'd like the plan to make a recognition that the enrollment of growth of the University of Michigan has created housing market pressure that's differentially distributed throughout the city. Some people just feel that the plan acts as if the university is not an actor in what is happening to our housing market, and so we would like the plan to say that it knows that. We would like a recommendation that the affordability and sustainability component height exceptions currently provided in the UDC be removed from the residential category districts. Currently, they are available for residential category districts. They are rarely, if ever, used in those districts currently, but we certainly are seeing them now in some of the proposals we're getting. But we feel that we've talked about a 3-story limit, and we want people to feel that there's no, what people perceive as a loophole, I wouldn't call it a loophole, but we want to make sure that people understand that that's a hard commitment because they asked us for it. And then there's so there's a couple of things that aren't really that interesting, but then there is a desire, which I believe that we have talked about very briefly, to acknowledge that short-term rental uses can reduce permanent resident housing opportunities, and so if STRs are going to be allowed in transition, we want to make sure that we consider appropriate limitations so that the transition category is doing what we want it to do, which is making more housing opportunity for permanent residents in walkable neighborhoods, not allowing a sort of open season for development of STRs in the city, if that makes sense. So those are the main things that are in it.
Thank you, Councilmember Dish. Deputy Manager Kelly, do you have a manager's report for us?
I do, and the first item of business would be to introduce the person to my right. This is Planning Services intern Emma Berger. Emma is a MUP student, currently Master of Urban Planning student at the University of Michigan, and helping to prepare an annual report for you all. We almost had it in time for this meeting, but it will be at an upcoming meeting. She's also assisting with some comprehensive plan tasks, so I'd just like to introduce her so that you can say hello. Hello. And moving on, I would like to share that we have, I believe, closed the call for applications for our associate planner position opening, which was created by Matt Kowalski's retirement. We're reviewing those now. We hope in the coming month to have some interviews. We're doing some phone screens. We hope to be introducing another staffer soon. The changes which were requested to the housing appendix have been made. Those are posted online to the Comprehensive Plan hub page at engage.a2gov.org. And then based on feedback from our working session discussion, a communication from commissioners section has been added to your agenda. This is where you could respond to public comment. After advice from our city attorney's office, it was advised that we style it in a similar way to city council's agenda. This would allow you to respond to public comment during this section, but it wouldn't set the expectation that a response is always required. And it also leaves it a little open-ended if you would like to use that slot for other business. Like instead of, for example, commission proposed business, but the intention is to have it available for responses if you desire. That is all I have.
Thank you, Manager Kelly. We now come to item number 6 on the agenda, and again, for those of you who have just arrived, there are copies of the printed agenda on either end of the dais, and you can grab one at any time. For those of you that are in the chamber, we'd like to request that you keep your side comments actually quite quiet. You are probably unaware, we can hear very clearly almost everything that you're saying, and it distracts us from hearing the speaker who has an opportunity on the floor. If it does occur during tonight's meeting, I will suspend the person who is speaking and ask you to cease your conversation. If it persists, I will ask planning staff to escort you out of the chamber until a time you can return so that we may continue with our meeting in an orderly and fashionable way. So we now come to an opportunity for individuals to speak up to 3 minutes on issues not listed as a public hearing on this agenda. We will hear first from those of you who are present in the chamber. Then we will hear from remote participants. To speak remotely, press *9 if on phone, or use the raise hand feature in Zoom. For phone access, call 877-853-5247, and please enter meeting ID 977-6634-1226. City staff will identify callers by the last 3 digits of their phone number or by name if you're using Zoom. You will hear an announcement when it's your turn to speak. Please move to a quiet area, mute any background noise. For all participants, both in the chamber and online, please state your name and your address at the beginning of your comments. Is there anyone in the chamber who would like to speak at this time? Sure, come right up. And again, for those of you who are speaking at the dais here, there are 3 lights. There's a green light, you're good to go. There's a yellow light, start to wrap it up. There's a red light, please stop so that we can move and hear from others. So with that, welcome.
Thank you. My name is Ricardo Bartolome. I live at 1120 Brook Street. and I think it's the 5th Ward. In fact, I know it's the 5th Ward. And I'm really heartened to hear Councilmember Dish's report about City Council's concerns about the comprehensive plan. In a sense, they've addressed some of my concerns. So thank you very much. And of course, I support the comprehensive plan and many of the goals. I do have issue with some of the details. That's what it comes down to, getting granular. So what I'm concerned about is that if you allow a 3-story multifamily building, apartment, whatever, in some areas where I live, you will completely destroy the character of the neighborhood. And it may be fitting the plan in terms of being able to do that and get density, but there's a section of the west side of Brook Street, upper level, close to Summit, that's a row of single-story ranches there. And to put a 3-story building that doesn't honor the setbacks will be a monstrosity compared to everything else. So, and I'm concerned that details, granular things like that will not be attended to because they require so much effort and time and willingness by more than one party to really look at the plan and go on site and see what the concerns would be. That would also include if a single-story house has solar panels, and if you build even a 2-story house near it, it might interfere with the solar panels. So that's a concern I have. The other concern I have is the trees. And I know there's some type of regulation, city regulation, that you can have, you're supposed to plant the number of trees that you've taken out. But I've seen examples where it was the developer just put them in and followed the letter of the law or the letter of the regulation, but the trees are too close. Obviously didn't consult with an arborist, and it really is choking the trees there. So those are my concerns, all the time I have right now to say anything. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Will Leaf. I live at 528 North State, and I'd like to talk about industrial uses. In the last version of this plan, there was a flex district and a hub district and a transition district that all listed light industrial uses as permitted uses in those categories. In this version, hub still says light industrial, but transition says industrial. The most straightforward interpretation that I have for that is that transition allows both heavy industrial and light industrial. And I think that would be a mistake to allow heavy industrial uses throughout most of the city. So I would just change that to light industrial. I think that if it says heavy industrial, then City Council might feel some pressure to create a segregated, separate area for all industrial uses, and I don't think that would be a good idea either. And at the last meeting, Chair Lee gave an example of a Sriracha factory, of a hot sauce manufacturer, and I think that case is actually a really good example. I looked into that, and in Irwindale, California, Sriracha opened a factory, and it's in an M2 heavy industrial district. So there's no housing allowed in that district, but it's near a single-family residential district in the neighboring municipality. So that idea of just creating a separate district didn't stop the serious industrial nuisance from harming residents. And if you have a narrow strip of land like on South Industrial, right next to residential neighborhoods, not even across the street, you could have that very same land use conflict problem. So I think you can fix that just by saying light industrial and saying that safe industrial uses are going to be allowed in transition and hub, and dangerous heavy industrial uses aren't going to be allowed anywhere. Because even on North Main, which is the only privately owned land zoned heavy industrial in Ann Arbor now, you have Argo docks, you have housing across the street, you have a nursing home in the office district across from there. So I would just really recommend changing that to light industrial. And I would really agree with Commissioner Norton's point at the last meeting that we should not be prioritizing flexibility for industrial uses to minimize complaints. We should be prioritizing the health and safety of Ann Arbor residents. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello,
Hello.
I'm Susan Kaufman. I live at 630 Fifth Street. I'm here to address two primary concerns about the comprehensive land use plan: loss of workforce housing and the adequacy of basic infrastructure. I'm very concerned that the elimination of single-family zoning will have the perverse effect of gentrification and displacement in what are now our more modestly priced neighborhoods, a big portion of our current workforce housing. Despite the alarming speed at which Ann Arbor is becoming a rich person's town, we do still have numerous neighborhoods of smaller homes at lower, though not low, prices. I fear that developers will target precisely those neighborhoods, and that whatever market rate denser projects replace those houses will not be affordable. Although the plan touts equity and affordability as primary values, there's not much in it that delivers on those commitments. I do not buy the trickle-down argument. I live in a neighborhood of 100 to 150-year-old houses, and I assure you they are not becoming more affordable as they age. It is not uncommon now to see houses sell for $800,000 to $1 million in what was a neighborhood of workers' cottages. I appreciate that there are affordable units in the pipeline, but they're not enough to maintain, let alone increase, economic diversity against the tide of upscale building we're currently experiencing, and that upzoning will intensify. Secondly, I've read that the plan is meant as a visionary document unconstrained by the realities of infrastructure, but we live in the real world of aging infrastructure and very real constraints on expansion. I'm amazed that only now, several years into the planning process, are we conducting an assessment of water use and wastewater treatment capacity. The plan seems to indicate a step-by-step approach in which, as new developments place more demand on infrastructure, the city will figure out how to supply and pay for that new capacity. My understanding is that the water treatment plant is close to capacity and cannot be expanded at its current location. The wastewater treatment plant has limited capacity to handle growth, and we can't draw down much, if any, more water from the Huron River. These are major obstacles to growth. Shouldn't we be doing serious planning to address those challenges now, including a mechanism to finance expansion, before launching a plan intended to double the population of the city? Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
And I'm Cleet Bjarnstad, and I live on 2010 Freeze in Ann Arbor. And my interest is parking structures. So we'll take a little change of venue here. I clearly remember years ago when the city invested in downtown parking structures. I also remember watching them crumble due to lack of maintenance. The structures started to crack and crumble and look more pitiful as the years went by. Finally, they were sold or given to the Downtown Development Authority, and the needed repairs began. When I was looking at the repairs, I happened to ask one of the workers why was all this repair necessary. He replied that the reason for this damage to parking structures was that the city failed to wash out the salt that accumulated during the winter. He also mentioned that if he was in charge, he would have the fire department wash them out and save the city a cost of being on the hook for the money. I now read that Ann Arbor is again thinking of getting into the parking structure business. The new project will cost $10 million and be paid back in a really complicated manner, the result of which may be that the citizens will be on the hook for the money. My feeling is that Oxford Properties if they need the parking structure, they should build them. In a way, holding back their construction of their development until the city pays for the parking structures is like a mafia shakedown for our city. This money could be better spent on projects like repaving Brockman, providing more support for the disadvantaged, or replacing some of the services that will be cut as the budgets come from Washington. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Jeff Crockett, and while I live at 506 East Kingsley in an R4C neighborhood, I respect the preferences of those who choose to live in single-family neighborhoods. But before I continue, I just want to say I'm here to discuss my concern about the comprehensive land use plan, but that does not diminish my respect for all of you and all the time you've spent in reading all the emails and listening to all this, so thank you. On page 38 of the comprehensive land use plan, there is the following statement about quality of life. Residents consistently expressed appreciation for the strong quality of life that Ann Arbor offers through its vibrant neighborhoods, abundant parks and recreational spaces, employment opportunities, and other valued amenities. However, there is concern that as the city grows and evolves, the very characteristic that makes Ann Arbor special could be at risk of being lost. And it seems to me that one of the characteristics that makes Ann Arbor special for many, not all families, is single-family neighborhoods. Absent from the club survey is the feedback from parents with children who live in single-family neighborhoods. Right now, they're all taking care of their kids. They can't attend these sessions and express their concerns. How do you think parents with children would feel about a house next door being demolished and replaced with a multiplex? Imagine the disruption of the construction and streets being torn up for new sewers, which hasn't really been discussed here yet in terms of all the things that need to happen for more density with the multiplex. Imagine the disruption. How would they feel about 12 new strangers living next door? I am concerned that the increased density may prompt some parents with children to move to other communities with single-family neighborhoods. Alternately, parents with children moving into the area may opt for Chelsea and Saline, where single-family neighborhoods are particularly popular. All of this will impact the school enrollment in Ann Arbor, which already has been declining. Who will be moving into these multiplexes? It seems highly unlikely that families would consider a multiplex with no private backyard. It would be interesting to hear the experiences, though, of people who currently live next to multiplexes. All of this suggests that the comprehensive land use plan should be paused to engage the parents of families with children and to articulate the potential risks of this dramatic zoning or land use change. Supporters of increased density are quick to point out the potential benefits of eliminating single-family neighborhoods. But they have failed to document the potential risks. Ann Arbor voters deserve to be informed about the potential side effects before deciding on whether to support the club. Please pause the plan and consider ways to reduce the risk of upzoning for parents with children so that the quality of their life is preserved. That should include being more selective in determining which areas should be upzoned. And thank you, CM Dish, for your announcing the flexibility of that land use. Thank you very much. And thanks to you all for your consideration.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Chuck Ream. I'm a candidate in the 3rd Ward next year in the election. I certainly didn't plan to become one, and then I read the comprehensive plan and realized that lots of people in each should run for office in Ann Arbor because we've got to influence this land use plan that is not appropriate for our city.
Mr. Ream, could you state your address, please?
Packard, 1911.
Thank you.
This plan doesn't fit our wonderful town. It might be fine for some other town. City Council needs to vote no on this plan when it comes up to vote. It's an extractive plan focused on money flow to big boys, largely from Chicago. And it's going to mean higher costs in Ann Arbor for all of us, renters and homeowners. And it will be a disaster for trees, which is my central concern in this whole process. The most fundamental problem with this comprehensive plan is that it demands that we change our values. They use the term rather than caring about the trees and the beauty and the character of Ann Arbor. We are supposed to care about your new special values, which you can interpret in any way that you might happen to wish. I support more mid-level housing and flexible zoning, a lot of it, without changing our basic philosophy about the value of Ann Arbor, and without changing the amount of residential land we devote to trees. The building setbacks in residential zoning cannot be reduced, or this whole thing is exposed as a way to kill off trees in a greedy but value-driven exercise. Save Tree City. That is your job. Thank God that this will be decided ultimately by the voters, won't it, next year? And voters in Ann Arbor are real hard to fool. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ann Arbor. I live at 1915 Austin Avenue. I'm here tonight to talk about one of your core values that you say is part of the framework for developing the comprehensive land use plan: equity. Equity refers to fairness or justice in the way that people are treated, and to be equitable refers to actions or policies that ensure fairness. Have any of you personally thought about or considered equity when it comes to the residents that live in Ann Arbor? Not the ones that you plan to bring to Ann Arbor, but the ones that own, rent, pay taxes, have invested time and money into their homes, neighborhoods, and communities? Have you thought about which neighborhoods are going to be the most vulnerable to development and developers? I don't think that you have, because if you did, you would have to admit that this type of planning is not equitable for all of the residents of Ann Arbor. Some residents will be safe from the plan because they live in a historic district, a neighborhood with an HOA, or their neighborhood is simply too far away from the university. I have two maps here. One highlights the historic districts and all the single-family neighborhoods that have HOAs. They are protected from the plan. Therefore, they have an advantage. My second map highlights where all the student housing already exists in Ann Arbor. Take a look at these maps. Which neighborhoods do you think are going to be the most affected by the plan? It's not rocket science. Any of the neighborhoods that border the existing student neighborhoods are going to be targeted. These are neighborhoods like Burns Park, North Burns Park, Oxbridge, Worcester Park, Almendinger Park, Water Hill, Lower Town, and all the neighborhoods on the south side of Stadium on either side of Packard. These neighborhoods have a disadvantage. If you live in the neighborhoods that are protected by the HOA, two of you live in neighborhoods that are protected by HOAs, and one lives in a historic district. The planning manager doesn't even live in Ann Arbor. Two council members are protected in neighborhoods with HOAs, and at two recent town hall discussions, two council members stated that their neighborhoods were safe from developers because one lives in a neighborhood that is too far from the university and one's neighborhood's home values were too expensive for developers. How is this equitable and fair to all the residents of Ann Arbor? It's not. It is not fair or equitable that only a portion of the residents of Ann Arbor are going to take the brunt of all the development and density. It is not A2 for all. This plan is A2 for some. Pause the plan, go back to the drawing board, get true community input, and stay true to your value of equity for all.
Thank you.
Yeah. And I do have a few pictures for you if you'd like to see what it's like living next to a student housing.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Kathy Griswold, 3565 Fox Hunt Drive.
Hi, Ms. Griswold. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. I want to extend my sincere gratitude to the members of the Planning Commission and all the citizens who have actively participated in the comprehensive planning process. Your continued engagement, whether through speaking at council, the Planning Commission meetings, or offering valuable recommendations, is truly commendable. It's regrettable that the planning commissioners have had to dedicate an extraordinary amount of time for public input. This, in my view, is a direct consequence of a flawed process and a lack of effective leadership. An ideal planning process should foster unity, not division, within our community. This responsibility ultimately rests with our mayor and those operating behind the scenes. As a council member, I observed this process unfold with significant concern, particularly regarding its lack of transparency and overly prescriptive nature. The question before us is whether Ann Arbor is willing to accept an autocratic, top-down form of government. Based on the robust citizen involvement, I believe our community desires an effective and responsive government. The long-term consequences of this approach may not be fully apparent for decades. However, I am particularly familiar with Ann Arbor's transportation planning and especially the operation of our transportation system for our pedestrians. Despite spending millions of dollars, much of it from grants paid to consultants, our pedestrian crash rate is now at its highest level in over a decade. This stands in stark contrast to the state's overall crash rate, which is slightly decreased. The state is using something called a safe systems approach to get to Vision Zero goals. We have not adopted that yet. And while I understand any frustration you feel, it is crucial to direct it towards those truly accountable. Again, that is the mayor and his supporters. I urge you to pause this plan and demand a proper process, one that genuinely brings Ann Arbor residents closer to agreement rather than perpetuating the divisive and dishonest path we currently are on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ellen Ramsberg, and I live at 1503 Cambridge Road. I wrote an email to you all that arrived before your meeting last week, commenting about the citizen participation, and what I wanted to say was that this kind of participation that you're seeing now is what you should have encouraged and seen at the beginning of this process. And as tedious and long as the public commentaries are now, that is what democratic discourse is all about, and this is what you are finally beginning to get. This is why we've asked that you pause the plan so that you can continue to hear from the public, so that you can continue to engage with the public. And I did listen last week to your discussion of bylaws and the consideration of limiting public comments to 2 minutes and perhaps limiting the time at the beginning of the meeting to 1 hour. I understand that City Council decided that they would not do that with the Sustainability Commission. I would hope that you would not do that, because this is really what you need to be hearing, as uncomfortable and as tedious as it is. You are finally engaging with the public. I appreciate your time. I know it's frustrating at times, but this really is what is needed to happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Tricia Hackney. I live in Ward 1. I live in the Crossings at 566 Kellogg, Apartment B. My neighborhood is one of those that is in a transition district, and that is of great concern to me, and that's why I'm here. The median income of my neighborhood is $81,000. The median home is $550,000. My point is that is affordable. That's one of the few pockets of affordability in Ann Arbor. It is affordable. And if you're on Pontiac Trail from Longshore to DeVaron, I don't know if all of you are familiar with that neighborhood or not. I'm not assuming anything. If you take a ride up Pontiac Trail, it's obvious if you go into those neighborhoods, we're very middle. It's not a wealthy neighborhood. Not poor, not wealthy. My point is that we already have an affordable neighborhood. It is walkable. It's on the bus route. It's everything the proposal heads towards. It's multiple housing. So I'm confused. The map and the wording doesn't match to me. So that's a major concern that I have. In fact, they're opposites. At least it's only natural in this big of a project that people are going to get confused. So we need clarity, and that's what we're all after. Share Our Streets has a whole new meaning if your house is in a transitional district. That means they want you to move. I can't afford to move. I can't afford to even think about it. I have 3 questions. And this is in the interest of clarity. First of all, define a unit. I just don't want to assume. Is it a building? Is it an SFR, single family residence? So define a unit. The strategy. The second question is the plan asks for 33,000 units, and correct me if I'm wrong on that. How did we get to 33,000? That's a pretty big number. What was the strategy, the reasoning, the justification for 33,000 units on top of all the construction we have now? And then the population expectation for 2050, what is that projected to be? Obviously, I'm asking for a range. So by 2050, what will Ann Arbor look like in terms of population if this proposal is accepted? Thank you very much for your time. Thank you for showing up. That means more than you could ever think. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Paul Griffith. I live at 1470 Westfield. I want to thank everybody for their service and all their time and efforts. I want to thank everybody who made the time to come down here and speak. I'm a born and raised Ann Arbor guy. I grew up on the east side, went to Pittsfield, Scarlett, Huron, University of Michigan. I've lived on Hill Street and Woodlawn and Granger and Golden, and I've seen how the city has changed over time, and I understand that change is something that happens. Planning for that change is very important. I'm here specifically today to speak to the threat to our city's golf courses. This morning I was down at Huron Hills, and that parking lot was packed. And it was packed with many seniors that were there for a golf league and some young children that they were there playing with a parent. The golf courses are more than just a place to play the game of golf. The golf courses are a place to walk, to breathe, to appreciate the trees, the wildlife, the wildflowers that live there. It's a place to join a community, to make new friends, and it's a place to get out and get some fresh air and get some exercise. That's something that everybody supports in Ann Arbor. Recreation is something that's always been super important in our city, and the thought that something could happen to these special, precious spaces it really tears at my heartstrings. I know that the growth is coming, and the thought that these protected green spaces may be threatened is just a travesty. We spend tax dollars to protect green spaces outside of our city. Why we don't protect these green spaces within our city limits, and I know we have, and I know that it's part of the city charter, but I think everybody understands where I'm coming from. And I just want to thank you for your time, and please pause the plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm James Demore, and I live in the Darlington subdivision in the 3rd Ward, and I've addressed you previously in regards to certain issues regarding the comprehensive plan, technical and concerns, a lot of which were raised earlier here, so I won't need to repeat it. I want to speak tonight in terms of the public commentary, in terms of the changes you're making in terms of input. I'm not noticing vast numbers of people now. I think you'll be able to get to business comfortably in a short order. I think there's no need to make the change here as long as people are being listened to. I know that Mr. Westphal has praised you on your insularity. He certainly supports neighbors for our neighbors, but I think what's important, you need to think about the natives that are here, and you need to engage them as much as possible. Reverend, I appreciate the work that you're doing outside in terms of with the community, and let me make it clear, in terms of environmental justice and in terms of social justice, the last thing you want to do is limit public input, wherever it is. We need to expand as much as possible public input. Yes, it's painful. Yes, it's very difficult sometimes. Sometimes it's embarrassing. Well, some of you embarrassed yourselves, but that's another conversation. What needs to happen is you need to have as much public input as possible. And the last thing you do is limit public input as what you're planning on doing. Doesn't seem to be much of a problem this evening. Also, I mean, just take a step back. The changes you've made, even on commission in the past several years, with large parcels coming in, being developed, large structures, you have an impact on the city that's going to last not just for decades, but for centuries. Obviously, you need as much input as possible into the process. That more than ever. I would also even say that what is deemed by right, I think has been a bit of a stretch. I think you guys need to revisit that. At any rate, what you have isn't broken here in terms of the bylaws before you here. Let's keep public input the way it is, and let's really engage the public, not only in the comprehensive land use plan, but in terms of the zoning planning and zoning process in general. With that, thank you for considering my remarks.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ralph Katz, 605 Skydale. The subject matter here is arcane. Most people don't get involved, most residents, in the planning process. I applaud the people who are here. I spoke 2 weeks ago. I applaud you for, I believe, removing the cartoons from the, I think there was a vote to remove the cartoons. I think they got in the way of understanding what's in that document and allowing people to make their own decisions. I think you should add more information about goals development, and if there was not goals development that involved the public, then that should be readdressed. If there's a draft 3 of this plan, that's no sin. If there's a version 6 or 7, that's no sin if our community needs are met. Old Ann Arbor Town, that's something I used to hear all the time. And someone here came close to that, but I don't think it exists anymore. The town that I remembered, you could live your whole life in the downtown area and buy appliances, cars, clothing, groceries, whatever you needed. Now it seems it's only restaurants, and bars. And the legitimate businesses that are still there are there only because they own their own buildings, and they can control the rent by doing that. I think this new plan will make that even more difficult. I'm glad to see that City Council is providing feedback to this group. I have to say, I didn't understand anything what Councilman Dish said. I'll have to see the letter in print that City Council sends to be able to parse it. But I think that people want to see that their city is not being given away lock and stock to developers, that there are some places in the city that will remain the same. And this needs to be in the plan. And I would urge you to do that. And as a ham radio operator, I'm used to working with a 3-minute timeout timer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Weiss, Planning Commission, Ken Garber, 28 Haverhill Court. Thank you for the opportunity tonight. I'll start with agenda item 11A, the bylaw changes to public comment. Staff recommends cutting individual public comments from 3 to 2 minutes. This has been mentioned. Please reject this. I know that meetings pushing midnight are a huge burden on everyone. But this really only started with the comp plan, and we'll probably largely end with it. At last week's working session, 2 arguments were put forth for limiting public comments. One was that this change would actually benefit the public because shorter meetings would make them more accessible to those who can't make it or who have to leave early. I'm pretty sure no one from the public has ever asked for less comment time in order to shorten meetings. It's not ideal, but people who can't come can instead call in on their comments from home, can watch meetings on CGN in real time or on YouTube the next day. The second argument put forth last week was that other cities like Detroit and Minneapolis only allow 2 minutes per comment, and that's true. But those cities are outliers, not best practice. What I found is that the large majority of planning commissions allow 3 minutes or more per comment. Grand Rapids, 3 minutes for individuals, 6 minutes for organizations. Royal Oak, 3 minutes. East Lansing, no time limit. People go for 4 or 5 minutes or however long they need. Madison, Wisconsin, 3 minutes. Bloomington, Indiana, 5 minutes. City of Boulder Planning Board, 3 minutes. Denver, 3 minutes. Austin, Texas, 3 minutes. Chicago Planning Commission, 3 minutes, and so on. Here at home, every board and commission in city and county government allows 3 minutes. As Ms. Ramsberg mentioned, Council last week voted to amend the draft Sustainability Commission bylaws to restore 3 minutes. There was no council support voiced for 2 minutes. I'll quote someone smarter than me who spoke a while back at City Council. That person said, quote, "The rules give us a brief opportunity to address you, our elected representatives, regarding matters before Council. This kind of speech is the literal core of what the First Amendment is intended to protect, and is limitable here only in the narrowest way and only for the most compelling reasons," end quote. That person was actually one of you sitting at the table tonight, speaking in a 2.5-minute comment back in 2021 before Council. That person added, called for a Council, quote, "comprised exclusively of people who want to listen to us, who treat the public commentary periods during these meetings as sacred," end quote. Beautifully said. So I know there's strong support for the public voice here at the table tonight. Not just that person, but I know from experience that all of you listen to what we say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garber.
Mark Skirbo, 2017 Fair Street. And I was planning on talking about technical detail tonight, but what I've just heard from Councilmember Dish is extremely upsetting. I thought Planning Commission was supposed to be the author of this visionary document, but clearly Council wants to write the details themselves. So I'm going to address my comments towards Councilmember Dish as representative of Council. I'm really tired of hearing about vulnerable housing and new definitions of equity from folks who live in multi-million-dollar homes. Ann Arbor is a liberal oasis in a purple state, and as federal changes drive vulnerable people to move to liberal cities that are supportive of human-first values, I think it's really important that we open up our city to allow new people to be able to move here. If you own property here, that includes myself, you're privileged. Teachers, nurses, social workers cannot afford to live here because we artificially restrict the number of homes in this city. These people teach our children and care for us as we age. To deny them the ability to live here in the name of neighborhood context, which is just a rewriting of the well-known dog whistle of neighborhood character, it denies our goals of sustainability, equity, and affordability. If you think preserving the majority of land in this city, in Ann Arbor, is more important, then say that directly. Be upfront in saying that the city's goal for the next decades is inflating property values for the privileged among us who already own property. This city does not have affordable older houses. The housing appendix shows that. Buying the median house today versus just 2019, 6 years ago, would cost $1,500 more per month and an additional $26,000 in a down payment. That's in just 6 years. The appendix also shows that the rate of housing construction has steadily and sharply declined since the 1960s. R1 land is 60+% of the developable land in this city, and not changing it will continue to segregate our city and the surrounding county. With Council's resolution, our best case result is slight housing increases on the outskirts of the city, with middle-class folks continuing to be forced into the townships, into car-dependent commutes. To planning staff, thank you for the housing appendix. This is real research, and I encourage members of the public to read it. I wish City Council recognized the data and the economic research showing the need for massively increased housing supply. I'm extremely disappointed in City Council. And saying that these zones won't be one size fits all and they'll be tailored for neighborhood context, that cannot be equitable. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Greetings, Luis Vasquez, 909 Barton Drive. Do not worry, I'm not here to sing a song tonight or misparaphrase any Shakespeare, but I am here to dish out some gossip that I've seen on social media. And as some of the atrocious comments that I'm seeing, I wanted to read into the public record just so that you know what some of the density opponents are saying about you all. Kitty Khan says, in response to Sam Holman, Weich is uninformed and arrogant, a bad combination. But I don't think he's in the driver's seat. That's Lee. Weich only fills in when Lee has to recuse himself. It's obvious that Weich doesn't know anything. Leonard is constantly educating him. Christine Crockett responds, Kitty, I've heard Weich dismiss the recommendations of the planning department on several occasions. Very dismaying. Sam Holman, Kitty, the chair and the driver's seat are not the same thing in this instance. Weich is usually able to bend the commission through force of personality, allies, and rhetoric in a way that Lee is not. Notice that when he's not getting his way, he'll often start talking about exclusionary zoning, not subtly implying that it's de jure racially exclusionary zoning. He'll also just lie. I heard him once claim that 1970s zoning required all houses be on 1 acre. Kitty says, Sam, oh, believe me, I know, but I don't think he's respected by the commission. He just likes to hear himself talk. Then there's Mr. Stolberg, the landlord who has, more than a dozen properties in Ann Arbor. And Commissioner Adams. Adams said last night that we know SEMCOG is wrong. He then said that they were 400% wrong. Adams is trained as an attorney and argues like a TV show attorney, adamant that his version of the truth is the only truth, yet so many of his arguments are not factual. And then Christine Crockett says something about their insipid discussions are often mind-boggling. Wow, is that the real feelings of some of our community members towards this body? I find that disgusting. And I thought you should all know about that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Vasquez. Is there anyone else in the chamber who would like to address the commission during this time? Seeing none, do we have any remote participants?
Yes. There are 3 callers. Caller ending in 534. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Good evening. This is Tom Stolberg calling from 1202 Trader Street in Lower Town in Ann Arbor. Lots of talk about equity. Somebody else talked about that earlier and was spot on. I'd like to add to that. We've heard comments about equity in regards to the comprehensive plan acknowledging historical and systemic racism in land use and lending policies. That discrimination denied certain groups of people the opportunity for intergenerational equity building. But the plan doesn't offer anything to rectify that lost opportunity, that lost intergenerational equity building. I'd like to see discussion of that, and I'd like to see inclusion in the plan of something rectifying what was done. Other things in terms of equity were spot on in terms of different areas have different qualities of protection, deed restrictions, homeowners associations, condo associations, historic districts. If we pass a blanket rule over a certain category based on the current zoning categories, which it seems like the comprehensive plan does, then we are not equally affecting different properties. That cannot be equitable, as was said before. I'd also like to think about the difference in heights. Let's say you have a neighborhood that's all 2 to 3 story housing right now compared to a neighborhood that's all ranch housing right now. If you go up to just 3 stories, that has a different impact on those 2 different neighborhoods. Currently in our zoning, one of the things we do is we do averaging on front yard setbacks to kind of make up for differences in setbacks. We could do something like that, just as an example, in our comprehensive plan and future zoning to make recognition of the existing buildings and how they're set and how their heights are. I'm really glad to hear from Commissioner and Councilmember Dish that Council is weighing in on some of these issues and has been listening to us. One of the issues that's of grave concern to me is the transition district and the use of short-term rentals being permitted in transition districts. I've looked at that closely, and there's areas all over town that would be just terribly harmed by short-term rentals. These are non-owner occupied short-term rentals, Airbnbs as people think of them. Where they're not allowed now, when we created the laws that are there now, we very specifically did not want short-term rentals to be in certain areas. We did not want to take that housing stock away from long-term rentals or home ownership. But the way the transition district has been done, essentially is saying if you're R4C, you're in. If you're on a quarter, you're in. We've taken areas that are highly vulnerable to massive amounts of short-term rentals. So
Thank you, Mr. Stolberg. Thank you.
I hope you do that. Thank you.
Alex Lowe, you have 3 minutes to speak.
Hi there, this is Alex Lowe, 2532 Pittsfield Boulevard.
I want to start on the question of public comment. I understand why some changes need to be made to the public comment. However, it is an accessibility thing to have people calling in on Zoom and making these comments. People who, for many different reasons, cannot physically be in the city council chambers at this time. And so I would ask you to please, if you're going to limit the public comment, to go back and forth between people in person versus people on the phone, or do half an hour of in person, then half an hour on the phone, or something like that, to give people who are remote the same opportunity to speak as people who are physically present. I also just want to address questions about golf courses. Golf courses are quite literally places just to play golf. We literally ban people from doing other things there. And then I want to talk about values and where we're going with single-family zoning and stuff like that, and point out that in last year's 2024 presidential election, Kamala Harris said that she wanted to change or get rid of exclusionary zoning, and Donald Trump said that the radical left wants to eliminate single-family zoning. So, if it comes down to which side are we on, I'm with Harris, and I hope that the City Council and Planning Commission are too. Speaking of City Council, if my understanding of Councilmember Dish's ominous description of a second inappropriate overreach by Council is correct, this is even more reason why Pittsfield Village should be transition district, not low-rise residential district. That would be even more of a downzoning of Pittsfield Village than what is already planned in the current draft comprehensive plan. Finally, I want to point out that we have aging infrastructure that we are going to need to replace whether the city grows in population or not. The best way to actually have the money to
Thank you,
replace
Mr.
them.
Lowe.
Caller 098, you have 3 minutes to speak.
Hello, my name is Richard Jackson. I live at 1910 Crestland. And firstly, I would like to commend the public input thus far this evening. And I hope that the general tone of that will result in a rethinking of the plan. I've been following the Comprehensive Land Use Commission proceedings for a while now. It seems to me that the City Council along with the mayor really want to rush this through. One of the concerns people have brought up were those of infrastructure capacity for the projected increased number of dwellings. If, as we are concerned, the water and waste systems are not adequate, we all know that the tax burden will fall on the backs of homeowners, the very people who would be most adversely affected by the implementation of the plan as is. The city seems to project a dramatic increase of U of M students. However, if you've been following the news, the university is losing many federal grants, and foreign students who pay high tuition rates are less likely to want to come here considering the way they've been treated in this country and even in at this university. The numbers don't add up. In my humble opinion, this plan is a gift for developers and an assault on homeowners. I hope you will rethink it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have any other participants online wishing to address the commission?
I do not see any other hands raised.
Great. I will close public comment and move us to item number 7, communications from commissioners. Are there any? We'll start with Councilmember Dish.
Thank you. I want to just start with a couple things. It is always important to review what is currently allowed, because many people are framing as risks of the comprehensive plan things that are already allowable today. So a 3-story house can be built next to a 1-story ranch today. Comprehensive plan doesn't change that. The comprehensive plan makes it possible that that 3-story structure could house 3 households instead of just 1. It is currently legal for a private property owner to remove any trees they want and not replace them. So the comprehensive land use plan does not increase that risk. I would like us to, as the staff or commission or whatever we do tonight, I noticed that I just need the question answered whether there is an intention for heavy industrial uses in the transition zone. That's not what I understood, or the transition category, but I noticed that light industrial the phrase light industrial is used in hub, whereas industrial is used in transition, but I wouldn't infer from that could allow heavy industrial. Okay. The city is not seeking to develop golf courses. The comprehensive land use plan does not propose that. We don't need to lament the loss of our golf courses because they aren't going anywhere. Ms. Hackney, you asked to have the definition of a unit. A unit is a home, so that could be an apartment of any size.
Single family home.
Well, a unit is a home, so it could be an apartment. So it could be a 1-bedroom or 2-bedroom or 3-bedroom apartment in a multiplex. It could be a single-family home. It could be 2 single-family homes attached to each other. So it could be, that's 2 units in a duplex format. Okay, so and I just want to say 2 more things. One is that I do not want to be understood to say that because there will be multiple zoning districts to realize these land use categories, I do not want to be understood to say that some neighborhoods will not be zoned to allow duplex and triplexes. All currently residential neighborhoods will be zoned to allow duplexes and triplexes. What that involves in terms of setbacks and other what do we call those? Dimensional standards. Thank you. You have a degree in that. And other dimensional standards. Dimensional standards. Let's get back to the subject. What that involves in terms of dimensional standards will be different because of the different eras in which this city was built and the different zoning regimes under which different parts of the city were built. And so it would be very difficult to craft a single model when we have some houses that sit on 10,000 acres and some houses that sit on 5,000. I think we should say square feet. Yes, I'm so sorry. Thank you for the help there. You see? This is why we do start the meeting at 5:30, because I don't get better as it gets later. And finally, there was a statement that the infrastructure costs would fall on the backs of residents to pay for expanded housing opportunity. It is not legal under Michigan state law to charge current ratepayers for expansions of systems that are designed for new ratepayers. It is not legal. There is a portion of all of our water bills that goes for capital improvements, but that does not mean that we pay for that we would pay exclusively or fully for an expansion of the system. And so a build out of a system will be funded in part by developers who are developing the housing, and it will be funded in part by people who hook up to that system. And the engineers are thinking rapidly of ways that we can accommodate the growth that we see. The plan itself anticipates this on somewhere around page 120, and we are not at capacity at either the stormwater or the water treatment plant. We have about 10 to 15 years to prepare for the housing opportunity that we seek to create, and that will happen. So that's all I wanted to talk about.
Thank you, Councilmember Dish. With your permission, Commissioner Abrams, I just want to do a quick thing on the unit definition, just to enhance. Okay, well, you asked to speak next. So another way to think of a unit is it's one or more rooms that has a kitchen and a bathroom. And so when we talk about units, that's what we are describing. And that's taken from the UDC, the Unified Development Code. It's on page 259. Okay. Sure. All right. Back to you, Commissioner Abrams.
Thank you. I was also going to provide the UDC definition, and I also noticed that it says it's intended for occupancy by a single family, which feels like language we might want to change. Anyway, like if you have a group of roommates, you may not identify as a single family. Anyway, I also wanted to address a comment I think that you made about the median income in your neighborhood and the average sale price. I think if I'm doing my math correctly, I think if you make $80,000 a year, you actually could not afford to purchase a $500,000 home. So I think that it is not currently affordable. We would need the homes to come down by, I think, a couple $100,000 or the incomes to go up. So unfortunately, the way the meetings are formatted, you can't respond, but if there's a break or something, we can informally chat, yeah. A couple other things I just wanted to respond to from some other commenters. I really want to push back on this idea that living in an apartment or a townhouse or a duplex is somehow a lower quality of life for children or families. I think that that's wrong, and I think there are many people who would welcome, actually, that kind of configuration of living. So I just really want to make sure that that isn't an assumption that goes unnamed. I also want, maybe similar to what Commissioner Dish was just saying, to be careful in the language. I think I hear a lot of people say that we are eliminating single-family neighborhoods. That is not what the plan is doing. The plan is eliminating zoning categories that exclusively only allow single-family homes to be built in them. Our single-family neighborhoods will, by and large, remain for many, many decades, majority single-family neighborhoods. But like many existing neighborhoods, which are zoned R2A or R4C currently, so we could think about the Old West Side, the areas around Virginia Park, and others, we have lots of neighborhoods in Ann Arbor where single-family homes exist mixed in with duplexes and small apartment buildings. And I think I don't hear people saying that those are horrible places to live. I think they're actually some of the most desirable neighborhoods in our city. So the idea is that we would be expanding that opportunity for that kind of density to the rest of the neighborhood, which feels fair and equitable to me, both because it will allow more houses to be built, more units to be built, more people to live here, but also because that kind of density will be spread out across the city. And then there were 3 small things that I just saw in the email communications.
actually, and to Ms. Ramsbaugh, what you said this evening about public comment, speaking for myself, obviously, I really welcome and appreciate public comment. I never think of it as something which is tedious or uncomfortable. It is not something that I'm interested in limiting at all for those reasons, and we'll talk about this later. I think I'm in support of leaving it, but I just really wanted to say that I don't think for anybody up here that the idea or the opening a conversation about the public comment and its length is in response to it feeling uncomfortable or tedious. I think it's actually been really great to have this level of engagement. And then in your email, I think you asked a question specifically to me about I had said something about step-down height limits in transition that would limit the possibility of a very tall building, like I think we were saying 85 feet, going next to a single-family home. And in your email, you mentioned Foundry Lofts, which is on Huron. And I think, yes, that building is near other single-family homes, but that is Zone D1, which is the densest zoning category we have in the city. So I think we can look at the future land use map now and think about this transition category, which is something which mediates between hub, which would be the density like D1, where you would have these very tall apartment buildings, and single-family neighborhoods. And transition will be this zone where we think about this step-down height limit based on your proximity and adjacency to single-family. And then, sorry, two other really small things. There was an email about Spring Street between Miller and Felch, and I just wanted to clarify to that person who wrote in that Spring is currently zoned primarily residential, it is demarcated on the future land use map as primarily residential. When you're seeing this kind of stripe of transition along Miller, it's just this area of Miller west of downtown, I think up to Brooks. And this is it's an offset basically of Miller. So it isn't about turning Spring into a transition zone. And I think that was all that I had for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Abrams. We'll go now to Commissioner Hammerschmidt and then to Commissioner Adams.
Thank you. I think the person that made the public comment about this left, but I did want to point out that if I'm counting correctly, 5 of us up here are parents with children who live in single-family neighborhoods. So I think there's still a misunderstanding of what I believe that we are actually trying to achieve here. Housing right now is very expensive. I don't think anybody can argue that. The idea of allowing for more density, allowing for duplexes, et cetera, in neighborhoods currently zoned single family is to allow more people to be able to experience those neighborhoods. People don't always have a choice to have a private backyard, but at least with a duplex or a triplex or a quadplex, they would have a shared backyard if that becomes available to them. Thank you, Councilmember Dish, I was going to make the same point that you can build right now up to 30 feet. Right now, in all single-family neighborhoods. So if you have a single-story home with solar panels, somebody tomorrow could build a probably wouldn't be tomorrow, but a 30-foot home next to you. So I think when we look at zoning districts, we will be taking current conditions into account, but today building a single-family 3-story home just does not seem. Is it better than a 2-story duplex? That's what we'll be discussing with zoning. I want to read a description of equity, and this is exactly how I think of equity and how I've thought of equity for years. So the term equity refers to fairness and justice, and is distinguished from equality. Whereas equality means providing the same to all, equity means recognizing that we do not all start from the same place and must acknowledge and make adjustments to imbalances. So to me, specifically with the direction that we're taking with this plan, doesn't mean everybody needs the same size, the same type of housing, but everyone needs to have access to housing. So we're trying to level the playing field when it comes to housing within Ann Arbor in whatever type of neighborhood somebody chooses to live in, and by providing a number of options within those neighborhoods. And whether it's current renters looking to buy in Ann Arbor or people currently living outside of city limits who strive to live within city limits as either renters or homeowners, we need to be able to provide for all of these people. And I just don't think, and me included, anyone currently fortunate enough to own a home in Ann Arbor has any sort of real equity complaint from a fairness and justice standpoint. The notion of all developers just being greedy and money grabbers and in the pocket of the mayor is frankly a really bad stereotype and just bad rhetoric. I am a developer. Development right now is not an easy business, and that's why we're seeing so many high rises. There's just not a whole lot else that pencils out due to really high construction costs right now. And then lastly, and I think I said this 2 weeks ago, the online bullying and the public comment rudeness has to stop. I don't understand how that is even productive discourse. We on the commission are real people. We all live in Ann Arbor. We're volunteers, and we don't deserve this. We can disagree, and we can have constructive conversations without name-calling and disparaging remarks. And I have nothing but respect for Commissioners Adam and Weich, and hearing what was read tonight was really awful, and I'm sorry that you guys had to hear that.
Oh, it's okay. But thank you. Commissioner Adams.
Thanks. So three quick things, hopefully quick. So to echo Councilwoman Dish's point about the light industrial, I think we have to tackle that. Second point, to your point about the golf courses. So it's buried, so I'm just going to point it out and read it. So 124 in the plan references the pros plan and states that with respect to parks, open spaces, and rec facilities. This includes parks, open spaces that feature significant natural elements or offer recreational amenities such as playing fields, golf courses, and trail networks. These areas are publicly owned and managed. Residents have expressed broad support for preserving existing open spaces and ensuring that the city can meet the recreational needs of a growing population. And then it references and incorporates by reference the pros plan. So that's the separate parks plan, and there's two mentions of golf in here, and that's one of them, and the other one's pretty benign. If we intended to cut and go after golf courses, we'd be saying it, and we're actually saying the opposite, I think. So there's no threat to golf. To your question, ma'am, and I'm sorry, I forgot your name. So Noah Cases from the law school talked about population projections back in May, and his comment was formative for me, so I'll paraphrase it in trying to respond to your question. So my struggle with SEMCOG's population projection, which is a projection that's been floating around in some of the community comments that we've received, and also I'm aware of it generally, right? It's a reputable number. The problem with it is that when you're projecting population in a municipality that constrains housing supply for as long as we have or at all, what you're actually looking at is its population as a function of housing growth. So the more you allow it, the more your population is going to grow. That's distinct from population growth in an area where it's not constrained either by land or by law. There, you're actually getting signal from the population rate growth. You're seeing, all right, well, it's unconstrained. So how much do people want to move here? And you can look at the number and say, well, that's how much people want to move here. The problem we have in looking at SEMCOG's projection is that it's flat. And we know it's not flat because every time we've loosened up the housing supply, we see big gains. We know the demand for housing exceeds that number. So what they're looking at historical constrained rates and then projecting out into the future as if that will continue. That doesn't tell us very much. It doesn't tell us very much about housing demand, and it doesn't tell us very much about what we should be building to. We have to try to figure out what the number, and I think the plan does this at one point where we say this is the number we think that we need to add year over year to meet the demand, historical and current, in order to try to catch up. But that is, we are taking a swing at it. We're trying to figure out, based on the data we have, what it needs to be and what it looks like. But the population rate, to your question, doesn't really help us answer it because we model it, but Noah Case has called it pseudoscience in his comment from May 6th because it's just very hard to draw anything from it or calculate it accurately. That's my answer.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. We'll go now to Commissioner Weatherby and then to Commissioner Mills.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of discuss again the idea of multifamily buildings and the families, I mean, it's in the name, who lives in multifamily buildings. I actually live in a neighborhood that was not mentioned in any of Ms. Arbaugh's listing of people. We wouldn't live there kind of thing, because I live in an R4C neighborhood. I've lived there for 30 years. We have, this multifamily building has been allowed since long before we moved in 30 years ago. I live in a single-family home. I got an award from the historic district. These things can all exist together. The people in my neighborhood, many of them have children. Many of them raise their children next to apartment buildings. There are apartment buildings across the street. There are children across the street. The children live in the apartment buildings and they live next to the apartment buildings. And those houses are not less, they haven't lost their value. The kids are great. They grow up into good people. The parents are good people. So I really do have to push back again, as other commissioners have said. We cannot think of the houses people live in as the value of the people who live in them. And the places they live is not the value of the human being. And I think we really need to get away from thinking that single-family housing is how everyone wants to live and how everyone can live, because that's just not realistic. Over half of the residents of Ann Arbor live in rental units. Many of those are multifamily. And I have to say, my neighbors who live in multifamily buildings are dear friends of mine. They're lovely people. We are not trying to ruin Ann Arbor. We're not trying to make things harder for people in single-family houses. When we bought our house, we bought our house. We didn't buy everybody else's house. And people who have other needs and who own the other pieces of property are allowed to use those other pieces of property. It doesn't affect my house. It doesn't affect how I live my life. There are a 4-story apartment building went up down the street. We have a lot more dogs in the neighborhood now. They're really cute. That's the sum total. There isn't more traffic. There isn't more crime. There isn't more. I would love to live next door. As a matter of fact, we've all discussed getting together because they have a pool and none of the rest of us have a pool, of renting an apartment in that building so we can use the pool. Multifamily buildings are lovely. This is not a problem. I would not sit up here and say, oh, I want multifamily buildings in your neighborhood, but not in mine. I live in that neighborhood and it's great. So I just want to reiterate that the sort of terminology like these neighborhoods take the brunt of development. I think development is not something that we need to look at as a terrible thing. It just is. It is what we've done in Ann Arbor for what we just did, our 200th anniversary. Development has happened in Ann Arbor for 200 years, and it will continue. And if we look at people as humans and as neighbors, then that's a lot different than saying, oh, this is a terrible thing coming to your neighborhood. I live next to students, and it turns out that students can be really great, and students can be problematic, and adults can be, not that students aren't adults, but single-family homeowners can be really problematic. The worst people in our neighborhood have lived in single-family houses, and they own them, and so they're there for a long time. And it's kind of, that can be more problematic than a student who's maybe, learning to be a good adult, but we can help them. And so, I just want to say that the kind of rhetoric against people who live in single-family housing is really disturbing to me. And, you're all welcome to come sit on my front porch someday and see how nice it actually can be, because it's pretty nice. So just wanted to reiterate that.
Thank you, Commissioner Weatherby. Commissioner Mills.
Thank you. I want to thank everyone who participated today. If there are people who participated in the last couple of weeks while I was absent, I want to thank you too. I listened in at 1.5 speed, not gonna lie. I also want to thank my fellow commissioners who did give up, or who spend every Tuesday here. As mentioned by a number of participants tonight, we are volunteers, and so thank you for recognizing that in us. Two comments that were made tonight. One, I want to go back to the population. The other thing that the comprehensive plan discusses that matters a lot to me, or that I think about a lot, is that our family size has been shrinking over time. So if we never built anything else, our population would actually go down, right? A house that was, or an apartment that once upon a time you would have had 5 people living in, now on average our housing, our family units are 2.5 people, right? And so that's among the reasons that this lack of housing has really been tricky and has been artificially decreasing the size of Ann Arbor. Like, even though, yes, we've been building, our families are getting smaller too. So I think that that's one of the other things that we talk about a little bit in here, but that I think about why building new units is really important. The other thing that I would just say is that we all bring with us kind of our experience to this. I also have 2, now not as small as they once were, children. One is in elementary school and one is in middle school. I own a single-family house in an R4C neighborhood, so I am next to a high-rise across the street from a 4-unit apartment building. We are currently remodeling, so I'm also currently a renter. And I want to just share my experience as a parent. Trying to find a 3-bedroom rental in this town is really, really hard and expensive. Really, really hard. And I was very ambivalent about what I was trying to look for, but I wanted to not have to move my kids to a different school. And you can find 3-bedroom rentals on the periphery, but that's not what we're talking about. Like, I want to be able to stay in the neighborhood. Blessedly, I am on the west side, where once upon a time, we built a whole bunch of duplexes that were actually 2 and 3 bedrooms, and that's great. But that's not super common, actually. And so I think that that's one of the things I can now, again, I knew before that I was fortunate because I could not buy another house in this city, right? But being on the rental market, it's really, really tricky. And so I think as I am approaching this, recognizing that a diversity of housing types so important. And what you might think for apartment buildings, even within apartment buildings, making sure that we have a diversity of sizes of units is really, really important to be able to allow people of all different kinds of family situations to find a place here that they can afford. So those are my comments. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Mills. Commissioner Norton.
Okay, so this is the evening where we're all sharing some thoughts. We've been sitting here for a long time listening to lots and lots of feedback, and I largely agree with everything that's been said. I want to speak a little bit about process. We've been hearing from the start about how fundamentally flawed the planning process has been for this effort. I want to point out that the process that Ann Arbor has been engaging for public participation in this effort goes way beyond what the Michigan Planning Enabling Act requires. Under that act, almost literally, all the city would have to do would be to notify the neighboring jurisdictions, we're going to do a plan, draft a plan, and then allow a 63-day public comment period, and that's it, bam, and they can adopt the plan. All of the workshops, all of the downtown efforts they've been engaging in are just way beyond what was required. So that's the first point. The second point is, I can tell you, as a planner, it's incredibly hard to get members of the community to get interested in planning. It breaks my heart to say that as a planner, because folks are busy. They've got lives. They're leading. They've got other things going on. They don't see how it's relevant to them. It's even really pretty notoriously hard to get folks to show up when something's been proposed right next door until it finally clicks with them, oh, this might affect me. So over the last couple of months, we've had 2 different projects come in that are pretty going to dramatically alter the neighborhood. Each of those project proponents set out postcards to 1,300 some residents in the neighborhood informing them something's going to happen, and each of them had like 20 people respond. 20 people reached out and engaged. So the idea that the process here was fundamentally flawed because the city didn't send out postcards to every resident in the city immediately it would have been a huge waste of my time and money and effort. So we have been engaging lots of folks. Now, could we have done it better? Sure. You can always look back, and hindsight being 2020, do it better. But please don't buy into the idea that there's been this fundamentally flawed process and it's broken and we're not listening to you. That's my next point. Oh my gosh, we are listening to you. And I too value all of the public feedback that we've been getting. But I would ask, please, when you're standing here or here to make your comments, please listen to the other comments that are being made. And please listen especially to folks who are making comments that don't agree with the comments that you're making, because we have to listen to all of them and try and figure out how to reconcile them. So it can't be the case that if we're not listening to you, if we don't do exactly what you want, therefore it's fundamentally flawed and it's broken. Try and think through what the other folks in the room are saying, because that's what we're trying to do. I honestly think that we're all doing that in good faith. I have never gotten a secret memo from the mayor telling me what I must do. I don't know where that's coming from, that this is how some kind of a corrupt process, because the mayor's trying to drive everything. I've met the mayor, I think, once or twice in my life, and I certainly haven't gotten any instructions on here's what you should do. So we're acting in good faith, and we're trying to do things for the betterment of the community, just as everybody has just been describing. This is our plea, so I guess tonight is our plea. Please, some grace, please. Give us some grace as we're working through this difficult process. I am a little frustrated that I hear so many comments, and I'm looking in the plan, where is this coming from? There's no mention anywhere in the plan about getting rid of golf courses. We had an hour of public comment or two last time telling us how it was horrible that we're proposing to get rid of golf courses. Where is that in the plan? It's not in the plan. So if you're hearing things that people are telling you about what's in the plan, please read the plan. There's a lot of material in the plan about protecting trees and natural features. There's also concern about balancing the natural features with the need to deal with the affordable housing crisis, which is real, and the need for mixed income housing. So it's a balancing act. There are going to be trade-offs. If we protect every tree in the city, bam, it's going to never cut another tree. We'll never be able to grow and deal with the kind of housing crisis that we're dealing with. Nothing in the plan is saying that we should get rid of all of our natural features or protections. In fact, there's a lot of stuff in the plan that says we need to worry about protecting natural features. So please look at the plan and see what's actually there instead of what people are projecting and telling you could happen based on I don't know what, where some of those claims are coming from. And then finally, please read the housing appendix. The staff put in a lot of time to do a really good canvassing of the literature. We've also been accused of not looking at the facts and just then responding to speculation. And there's a lot of good empirical evidence and facts in the housing appendix about the struggle that we're dealing with, about how to do the things some of my fellow planning commissioners have been talking about. It's not a mechanical rocket science. We know for sure how to pull a lever that will make this happen. There's a lot of uncertainty in the world that's going on. We're doing the best job we can with the evidence we have in front of us. There's a lot of speculation I hear about how this is going to be the demise of the city and everything that is going to happen that has no basis in any of the empirical evidence. So please read the housing appendix. It's a really well-crafted thing. Please listen to the other folks making comments, the folks who don't agree with you, and think about where they're coming from. That's what we're honestly trying to do, and figure out how to reconcile those things. And please give us some grace. We're doing our best that we can. That was my little plea. Oh, and also I just want to recognize this is a really clunky process. I know people want to engage in a dialogue. The reason it's structured the way it is to avoid getting into shouting matches between commissioners and residents. So it's not that we're not interested or we don't want to hear from you or do you want to engage that way. It's just that it's structured in a particular way to try and make things move slowly. And I will say, Commissioner Weiss and I had a really long talk after the last meeting, and we are struggling with the things that people are talking about. He is not telling me how I should think. I'm not telling him how he should think. I don't think we agree entirely on everything. We would be more than happy to go to a coffee shop, the two of us, and anybody else, but not a quorum. Only in groups of 2 or 3, so we don't trip an open meeting problem. But I'd be more than happy to go to a coffee shop and chat with any of you if you've got concerns or want to tell me what you're thinking or hear about what I'm thinking. I'm more than happy to explain that more. Commissioner Weiss and I agreed we'd be happy to do that together. if you think you'd want to hear our perspectives together, any of that. So please, if you would like that, just reach out to one of us, and we're happy to set that up. Okay, thank you.
Might have some thoughts about that from the staff perspective in terms of representing the commission.
We would not be.
We would not represent the
We would not be
commission. We would
because
absolutely
this
not
is a
represent the
body, and we cannot represent a body without permission from that body.
I love hearing that out loud.
Yeah,
That's great.
it would be our perspectives on how we're trying to personally navigate through all of this, but we thank you for that clarification. We would not be representing the planning commission.
I do want to echo Commissioner, and thank you, Commissioner Norton, for your comments, that we did have a very long conversation at, 12:30 a.m. last week about the meeting that we had just finished, and we thought, one of the things we could do as your neighbor is meet you at a local coffee shop and be happy to hear and respond to any questions that you have. Of course, we are not permitted to speak on behalf of the commission without the permission of the commission, because the commission is a body. And so aside from that, send the email to Commissioner Norton, and then he'll reach out to me so that there's only one person you have to contact. I did want to just highlight two things in my quick comments. Is one, we do listen to all of your questions. We are often writing down the things that you are asking. We are preparing responses for. We often ask staff to prepare responses. They generally do that in the form of memos when we have questions about things that we can't access right at the table. So number one, the planning manager produced a memo for the Planning Commission dated January 25th, where the planning staff broke down the number of units in the city. The current count is about 53,547 housing units, with a margin of error of about 2,700 units, because it's really difficult to get a precise number. Of those, 60% of those housing units are rental units. The remaining 40% are owner-occupied single-family lots within the city. So I just wanted to put that out. And then, again, you asked a question about what's behind the unit projections. So the plan does not make any projections. It just sort of tells us what's possible. And so it's a range. On the low end, I think it's about 18,000. On the high end, it could be 96,000 in terms of what the plan could produce. There are market forces that are in play that will decide what gets built. The city, in conjunction with its housing commission, is trying to build on the land that the city owns. We know about Dunbar Tower, which I think is about 70 units that is going online. Tonight, the Grove, which was built by Avalon Housing across the street from the church that I pastor, had its ribbon cutting, and they have 50 units of affordable housing, of which 30 or 20. Yeah, it's one or the other, are permanently affordable, which means they are at 30% of AMI, or the area median income. And then the other 20, I think they will make available through their lottery system. And then we finally have the Y lot is going online, and I think the last that I heard about that is the developer committed to make all of those units affordable. So, and that can be a range from 30 to 80% of AMI, and I think that's 300 plus units of affordable housing. And then Arbor South, which came before this commission in a by right development, is also going to bring online over 200 units of affordable housing. We do, as planning commissioners, go to developer meetings across the city when those occur, and I was able to attend the last 3 or 2 that were announced, and I met with a developer who was going to make a market rate development and then switched it to an 80% AMI. So all of the units in that development are now going to be affordable at 80% of AMI. So a lot of affordable Housing units are being built. They're being built both by the city through its housing commission, through our partners like Avalon Housing, which is a affordable housing developer, and by market rate developers. And so we won't know whether it's 18, 33, or 99,000, but the plan, if fully implemented, could allow for a range of housing units for there. So that's sort of how we got to that. And if that's not a satisfactory response, just email us and we'll try to get a better response about the housing units. Anyone else on the commission? All right, so we will now go to Manager Kelly for item number 8, public hearings for our next scheduled business meeting, which I believe is August 5th.
Yes, the next scheduled meeting is August 5th. The two public hearings that I'm about to read were noticed for 5:30 p.m. You'll have a chance to adjust your schedule later in this agenda. If for some reason that time is not acceptable to you, there is a possibility for us to update it. But we had to notice it by a deadline this afternoon. The first petition and public hearing is 1007 Woodlawn Avenue. This is a rezoning with an area plan waiver request, a petition to rezone the property from P parking to C1 local commercial, eliminating the P district on this block and expanding the existing C1 district with a request to waive the area plan requirement as no development is proposed. The second public hearing for August 5th is 2525 Ann Arbor Saline Road. This is a rezoning and site plan for City Council approval. It's a petition to rezone the property from O Office District to R4E Multifamily Dwelling District and includes a site plan to construct 262 residential units. The building would be 5 stories with 379,459 square feet of floor area and include 297 vehicle parking spaces and 164 bicycle parking spaces. As part of the proposal, the existing curb cut on Ann Arbor Saline would be modified, a new curb would be added to Oakwood Drive, and 2 new crosswalks would be installed on site. The 4.16 acre site is currently vacant.
Thank you, Manager Kelly. Moving on to item number 9, unfinished business. There is none. Item number 10, regular business. There is none. I'm going to give us a 6-minute recess, and when we return, we will start with item number 11.
Penn State 400.
And we have now arrived to item number 11 on our agenda. This is our annual organizational meeting where we will elect officers, we will discuss committee assignments, we will review the bylaws, and the annual work plan. So I'm starting with 11A, and it says there is a staff presentation by Manager Kelly.
Yes, I thought that it may be helpful to share on screen the memo that was prepared for your annual organizational meeting. There are quite a number of things here, but I think we'll be able to get through it somewhat smoothly. We'll see when it comes to the bylaws. But in terms of your election of officers, we'll be following the same process that we had last year, which seemed to work pretty well. I'm going to share screen. Give me just a moment. And so this is the meeting that this vote is intended to take place at, according to your bylaws. All commissioners are eligible for nomination to positions except for current officers who have served 2 successive terms. In the case of the current sitting body, the only person who fits that description is Commissioner Lee, cannot continue to serve as chair, however, is eligible for other positions. And Councilmember Dish cannot serve on your executive committee. So the nomination and election process is, first I'll ask you if you do not wish or you wish to be considered for a nomination. We've done that. And then that will be provided. That is below. And then your vice chair, it has a script that will allow us to proceed with voting. So we'll start with nominations for chair, run through a vote, and then proceed to nominations for vice chair, have a vote, then proceed to nominations for secretary, and have a vote. The idea is that you would say, I would like to nominate, and then you state the name of someone who is willing to accept a nomination until everyone who's willing to, you can self-nominate as well. Until all of those nominations for people willing to accept have been made, and then we will have a vote, and when you vote, you would say the name of who you would like to vote for, instead of, I, and we go around name by name. You just, when you vote, you say, I would like to nominate person X, or not nominate, but I vote for person X. Is that enough to proceed with the starter action for chair?
Yes.
Mr. Weiss? Okay. You do have...
I have a script.
A script?
I'm going to read the script. We will now proceed to the election of officers. I'll start by presenting the list of commissioners willing to accept nominations for each position. For chair, Weich and Mills have expressed willingness to serve. For vice chair, Lee, Abrams, and Mills have expressed willingness to serve. For secretary, Hammerschmidt, Abrams, and Mills have expressed willingness to serve. We'll begin the nominations with chair. Are there any nominations from the floor? Commissioner Abrams and then Adams.
I would like to nominate Commissioner Weich for chair.
I'll nominate Commissioner Mills.
Okay. And so now thank you. Nominations have been made, and so I will check with Commissioner Mills first on whether or not she will accept the nomination for chair.
Yes. I was willing to be nominated.
You can decline if you'd like.
I feel like because I missed a meeting, I didn't get the right memo. I don't need to serve as chair. I'm willing to withdraw my nomination.
Okay, so you are indicating that you will not accept the nomination for chair.
Correct, thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Adams, you're good with that? With her rejection of your nomination?
Yes.
All right, great. I mean,
Thank you.
I just want to check. Okay, are there any other nominations for chair? Hearing none, I declare the nominations for chair closed. And this is a little awkward because I'm up for chair. I'm sorry, I do accept my nomination for chair. Would someone like to make a motion to proceed to the election of chair? Commissioner Dish, Councilmember Dish moves. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay.
Sorry.
Second by Commissioner Adams. Abrams.
And Adams also raised his hand.
He did, but I was looking at you. I'm sorry. All right, it has been moved and seconded that we proceed to the election of chair. Oh, nope. The script is wrong. So
You could just do it all in favor of,
because it's just one nominee, so we can't do this. Okay, given that there is one nominee who has accepted the nomination for chair, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
The opposed, you say no. The ayes have it, and now we will proceed to the election. Oh, I see what this script was supposed to do. I think I just did both the motion and the vote, so I don't think we need to do the second part. Is that okay?
Yep, all were in
Great.
favor, and so that carries, and you have a new chair.
Great. Thank you all. Happy to serve as your chair. Unfortunately, I will not be here next week, so or at the next meeting. We will be on vacation. It's the August 5th. Yep. Okay, congratulations to Weich, our new chair. We will now move on to the election of vice chair. I'm just reading the script. And the script has ended.
Yes, so
I'm just going to go back to the top.
People who have are willing to accept a nomination for vice chair are Commissioners Lee, Abrams, and Mills.
Okay.
So you could accept nominations for those names.
Yep, I'm just going to go back over this since it didn't continue down. So, are there any further nominations for vice chair? Okay, hearing none, I declare the nominations for vice chair closed. Would someone?
Sorry, the nomination should be formally made. Although those are the people who are willing to accept nominations, we should have a formal nomination. Self-nominations are acceptable.
So let's start over. Thank you, Manager Kelly. We'll begin with the nominations for vice chair. Are there any nominations from the floor? All right, we'll start with Hammerschmidt.
I nominate Commissioner Abrams for vice chair.
Okay, and then Commissioner Mills.
I nominate Commissioner Lee for vice chair.
Okay. Are there any further nominations for vice chair? Okay. Hearing none, I now declare the nominations for vice chair closed. We have two candidates. We have Lee and Abrams. Is that correct? Great. So, would someone like to make a motion to proceed to the election of vice chair? So moved by Commissioner Dish, Councilmember Dish. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Weatherby. It has been moved and seconded that we proceed to the election of vice chair. I'm just going to do it the way the script is, and then we'll vote through the roll call the way that the script says. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Okay, the ayes have it. So now we'll proceed to the election of vice chair. The planning manager will do a roll call vote, and when you vote, please indicate either Lee or Abrams as your choice.
Commissioner Weich.
Abrams.
Commissioner Hammerschmidt.
Commissioner Abrams.
Commissioner Abrams.
Abrams.
Councilmember Dish.
Abrams.
Commissioner Mills.
Abrams.
Commissioner Weatherby.
Abrams.
Commissioner Adams.
Abrams.
And Commissioner Norton.
Abrams.
Okay. The votes are as followed. Commissioner Abrams has received the majority of the votes and is elected vice chair. Congratulations. All right, now we will move to the election of secretary. So we'll begin with the nominations for secretary. Are there any nominations from the floor? All right, Commissioner or Councilmember Dish.
I nominate Commissioner Hammerschmidt.
All right. Do we have any others? Hearing none, I declare the nominations for secretary closed. Would someone like to make a motion to proceed to the election of secretary?
So moved.
By Councilmember Dish. Is there a second? Commissioner Adams is the second. So it has been moved and seconded that we proceed to the election of secretary. All those in favor of moving to the election of secretary say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. The ayes have it. We will now use a roll call vote. Well, actually, there is only one candidate.
It could be another voice vote. All in
Yeah, so
favor.
we'll do a voice vote here. All those in favor of electing Commissioner Hammerschmidt as secretary, vote aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, congratulations.
Chairing the next meeting.
You are chairing the next meeting. Okay, thank you all, and sorry for the little kerfuffle on the vice chair. So now we are on to committees and liaisons.
That is correct. Committees and liaisons are, let me share screen again, give me just one moment. So another task is to just confirm your committee and liaison designations. As discussed at your working session, the Environmental Commission is reorganizing into a Sustainability Commission. It will no longer maintain a Planning Commission liaison, and the Comprehensive Plan Review Subcommittee is dissolved. So the following action would formalize all committee and liaison appointments. Someone could move that commissioner appointments as reflected in the staff report be approved. For reference, these are the, this is what is in the staff report. These are the assignments. And then we would update the table with tonight's election results.
Correct. Yes, Commissioner Mills.
Oh, I was going to move.
Oh, you are ready to accept. Okay, so I'm going to read the motion.
The person who would like to be the first mover could also read it.
Great. All right, Commissioner Mills, would you like, since you have it on your screen?
Sure, I have it up on my screen. So I would like to move that the commissioner appointments reflected in the staff report be approved, that including the result of the election that we just held.
Great. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Abrams. Any discussion of the motion? Seeing none, can we do a voice vote? Or do we need to do a roll call?
Voice vote is fine.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Now, we move to our bylaws.
Yes, this was also featured in your working session last Tuesday to discuss whether and if the commission has any interest in using this annual organizational meeting to give flexibility in how public comments are delivered at your meetings to facilitate action items. There are a number of ways that this could be accomplished. I was asked to leave the motion opportunity somewhat open, so there could be the opportunity for multiple, excuse me, I need to put on two-page scrolling on here. But there could be the opportunity to have view, all right, that's not happening. Multiple motions and discussion on each. However, the staff recommendation for simplicity to facilitate meeting management is to have a 2-minute per speaker public comment limit, and also to give the chair and planning manager additional flexibility in adjusting agenda order and components. For example, at your July 1st meeting, there were 2 petitions with public hearings, and those petitioner teams were, they sort of didn't know when public comment would end, and they needed to sit around for quite a long period of time. If the chair had ability to adjust the agenda items in a way that your current bylaws do not allow, then the first public comment period could have been moved until after those public hearings. That's an example of what that would accomplish. So this, you can open for discussion. I'm happy to describe anything else from the staff report or our logic. It's not too deep.
Sure. Can I take the pulse of the table? I think there was general agreement on number 3. Okay, okay, so can we start with number 3, and then we can back into the time. Commissioner Adams?
We're starting with 3, then I don't need to speak.
Great. So let's start with item 3, Manager Kelly, and then we'll start with Commissioner Abrams.
Thank you.
And then Commissioner Mills.
I would vote in support of number 3, which is providing some flexibility on adjusting the agenda order. The comment that I wanted to make is just that while I understand the inconvenience of asking the petitioners to wait for 3 hours of public comment at the meeting, I also want to weigh that against asking members of the public to wait for an hour or an hour and a half to make their public comment while we go through other agenda items. And those are people who have taken time out of their busy lives to come here and maybe have babysitters. So I guess I understand the desire for the flexibility, but for me, it would not be a simple formula of if there's going to be a lot of public comment that we bump it to after the petitioners, because I'm not sure how to prioritize that. So I just wanted to put that on the table. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Mills.
I had a similar thought, which is I would be in support of allowing that flexibility prior to the agenda being published, but once it's published, some of those later agenda items actually have public hearings associated with them, and if those people don't come right away because they know that they are later on the agenda, that want to speak for that, I would say that concerns me a little bit. So I would rather us, unless there's something that we cut from the agenda because it is not ready, I think it's helpful. We publish an agenda so that people know when to show up for different things to talk about. I would keep in that order, personally.
So your support is dependent on when
the adjustment is made.
Is adjusted.
Like, I would
you
think
would want it before the meeting.
Before the meeting, before the agenda is published, exactly.
Okay, but it goes into Legistar the Friday before the Tuesday meeting, correct? Yeah. So it would have to be at that point.
Right, but in my mind, if the chair and the planning manager know that something's brewing, like we've already got a sense of how many letters are in or something where we anticipate there's going to be a long public comment period, I think you could move that then. But before it's published, like obviously you can't read the room at that point. I would prefer not to move things around at the meeting.
Okay. Are there other commenters? Yes, Commissioner Weatherby.
I like the idea of having flexibility just because on occasion we have seen situations where somebody has to leave or somebody has to come in. So while I agree that generally I don't think we should move things around at the meeting, I like the idea of having the flexibility to make changes based on need, or which hopefully isn't very often and isn't very much, but I think having that flexibility is helpful.
Okay. I just have a procedural question, because when we come, our first item is to approve the agenda, but we could modify the agenda at the approval process, correct? At least Robert's Rules of Order would allow us to do that.
You could accept that your bylaws additionally stipulate there will be 2 public comment periods at the beginning and end of the meeting.
Okay.
And it stipulates the comment time per speaker.
So it wouldn't accomplish,
superseding.
it wouldn't accomplish what we would want to do. Okay, it was just a procedural question. Other comments? Yes, we're talking about number 3. I think the way we had the conversation last week at the work session is we were talking about them both fluidly, and so it was sort of like a self-adjusting type of approach, but both Commissioner Abrams and Mills didn't have an opportunity to give us their feedback at the work session. Yes, Commissioner Abrams.
And just to be clear,
Commissioner
this
Norton.
bylaw change would give the planning manager or the chair the authority to change it at their own discretion. This is like, we as a body currently vote to approve the agenda, but we wouldn't be doing that?
No, you would
not-
continue to do that,
So
but the chair
we
could...
would vote on the change to the agenda, the rearranging of the
Yes,
agenda.
yeah, so the chair could get into the room and decide...
So there would still be opportunity for one to
Yes.
express dissent, or to
Yes.
decide that we didn't support the change. I see.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. Okay, Commissioner Norton?
Okay, but I'm confused now, because if we adopt 3, but then we add the qualifier that Commissioner Mills just added, that we don't change it after it's been published, then we can't change the agenda because it's already been published.
Right. So we haven't taken her comment up yet. So we're still just giving the bylaws the discretion. We haven't taken up the restriction that Commissioner Mills has given us. We're discussing it now.
Okay, I'm pointing out there's an inconsistency
Yes.
with the comment there. That if we provide that qualification, then we might as well not bother to make the change because...
You are correct.
What good would it do? So I think I'm more inclined to be in favor of allowing for the agenda to be adjusted on a motion with the committee deciding because something's happened and it's clear that that's going to be really disruptive. If it becomes clear that there are people who aren't here yet because they were expecting it to come later, then we just vote at that point not to change the agenda, is the way I would think it would reason it through.
Yep.
I think being reminded, I mean, I know that we approve the agenda, but knowing how that would happen, I am much more comfortable with that. And I'll just say, just like I have feels about area plans and that kind of thing, I have feels about this, right? Like I would want it to be used judiciously. But I do think that having that flexibility does make sense. If the petition, I mean, this might happen for other things too. The petitioner's not here for something, right, where we have to move things around. Exactly. So I'm cool with that. Because so long as the way that this is translated in writing is that the chair or planning manager propose that, and it's to us to decide to approve that change in the agenda order. I would be cool with that.
Manager Kelly.
I just wanted to share that whatever motions you decide to eventually formalize, and it's formulated in a way that you direct us to represent these options to you in a more specific format, and then I would be taking whatever our best interpretation of your motion is into the actual red line of the bylaws and running it by our city attorney. So you will see this again.
Okay. Does anyone want to attempt to codify into a motion what we just discussed? Commissioner Norton.
I move to ask the planning staff to draft a formal amendment that would modify the bylaws to allow the chair and planning manager to move to modify an agenda at the start of a meeting to provide flexibility, subject to approval by the full planning commission.
Okay. Do we have a second? Commissioner Mills.
Thank you. Is that it clear enough? Did I say that clear enough?
So to allow the chair and planning manager to modify the agenda at the start of the meeting for flexibility, but that has to be approved.
Subject to approval by the...
Subject to approval by the rest of the commission.
Yeah, so it would just, to clean it up, we could also say that it would be the chair or the planning manager proposing an agenda change under item number 3. So it would just live where it already exists, but now the bylaws would permit it where the bylaws does not permit it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you could say this specific to, I mean, we're really just talking about the public comment period, so you could say, I would propose something like, what do we have? I move the following bylaw changes be drafted and referred to the city attorney for review to allow the chair and planning manager flexibility in adjusting the agenda order of public comment.
Subject to approval by the commission.
Subject to approval.
Sure. So does the
agenda.
original mover, are you okay with that
Yep,
change?
that's
And Commissioner Mills, as the second, are you okay with that change? Okay, can we discuss that? Are there any discussion items about that? Okay. This is a motion, so we get to vote on this. Can we do a voice vote, or do we have to do a roll call?
We could start with a voice vote.
Sure. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Great. Everybody okay with that? All right, let's talk about number 1. Yes, Commissioner Adams.
So I sort of stumped for option 2, so option 1 is not my preference, but I'll support it here if folks are willing to do it. I think democracy that happens after 11 o'clock isn't good democracy. I don't think it's transparent. I also think that, I've spoken in front of council and planning on a number of occasions. I think it is totally possible to get your message across in 2 minutes, and that's really what we're talking about here. So we already limit speaking time. So that's fully compatible with public engagement, participatory democracy. The question is, should it be 3 or 2? We're routinely seeing, and we will be seeing as we do zoning, we're routinely seeing our meetings stretch out into the wee hours, and I just don't believe that that's good for public engagement. Members of the public ought to be able to watch our meetings in real time without having to stay up till midnight. And when council's rules were different, and I was a member of the public watching those meetings, it was impossible for me to stay up that late. I had kids, I had a job. That's just not a good process. The impact of somebody having to take their comment that they would normally have 3 minutes to say and squish it into 2, to me, is not particularly material to the public's right to engage. But when we've had 30 to 50 public commenters, getting those minutes back to help us move through our agenda, conduct our business, not delay petitions, that's really material. And I'll say 2 other things that I didn't say during the working session. If the stakes of volunteering for one of these positions is that you have to routinely be here until 11 to 12 o'clock at night, we're not going to get volunteers for these positions, and that's not good for local democracy. It's also not healthy for our staff. We will not get members, people will not want to work for the city if every one of our meetings go this late. We have to find a way to move through our agenda in an orderly way. And all the public feedback we got was, well, you're reacting to negative feedback. This proposal allows the same amount and quantity of negative feedback to come my way. It's not about my feelings of, not wanting to hear the public. I want to hear the public. But it's about making sure that our business is being conducted in a sensible way. So I want to make a motion for the 2-minute limit.
Okay, why don't you start with a motion, and let's see if we can get a second.
I want to make sure I'm following scripted tonight, so hold on. I move that the following bylaw changes be drafted and referred to the city attorney for review. Item 1 on the staff report, which states limit public comment to 2 minutes per speaker.
Is there a second? Councilmember Dish seconds, and now we're in discussion. Councilmember Dish.
So I'm not sure, I haven't decided on this yet. I did want to make an observation, and that is that when we get to zoning, the meetings where we are actually voting on a zoning change that is related to the comprehensive land use plan, those will be public hearings, and those can't be limited. I don't know if the allotted number of minutes for speakers at a public hearing can be limited.
Yes, I believe that they could. I did not scour your bylaws in particular for that, but I can take a look at that if you make the motion. I mean, it says public comment, but that is also a public comment, so I could take a look at that at the same time if this proceeds.
Okay, that would be good. So everyone who wants to speak at a public hearing must be able to speak.
They will be able to speak.
They will be able to speak, and we're happy to have them speak.
Yes.
Right? The public hearings, you can't. Correct. And so actually the 2-minute limit is a very effective change for us to make, because it will facilitate more people getting to speak and a meeting that doesn't go past 2 a.m. at the public hearings for zoning. So I think that point, that whereas number 2, the option 2 that we aren't considering tonight, makes a change that cannot be extended to public hearings. But this change can hold across the board for comment at Planning Commission meetings. So that is just an observation.
Commissioner Weatherby.
So I'm going to be voting no on this. I think that 3 minutes is not a long time when it's something that's your livelihood or your place of residence. I think a lot of people are nervous when they come here and they feel uncomfortable formulating sentences. And I think if you are used to public speaking, that can seem like a long time, but I don't like the change, and I especially don't like the change during a time of where we are getting a lot of people. I can see actually making this change when we've had 30 boring meetings in a row, and and it's not going to feel like an infringement on people's rights to speak. I realize people can write in, people can speak. I don't like to make the change. I don't think it's a good public impression. It does give the impression, because we are limiting people's right to speak. And whether that's done to allow more people or not, I think it's not going to come across that way, and I don't like the idea of giving that impression. I also think that we definitely use time of day as like when all of us do. I've done this where it suits us. Not everybody works the same hours. Not everybody lives the same hours. 11 o'clock might be a time where some people can come in. Like, I think using that as a only, people can only speak between 7:30 and 9:30 efficiently, I think is just, everybody has their own schedules. Everybody has their own times when they can or cannot do things. So I think it's hard to use that as like everyone is in bed by 11 or everyone can come to a meeting at 7, or like, it's just, we have a lot of wide-ranging people. So being like, I think we shouldn't limit people. And as you can see, I tend to be chatty, so I would prefer 3 minutes when I speak, and I just think this is a bad time to change it.
Other commenters? Commissioner Mills.
I was just going to say I did listen also to the work session. And when Commissioner Weatherby said this in the work session last week, I was thinking the same thing. I agree. I'm not necessarily opposed to the change. I don't think that now is the time to make that change. So I will be voting no.
Okay. Commissioner Hammerschmidt.
So like Councilmember Dish, I think I'm also not really sure where I stand on this, particularly after listening to some public comment about it. I'm actually like, I don't hate number 4, which we're not even talking about potentially, giving the chair the ability to modify the comment length at the time of the meeting based on the volume of commenters according to the internet. And I did find the MLive article that is behind a paywall. City of Ypsi, for their city council meetings, just implemented something like this last fall. I don't know the details because I just found it, but I think it was like if there's people sign up, like our city council does, but then if it's more than 30 people, the chair can say, okay, we're limiting it to 2 minutes instead of 3 minutes. So, I mean, at least in that way, if there's only 5 people here, like how things were in like the before times, where was it a big deal that people had 3 minutes to speak because nobody came because we weren't popular? There's not a problem. I think like we have definitely been feeling the ramifications of 3-hour public comment and like how that impedes our discussions due to tiredness and things like that. I mean, I don't know if that would be more amenable to the body or not. Because yeah, I'm really conflicted on what I'm going to do.
I'm going to add a small asterisk, the present company excluded from the comment about our popularity. Okay, I'm turning this way because sometimes I don't favor my right. Okay? All right, so we'll go to Commissioner Abrams and then Weatherby.
I also am really struggling here. I agree with everything that Commissioner Adams said about the ineffectiveness of us meeting late into the night, but I also am really very reluctant to do anything that would limit the ability for the public to come and speak before us. So if I factor the uniqueness of this moment and the comprehensive land use plan, and I understand that when we go to implementation and updating the UDC and the zoning ordinance, that those will all have public hearings, which will, it feels like all we're doing is addressing these few meetings, the majority of which have already happened, and that by and large, for the most part, there's really not an issue with the 3-minute time. What I feel is that there's no perfect solution here, but I think I'm going to, in the end, come down on not limiting public comment, even though I think it is a problem that we are here so late. So I'm wrestling with it as well.
Commissioner Weatherby.
Just from my perspective as being someone who came here to give comments, I would write them out and practice them when I was coming. So having a 3-minute or a 2-minute change suddenly would have been very difficult. If we want people to have well-practiced, meaningful comments, I think we don't want to change the time.
Okay. I have comments, but I want to make sure I hear from everyone before I speak. Commissioner Adams.
The only thing I'll say, and I may go down in flames here, none of the people that I know who are passionate about the subject matter that we've been discussing can show up to these meetings. None of them can. Because they are intimidated by the length of them, the fact that they may have to wait 2 to 3 hours to talk. Like that is a silent deterrent that keeps people away from what we're doing here. And it did, and I know it did for me, when Ann Arbor Public Schools had their big brouhaha over like firing Swift and all that. Now granted, they have like 1 minute comment times or something like that. But I was intimidated by the idea of going to a big auditorium and like then I tell Lisa like I'll be home at 10. You know, I want to go and talk for a minute, but I'll be home at 10. That does operate to deter and chill public engagement with our body. So I just want to be upfront about, you know, again, the difference between 2 and 3, I get for an individual speaker to me feels small. For our agenda, it's huge, right? Especially with these big meaty topics, which are not going to stop. And the other thing is, and I recognize that we're probably going to go back to shorter meetings in the near future, maybe, but we're not ever going to have an after-action report on process improvements to make the next plan process go smoother. The things that we bury in the bylaws will likely stick, and they're little Easter eggs to make the next time, the next round of planners that go through this, it will benefit them. And I'll stop there and say no more about this.
Commissioner Mills.
I'd rather take this up next year, personally. Like, I'm with you that we should be learning, like, what might this look like? And my very first planning commission meeting was with Nixon Farms. It was like 1 o'clock. It was a late planning commission meeting. My first 2 planning commission meetings were so late. And I mean, blessedly, like it has come and gone, right? Like that's not the norm. And so let's not forget this and think about process. I mean, actually, after that, I feel like there were some of the changes that we made into our bylaws about when we take up additional things and kind of thinking about just the volume of things that comes before us. I don't think I can make this change now. I don't think that now is the time to make this change.
Commissioner Norton.
The chair's looking at me. I totally understand all of these comments and the dilemma. I think I'm falling down on this isn't the time to do this. It's not the time to do this. We should learn about the process and make it improved after we get through this series of meetings, but I'll vote no on this motion.
Councilmember Dish.
I just want to say that the equity concerns that Commissioner Adams is raising are real, they are compelling. I think they are correct. There's a wonderful article, either chapter in a book, I think it's chapter, Democracy is an Endless Meeting, and that title does not mean to recommend it. It talks about all the people who get priced out of these incredibly long meetings. So I think that that position is right. I also think that we are in a context where there is a lot of suspicion and a lot of misinformation, and to make a change that looks like we are not wanting to hear dissent because that is how it will be framed. This is a time when those very excellent arguments can't possibly have a hearing in public. And so I think we are better off not to make this change now.
Okay, I think the comments I was going to make, I think have been made, but I'll just be sure. So one, the thing that the limitation on the public comment is not the same for the public hearing. The next, we're in version 2 of the comp plan. We may have a version 3, and then it's off to city council. So that may be in 3 meetings. Like we'll be finished with everything and off to city council within 3 regular meetings.
Well, that depends, but yes,
Okay.
more or less.
So is it possible, I know we have a placeholder in July to do bylaw review, and that's what we're doing. So we are doing what we are supposed to be doing. This conversation is appropriate. This is the time to look at bylaws. Can we pick up bylaws at any time?
Yes, you could add bylaws outside of an annual review. I think that's just a sort of hygiene item that's put in there to make sure they don't stagnate.
Okay, so if I am hearing the table correctly, there is apprehension to take this up tonight and to make any material change to public comment. Am I hearing the table correctly? Okay, we do have a motion, and unless the original motion withdraws, we should have a vote on it. Let's vote on it. All right, let's do a roll call vote for this.
Sure. On the motion as presented to limit public comment speaking time to 2 minutes, Commissioner Weish?
No.
Commissioner Hammerschmidt?
No.
Commissioner Mills?
No.
Commissioner Abrams?
No.
Councilmember Dish?
No.
Commissioner Weatherby?
No.
Commissioner Adams?
Yes.
Commissioner Norton?
No.
Wow,
That
crispy. Crispy.
Okay, thank you,
Flames
everyone.
was
Can we just put a placeholder for November to just check in to see if there is appetite at that point to look again?
I actually do have a place where I put placeholders, so
Great.
I can. How about 11:18? Placeholder for bylaws.
That sounds like a good time for me. Okay, so given that we are we are amending the bylaws. We amend it to permit the chair and the planning manager the flexibility, or for the lawyers to bring something back to us. If I'm looking at the memo that you've put together for us, do we need to do the next two? So do we need to do an affirmation?
Yes, if you are concluding the agenda or the item for bylaws, we can move on to work program.
Okay, so I was going to ask, are there any other bylaw items that we would like to look at or review at this time? Commissioner Abrams.
I would like to discuss this proposal to add public comment for items which have public hearing removed. Can we have a discussion of that, which is in the staff report?
Yes.
I apologize. Yes, I would like that actually to be, that could be a voice vote, but that was discussed at your working session as well. And
So this is the next item, which is the elimination of public hearing requirements for site plans at Planning Commission. However, Planning Commission meetings should be restructured to allow public comment for each site plan that appears on the agenda.
Yes, thank you.
Yep.
So there is a proposed motion.
And this is a part of the packages that we receive from council that are
Yes,
sort of
and
cleaning
council
up
is
these things.
voting formally a second hearing, or second reading, on this on July 21st. So by the time this comes back to this table at potentially, we could add it to an August meeting. If it's ready by then, we would know which way council decided to vote on that item on 721. But this sort of presupposes that they would do that.
All right, back to Commissioner Abrams.
Just a clarifying question. So the difference here between a public comment period and a public hearing is about notification? Is that correct?
Public hearings must, following the state statute, would be noticed in a newspaper of record, and then in the UDC it specifies how long in advance.
And it's 2 weeks, right?
Yes, I believe so, but we, in practice, have to do so like 3 or 4 weeks in advance.
So I just wanted that to be clear for anyone from the public who's wondering why there might be an action to remove public hearing and add public comment, that the difference there is about notification. So public comment period would, I guess the notification there would be when the agenda is released, which is the Friday before our Tuesday meetings. But the format and as of now, the length of comment would be the same as a public hearing, as it currently is.
And can I clarify, both for myself and the public, that these are by right site plans?
This would be for anything which this body approved and forwarded to City Council in the batch of UDC amendments responding to that economic development resolution. So I believe it's all public hearings for all site plans.
But those would be site plans that end at our table.
Yes, so things that require a public hearing according to state statute, like site plans that accompany a rezoning, for example.
Those will continue and
those would
not
continue
be
to have a
subject to this.
public hearing.
Correct.
And be noticed accordingly. Yeah.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Hammersmith.
I have another clarifying question. So right now, in our agenda, we have public items on for public hearing at the next regular business meeting, right? So since these won't be public hearings, they'll be public comment. How long in advance will we know that they're on the agenda? That's what is it possible that something could show up for a site plan the Friday before? So we're just hearing about it, the public's just hearing about it?
Yes. There are, I mean, it would not be any later than the Friday before your meeting. There are some ways that we might be able to release information about upcoming known agenda site plans, but It is challenging because the purpose of these batch of changes was to give flexibility. For example, if a site plan is close, but it's waiting on somebody to resolve a solid waste issue, to make that determination very close to the deadline for the agenda. So sometimes we have site plans which we've told people, no, there's no way you're getting on that agenda, but with this change, if it is to be approved by council, would give us a lot more flexibility to, at a later hour, add items for action, for voting action onto your agenda. So I can't guarantee that we always know, but we don't require public hearing anymore, so no, we're just not going to tell anybody. Like, sometimes it really is down to the wire, and that was the intention.
Yeah, so no later than the Friday before, but I guess, like, if, say you do know, can in that public hearing section in the agenda, is it possible to also say, like, this isn't for a public hearing, but we know in maybe 2 weeks, like, you wouldn't know if it was going to be on the agenda yet, but, like, if there were, I think, like what you said, like, any sort of, like, advance notification, if possible, but it might not always be possible.
We could incorporate known agended site plan petitions into that section of the agenda and maybe retitle it to public hearings and
upcoming
site plans for planning commission action, with the caveat that they might be also pulled, because sometimes petitioners ask us to pull things, and that gives them more flexibility too, because with the public hearing, we have to hold it if we notice it, and they might not always want that, and sometimes that happens, and then we just have to tell you, hey, this is on your agenda, but pretty please just don't
postpone it.
And then the petitioner is always nervous, like, are they actually going to postpone it? And I'm like, I don't know, probably.
No. Thank you, that's very helpful.
Okay, and then to your point, I wanted to note that we only have 2 regular meetings scheduled in our normal course of a month, and so the timing may miss. So just want to make sure that's in there. I saw Commissioner Mills, Abrams, and Norton.
Because we're talking about public notice for these things, public participation, I should say. That's a better word. I want to refresh my mind in case you guys are also not 100%. This is just checking my memory. What we have already passed that has gone on to City Council in response to the memo was that the public, or the postcards, the kind of who gets a postcard and when, for what kind of projects, has been minimized.
Type 1 and Type 2 were adjusted, and the language for Type 1 was changed to only apply to those items which require a public hearing. And so that is left up to basically the parameters of state statute, as I read it.
Right. The thing that we talked about, because I don't want to lose this, but we haven't voted on yet, is the big not billboard, but large sign to be posted. We haven't taken, I didn't miss a meeting.
That will be discussed at the next ordinance revisions subcommittee meeting, which is on 7/22.
Awesome, because what
preliminary.
Because again, what we had talked about before was that may have the ability, by pointing interested passerby, not just those within the state mandated 300 feet, but any interested passerby, to track that particular proposal that they care about online, so that where you are keeping track of where all of these, like where it is in the development process. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to make sure that that we're all on the same page, and any listeners also kind of on the same page. So towards your question, Commissioner Hammerschmidt, or kind of like what you were making me think about is, I think ultimately there will be more eyes if we're able to get the big sign thing passed. More eyes on kind of where this project is in the process, and maybe more interest, because there will be something physically there in the place where it will be, which is not currently the case. I mean, it's a small thing that gets posted, yeah?
Yeah, that's the intention, and the details are TBD, but we'll start discussing them is that next
week?
Next
so
week.
Tune in on Tuesday to, if you have thoughts on that.
This proposed motion memorializes adding in public comment periods for site plans, which, pending the outcome of that vote, may no longer require public hearings, but that doesn't mean we can't implement it in practice. This is a formalization of something that is the intention of council, is staff would all like to do, and we can add this to the agenda. Even if you're still pending a review of red line bylaws, we can start doing this after the 21st if the result is that we have changed those type 1 and type 2 notifications.
This one is the real question. That was checking my memory, but this change doesn't say when those public comments for the site plans happen. There's still, I feel like maybe once upon a time when we were initially discussing this, there would be, the section where you talk about provide any public comment for any of those particular kind of things. This doesn't talk about the format of that during the meeting or where in the meeting, because I do think it makes sense to have the public comment when we're talking about the proposal. That's clearer to me. This doesn't stop that, but it also doesn't force us to do it that way. Is that right?
No, but if you want to modify the motion to ensure that flexibility, then I guess I would just want direction, because we were thinking replace the public hearing period with public comment.
At the time that we're talking about that.
It would look
site
and feel
plan.
exactly the same, except there would not be the kind of onerous newspaper timelining and calendaring that can eat up a month of scheduling.
That's personally what I'm more in favor of. It's just now that we have public comment at the beginning, public comment for some things, public hearings for other, I'm just thinking about our language and trying to not confuse people who are not here all the time. So I'm cool with that.
Yeah,
That's
so
what I would
instead
like.
of, the chair would just say this is a public comment period for this site plan, instead of saying this is now a public hearing, and then it would just be conducted the same way.
And when we take up this motion, we can just modify to do that. Abrams and then Norton, please.
Just quickly, because I know I already spoke. Maybe one thing I just want to remind us is that this Friday release of the agenda is also in our bylaws, and I believe Mr. Leonard mentioned at a previous meeting it's something we could consider changing. So it's not a hard and fast rule. The bylaws say, to the extent practicable, the agenda will be available, blah, 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 the Friday preceding. So I think we have, and this could be something we do in the near future, but if we wanted to try to move that to a week before our meeting or up a couple of days, we could think about that too.
Commissioner Norton.
Two things. I think if we're going to do this as a matter of practice, I don't know that this needs to be written in the bylaws, but I'm looking at the new chair. You would probably want to start the general comment period and note that if you have comments on the upcoming site plan approval, wait till then, if we're going to go there. Because I think people will still be confused about when am I supposed to talk about what. I also want to remind folks, though, that as well as the noticing problem, one of the big reasons to not have public hearings in front of site plans approvals is because they're administrative decisions. And we have little discretion to deny them if the petitioner, the proponent, has satisfied all of the requirements. And when you're doing special public comment periods for a decision that you really can't engage with the public comments, you're creating an expectation on the part of people that we can change our mind or we can add new things because we're hearing public comment. There's a risk here we've solved the public noticing problem, but we're maintaining the problem of giving people a false impression that there's any discretion left here. So that would be the reason to not have a site plan specific comment period and just say, if you have comments on the site plan, you are free to do that during the public comment period. But note, it's an administrative decision. So I'm actually not inclined to want to do public comments in front of the site plan approval for that reason, because I think we're going to be setting people up to be mad at us when they make public comments, and then we say, yeah, but we have to approve it because they've satisfied all of the requirements for site plan approval. So just to monkey things up a bit, I thought I'd put that on the table.
Are there other comments? I would entertain a motion.
I move that the bylaw changes be drafted and referred to the city attorney for review to add public comment periods for site plans which may no longer require public hearings.
So moved. Do we have a second? Seconded by Councilmember Dish and Adams, but I favor my left. Discussion on the motion. Commissioner
This
Norton.
motion doesn't really resolve this last issue we were just talking about, which is, does that mean just general comments at the start of the meeting or a site plan approval specific comment period?
I can revise the motion, friendly amendment. Public comment periods for site plans when they're being discussed. I don't know how you want to word that.
Commissioner
That's
Dish.
the intention.
How about the language designated public comment period attached to review of a site plan? But designated public comment period would be one way of marking that off from general public comment period. Agreed that it runs into the same problems that we have had when people come for a public hearing and find out that we can't really change anything. But I think when we're trying to do a really delicate dance between not shutting down or giving the appearance of creating a belief that we don't care about public participation. And so when council entertained this recommendation from the Economic Development Report, the idea was that we wanted it to be a designated public comment period attached to the site plan discussion at Planning Commission. And we didn't want it just at the beginning, because the idea is that the general public comment period can go all over the place. Sometimes it's very focused, but they can basically bring up anything. But these designated public comment periods would let people build on each other and kind of deliberate about a project and learn things. And sometimes we do learn things that maybe we can still address, even though the project is going to go through. But there is still something valuable. There can be something valuable about the person who says, but there's this driveway, or I don't know what it is, but there isn't zero learning. And so this is what council had in mind and was hoping that you would offer us. And the idea that we would align Ann Arbor's regulations more closely with the state's, which is to, in fact, provide fewer public hearings than Ann Arbor had used to do. The idea that we would do that and then not provide anything else was just not something that crossed our minds. That was not what we were trying to do. We weren't trying to silence people. We were trying to take some of the regulations that we had piled on to the state process that were slowing down and costing money. We were trying to remove those. So.
Right. Commissioner Norton.
And to follow up, I'm actually quite okay with that. I'm not objecting to having designated public comment. I would, just as a matter, I don't think this needs to be written into the bylaws, but as a matter of practice, I think it would be helpful for the chair to let folks know that these are administrative decisions and we have limited discretion. And I would note, too, that we may learn things, but it could also be the case that a project proponent will hear something and comment they hadn't thought about before. And I'm thinking about a certain commenter who's in the audience right now who gives us really helpful public comment all the time, and acknowledge that it's still helpful to do that, even if it's a non-discretionary decision. So just to say, I'm perfectly fine with the amendment to designate it so that it aligns with the site plan approval.
Okay, the original motion was made by Commissioner Abrams. It was modified. Commissioner Abrams declared it friendly. Is it friendly to the table?
I can also restate it.
Okay. And Councilmember Dish, you're good with the amendment? Because I think you seconded it. Okay, great. Manager Kelly.
Would you like to move to a vote?
I would. I would like to do a voice vote.
Okay. So a motion that bylaw changes be drafted and referred to city attorney for review to add designated public comment periods attached to the review of site plans which may no longer require public hearings.
Yes. All those in favor? Aye. Aye. Any opposed? Great. Let's move on to our work program. I would entertain a motion to accept our work program as proposed. Moved by Commissioner Weatherby, seconded by Commissioner Mills. We're in discussion? Seeing no discussion, are we ready to vote? I'd like to do a voice vote.
Sure. On the motion that the attached work program for fiscal year 2026 be adopted.
Yes. All those in favor, vote aye. Aye. Any opposed? It is approved.
That concludes your organizational items as I have them in the staff report. If there's anything else you'd like to, that I haven't included, please let me know and I'm available.
Sure. The only thing I would like to ask for is along the lines of what Commissioner Norton has been hinting at tonight, which is, I think, and I'm happy to put something together like a pre-meeting PowerPoint, I think is the way that I described it, that sort of helps orient the public to what we're going to do tonight. So if there is a site plan that we would say this is an administrative site plan, there'll be public comment, or if there's a way for us to work it into the written agenda so that as people pick it up, they can see that. I think just more information that we can share, because the one thing that has been consistent throughout the comp plan process is a lot of people are unfamiliar with the process of how these decisions get made. And so because they're unfamiliar, it feels exclusionary just by its nature. So when people can't talk back, they're like, well, you're not listening. And it's like, well, the meeting is not designed as an exchange. Often we're having emotional conversations, but we're actually, there are by right developments. And so it's like everything you're saying is valid, and yet this person can still build it. And that isn't the way that for a lot of people, their lives work. So it feels disjointed. So if there are ways that we can improve our communication to the public, and I don't know if that is through our bylaws, like we adopt a let's improve our communication to the public bylaw, or if that gets put into our work plan and we work with a specialist that the city may already have just to help us. I'm thinking of like the improvement to how you get to information through the Engage website. That has been huge. It's so easy now to refer people there and to help them understand, and it walks through. Here's what's happening, here's how it's going to impact you, and here's the next step you can do. Something like that in a 3-stage, I think, would be fantastic. So those are my thoughts about that. Anyone else before we move on to the second draft of the comp plan? Great. So now we will move on to agenda item 11B, review of the comprehensive plan second draft, and we will start with a staff presentation by Planner Bennett, who likes to be referred to as Michelle during these sections of our meeting.
Ooh, good evening, Commissioners. My presentation this evening is in your packets. Just to orient us, because it's been 2 weeks since we met to discuss the draft comprehensive land use plan. We had gone through a series of edits that staff had organized into larger discussion topics, staff edits, and factual edits. We are still in the discussion section of that. We plan to spend most of our time here unless any of you have gone through the staff edits and wanted to bring those up for discussion. This may be new to you, Commissioner Adams.
I'm sorry. I tell you, I really have to orient myself to my right. Commissioner Adams.
I was going to squawk about it. So
That's okay. I'm yielding to you for a motion I think you want to make.
And I want to just sort of acknowledge, I'm going to make this as quick as possible because I think it's a pretty straightforward. I wasn't here last week, but I also didn't have my edit incorporated in the discussion section, so it didn't get discussed. There's the current, in the staff edits, it states.
Which page?
Can you, tell us the page.
Yeah. So it's a staff edit on page 60 is what I have in my notes. Give me 1 second. 60.
So
Like,
you
give me
mean
one
on the left side, so it's
me one
possibly on page 12.
It's on 12.
Oh, there's a huge.
Yeah, sorry. It's on page 12 of the PDF.
I'm sorry, can I pause everyone for a second? Planner Bennett, could you please, for those that are watching remotely as well as those in the chamber, can you put up the page 12 for us so that they have at least a reference point as Commissioner Adams starts?
Yes.
Please. And then once that's up, Commissioner
I have to pull
Adams.
that up because I had the editable
It's okay.
version open
Yeah,
for myself.
it's-
So give me 1 second.
Yep,
to
and
pull this
then
up.
Commissioner Adams, once Planner Bennett has it up, you can resume.
You got it.
Okay. Page 12. Okay. Mhm.
Thank you.
Yes.
So it's the second edit at the top, historic district boundaries will be maintained. I understood this language, and if I'm remembering this right, this was proposed by Councilmember Dish to give some comfort to folks who thought we were going after historic districts. What I was hoping to see was something that was like neutral or agnostic on the issue completely, saying that's a separate thing, we haven't touched it, we have no desire to touch it, we're not taking a position one way or the other. My concern is that this language, especially with the change from will to should, expresses what sort of reads or could be read as a policy judgment by us and the plan that these things need to be preserved. And I have my own personal views on it, but at the end of the day, I thought my point of view on it was we have not taken any evidence on it. We can't influence it. I don't think the plan should take a position on it one way or the other, because what I would hate to have happen is if in 5 years the law changes and the judgment changes through some other mechanism, process, or decision, I don't want anybody coming back and saying, well, Planning Commission said in 2025 that they should be maintained. I haven't made that judgment. So I proposed an edit to make this very neutral, saying we're not saying one thing one way or the other. They're there. They're governed by a completely separate legal regime, and we're not touching them. This, as revised, especially if it's a staff edit, is going to go from will to should, and I wanted to at least take a vote on our position on the matter so that we're either going to stay neutral or we're going to say something like this.
Okay, so would you please make a motion to see if we have a second, and then we can discuss?
I would move that we revise the language historic district boundaries will be maintained on page 60 to, I think what I sent in was, this plan takes no position on historic districts and their boundaries, which are governed by separate legal standards and processes.
Okay, that's moved. Do we have a second? Seconded by Commissioner Abrams. And now we are in discussion. Are there commissioners who'd like to discuss this? Commissioner Abrams.
I just wanted to voice support and, excuse me, in my original comments, I had proposed just eliminating the sentence altogether, but I would support the motion as stated.
It gives, I think it does, sorry for jumping in, it still gives if a council member needs to point somebody to language saying the plan's not doing anything, I think that still does it. And that's why I didn't want to strike it, but I did want to say something on it.
Commissioner Hammerschmidt.
Did I raise my hand, or did you just know that I wanted to say something?
I favor my left.
I also had a comment that I sent in about this section, which leads me to another question that I will ask after this.
So are your comments on this?
Yes,
No, okay.
I don't want to shut the door entirely on any sort of change, and if that means, so I would agree on like the should or the will, like it doesn't matter, like I don't think that, like I would also be fine with striking it or amending it. Can I ask my other thing now or no?
I would say no.
Okay.
Let's wait, just so that we can stay clean on this, because this is a clear motion. And you could make a friendly motion. Would you like to make a amendment?
No.
Okay, great. Other commissioners? Commissioner Weatherby.
So I think I agree with a lot of that, but my problem is that our historic districts exist, and they are a big deal. I mean, they have a lot of houses, and it's something that people feel strongly about. So making it neutral actually kind of, I think, will diminish it for a lot of people, and I'm not sure. I think while we may see it as that comment as neutral, I think it's not a neutral presence. It's like the university. It's not a neutral presence in our community, and I think making, I don't know what the right wording is, but I'm not sure making it neutral is, I think that's understating it. I think we have to say we have the university, we have these historic districts that limit building in other places, and that those do affect how we're going to look at other districts, and kind of, I just feel like that it makes it too neutral, and that it doesn't make the case for other positions we've taken, or I don't know, it just feels a little too, I've looked at other cities and, they really hit their historic districts hard in their comprehensive plans and talk a lot about them, and I think we've already kind of neutralized ours in some ways, and we don't talk about them that much, and I think if we continue to sort of have neutral language, I think it kind of obfuscates people's understanding of what it means. And I think we have to kind of face like, okay, this, if we're going to keep these, then that means something. So.
Okay. Other commissioners? Planner Bennett.
Can you please repeat the motion?
Sure. Strike historic district boundaries will be maintained, which is the current language on page 60, and replace with this plan takes no position on historic districts and their boundaries, which are governed by separate legal standards and processes.
And so you'll then continue that sentence, and development will continue to adhere to the existing standards and design guidelines approved by the HDC.
Right, I was only going to strike the historic district boundaries will be maintained. I think that's the only language I'm cutting.
Okay.
Okay. Any other discussion? Are we ready to vote? Let's do a roll call vote.
Commissioner Weish.
Yes.
Just 1 second here. Not normally at this part of the meeting. So, yes?
Yes.
Sorry? Okay. Commissioner Hammerschmidt.
No.
Okay. Abrams.
Yes.
Dish.
No.
Mills.
Yes.
Okay. Weatherby.
No.
All right. Adams.
Yes.
And Norton.
Yes.
Yes. So I'm counting 5 yeses.
That's correct.
Which
so
would
it passes.
Carry.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. Back to you, Planner Bennett.
Okay. So I was just starting by trying to orient everyone into how this is organized and where we had left off on July 1st. So where we left off was under the discussion section, and we had gotten to, let's see here. We had gotten to the future land use map, and that's where we had decided to pause. So I suppose I want to bring this up and how we'd like to run the rest of this meeting. Council has shared with us that they are going to be passing a resolution that will be making some changes, I think, that would impact our current framework. And so I would offer that we could continue to go through. If you recall, we had about 16 to 18 sites to go through, in which this was brought to our attention from Planning Commission to staff that there were areas where the future land use map has downzoned. And so we were going to discuss these parcel or area by area. And then after that, there are still some more comments to go through. So this would be our first step. And then we have a few more kind of future land use map and goal discussion topics. So there's a few options here. I think we could wait to see what the resolution is. And by doing that, we might need to call a special meeting at the end of January. We could proceed.
End of January.
Sorry, July. July. We could continue with our current framework and have kind of larger scale conversations about this and maybe work still through some land use topics. Or if people have gone through the staff section, as we just did, and felt like they wanted to raise those instead, we could jump to that and maybe wait for this discussion until the end of July or August. Those are some of the options I have thought of. I will proceed however you all feel is best.
So can I clarify at the table? I need to clarify with the commissioners. It was my understanding that we had general agreement that we wouldn't downzone anything in the new land use map. That as a overall principle, we didn't want to downzone something that had a higher density permission currently. Was that?
Absent a good reason.
Okay, sure, that's a good qualifier. And everyone, I'm not going to call on you, so just let's have hot mics for this part so that you can speak clearly and quickly. So I'm affirming that we had a discussion that we did not want to downzone anything that was already higher density permitted. So like if the new plan comes in, it doesn't take something that is a multifamily and then restrict it with the new zoning.
The burden of proof, the rules that we had talked about when we were going through the logic of the map were roughly stated, I think by me, as we can downzone with a good reason, otherwise we ought to just run the R3, R4 to transition play.
Into
out of
transition.
Fairness and everything else, yeah.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I would just offer that after carefully looking at all 16 of these areas, I think that actually there are some inconsistencies. So there are some areas which are R3 where the current density, the R3 density would be allowable in residential. You don't need to go to transition to do townhomes that are 3 stories high. So, and I think there are some areas that are currently zoned R3 that would be appropriate to leave in residential, and there are some that might be appropriate to move to transition. So,
but that would.
So I guess for me, it's hard to just do a blanket all R3 and R4. All R3 go to transition.
Sure.
That's a zone where maybe there's some discretion.
I'm not, to be clear, I'm not asking us to approve a zoning change. I'm asking about the principle. So that, because if the principle is in place, then for me, it would shift what staff presented to us, because then staff would look at it with the goal of not downzoning anything. And then what we talk about are conflict places. So exactly what you just brought up. So where there's already agreement that this density is appropriate here, it moves automatically. And then in a place where it's a R3, and we would have put it in transition, but it's also permissible in low-rise, that's brought to us to say, here's our principle, and so we would move from 18 to, I imagine, 6, that we would actually have to look at and say, these 6 are conflict points. How do we want to adjust the map?
So if I could interject, so I think in general that is correct and that's a good method. As Commissioner Abrams brought up, we will have to look at some of them because currently residential would allow for some of these things that are
but that presupposes that council doesn't change
correct.
it.
And so
because
that's what I
if
want to
council
bring up,
changes
if council does cap things to triplex,
then it would
then a
cause
lot more
problem.
things on here are going to shift into different areas.
Except the language isn't a cap exactly.
Yeah.
The language is that essentially up to R3 is by right. I know this language is imprecise, but up to up to multiplex. I'm so sorry. I'm really, really tired in a weird way. So up to triplexes are by right, and higher densities are not prohibited, but you have to consider. So if you had, so that means that if you had R4, you might allow higher density in a place that that had once been R4 and had that style of building, and you would say, oh yeah, more than a triplex is fine here. That's what's around here.
Yeah. So the reason I bring this up is just in light of when we were working on the first draft and you all wanted to wait to work on the implementation matrix until everything was in front of you. I see this as a somewhat similar situation of that you don't have the language in front of you. So we could proceed and like we mentioned, boil it down to those few areas.
I think absent the actual memo, we can't, unfortunately, I appreciate the heads up, but we don't have it in front of us. So I don't think it's, fair is not the right word. I don't think it's prudent.
Yeah.
I was getting there. I don't think it's prudent to have that be the limiting factor of the discussion for tonight. I think when we have it, I think we address it because it still has to pass the council table and come back to us, and it may not. And so if it doesn't, then we would be waiting that way. It may not. So Commissioner Norton, sorry, you could just speak freely. I didn't want you to have to.
I don't want to cut anybody off. I want to just point out again that we're talking as if this is a zoning map, and that's
exactly. And
we should not be doing that. Zoning was just one of the factors of a bunch of factors that went into these different land use classifications, and that's part of the reason I see pause the plan signs. Your neighborhood is being rezoned. Well, no, it's not. This is a plan with future land use maps. It's not strictly a zoning code. So we should be a little bit more precise in how we're thinking about what we're doing here. So it's not really precise to say this future land use map is downzoning things. It's calling for less density. It may be calling for a change in zoning that would be incompatible with what we're trying to do. Which is lawyerlistic and clunky, but I want to be a bit more precise in what we're doing. Having said that, I understood there was a kind of a protocol the staff and the planning consultants used to get to the future land use map, and it were all of these factors. And one of the good ways to get to fairness and equity is to apply a standard set of rules to everybody.
Yep.
But then you can get site-specific conditions where it's not fair. So then the second way to get to fairness is look at the site-specific conditions and see if there's mitigating circumstances here. So absent, in Commissioner Abrams' words, absent a good reason to do something else, we should follow the protocol. All of which is to say, it seems to me we ought to look at these areas that have been identified if in fact there's something going on here that suggests just applying the blanket rule is going to create some problem. What I'm still not quite sure on is that council waiting until we get the memo from the city council, or can we proceed with all 18 of these now
You can proceed.
I think we can proceed, but there may be some
You just have
adjustment.
to redo
that
some
would
of it
come
again.
Yeah, I
back.
was listening for things, as Councilmember Dish read off the list, I was listening to things that would cause a problem tonight, and I feel like we can still proceed and not have to rip up the work.
I agree.
Might have to make some changes, but yeah.
Okay.
So I would like to lean into Commissioner Norton's last comment around language, which was going to be echoed by Commissioner Hammerschmidt around that this is not the zoning. So as we continue our conversation, if we could just lean into a little more precise language there so that we're not conflating things, because I think that also confuses the public. So then they believe, we understand what we're doing, but then they hear it differently, and then it feels like it's a bait and switch kind of conversation.
To be honest, it also confuses me. So, like, what I was also going to say, besides the ditto that I keep getting quoted as to saying in response to Commissioner Norton's comments, land use and zoning, like, I would imagine that we have areas of the city that are zoned R3, but operate more like an R1. I mean, I don't know this for sure. So, like, I'm more interested in making sure that future land use doesn't do something totally crazy to, it's not like we're taking a currently like R1 single family neighborhood and all of a sudden it becomes hub. Like, I just want to be really clear as to like what our like recipe is, whether that's like using zoning as a starting point and then digging into the actual land use that exists in those places, because those might not always match, and then making sure that the future land use map, I really don't like the FLU acronym that I'm seeing, that map like makes sense in the context of that area of the city.
Yes, so that's a good reminder. The methodology for how the future land use map was derived is on page 110, so we can continue to refer back to that. Actually, 110 and further down here, this kind of box on 112, it tries to show the relationship between current zoning and future land use zoning, or future land use categories and current zoning. So we can refer back to this to see if we're following this rationale as we go, or if this needs to at all be modified. So with that, I can take us to our first circle on this map. And I will bring up here the PowerPoint. I took some notes on all of these that I think are visible, but so we can have a comparison here. On the left is the current zoning. Oh, this is not showing up. Here, let me share this.
So Planner Bennett, Michelle,
Yes.
just verifying, are we still going to go through all 18, or from your intimate knowledge of the map, you can highlight just where those conflict areas may be?
And are these conflicts wait, the current zoning versus future zoning, or are we also looking at land use?
So on the left,
future land use. Sorry.
On the left, this is the current zoning.
Right.
And on the right is what's the proposed land uses are. And so the exercise is to look through these and see if we feel like the proposed future land use needs to be changed, given on our discussion and certain caveats to different areas of the city. I would like to say that I could just tell you the top 6 right now, but I think we could possibly go through them quickly and figure that out ourselves.
Okay. Can we do, I'm sorry, go ahead, Commissioner Abrams.
Well, just based on your proposal at the beginning of this conversation, I was hoping that we actually could not talk about anything, like R3 seems to be the only one that could go either way. R4 would go to transition, unless somebody wanted to put it on the table as a special case to discuss going to residential.
So
Otherwise, let's not. So
Yeah.
let's just assume right now that even if it currently shows R4 designated future land use residential, that will be changed to transition unless we discuss otherwise here. Is that
Okay.
clear? Okay,
so
or
then-
agree, is that agreed upon? And then R3 is the one that really can toggle either way, and we should discuss
Right, because
those.
we're not going to move R1, R2 to hub, so that's off the table. It's really
transition.
or transition. So
Yeah.
that it's really R3.
So then we can breeze through these, like, for example, this very first one doesn't have R3 on here, so we can skip.
Yep.
If I'm understanding this exercise that we're going.
Except why, if you could
Unless
just go
somebody
back.
unless somebody wants to put it on the table to discuss as being an exception. Or
Correct.
what was the language that Commissioner Adams used? Some good reason to do something different.
I think in this case, it's R4B that is moving to transition.
Except it's tiny.
It is tiny, but
It's tiny, and it's on a park, and it's surrounded by R1 of various densities. That, I don't know why that's transition.
That is my confusion, I guess, here on like are all of these circles just zoning to future land use conflicts, or are we looking at it like a land use to future land use conflict? I think it's just zoning to future land use conflicts are the
No,
circles.
I think it's, I'm not sure, because in this case,
This is R4A.
Why wouldn't the R4A go to transition?
Well, exactly. It's not in the plan, right?
No, what
No,
I was
it
just trying to
is.
say is
It
the new
is.
assumption is that it will,
yes.
unless we discuss otherwise.
Right.
The new assumption is that anything on here currently designated R4,
Right, and the reason that it was circled is because it's R4A and it's in the
That's
future
why-
land use, it's residential.
that's why it was
That's
called
why
to
it was-
our attention.
yes.
Yeah.
And Commissioner Dish is saying, but why would we move it to transition? It's like, what is
So
it?
that's
Is
why
this-
there's more context than what's
Right.
the current zoning, right? So I looked at some things you might also want to consider are natural features, the width of the right-of-way, what's surrounding it. Is it on the periphery of the city? Do we want heights that could potentially go up to 80 feet in this part of the city? So.
But then we got into the conversation of applying a TC1 style according to the residential, which would then be self-adjusting, so that we don't immediately go from R1 to 80, but it would step up from R1 to 55, and
Right.
then step into the next piece.
but I just cannot sit here and say that I think transition, which I don't know what its parameters are, so that is one thing. Like, I don't even know what
You
we're
mean in
talking
terms
about.
of dimensional standards?
Yeah, I don't know what the permitted heights are and all of that, right? So this abuts a park. It comes off a 2-lane road that is already hyper-trafficked, and it is less than a mile from an intersection that literally got an F in the Lower Town traffic study, and there's nothing we can do to approve it, the Barton and Pontiac intersection. And so to put on top of the density that has already been added here in the last 4 years, to put this in a category that invites greater height than the buildings that current density that have achieved current density. This is going to be, people are going to be like, what are you thinking?
And knowing this area, and I know it's in your ward, even the transition piece feels strange to me there.
Completely. I mean, because also Duvarin is unsafe. There are not sidewalks, and there are guardrails. So you'd have to walk on top of the guardrail to not be walking in the road.
I mean, those sound like things that the city should take up, like either in the CIP. I'm hearing you. I think I'm hearing you very clearly. I'm trying to limit our scope for what we can accomplish because it's already zoned R4.
Otherwise, we're
B.
making the new development. But the new development there is going to be non-conforming before it's even built.
Which I'm concerned about the creation of new non-conformities.
Well, because we were made to limit residential to 3 stories.
I know, and this is going to have
going to create non-conformings.
Come again?
The future land use map is not going to create non-conforming.
Got it. It'll be
The zoning
It'll be
will.
out of whack.
So
Is that a technical term?
here's some things that I recall from this is
and again, this can change, but I think this transition is at an intersection where they feel like there's potential to be a node because there is very little up here in this area in terms of commercial uses for those residents in that residential area. So we primarily think of transition as corridors, right? That's the majority of what it is, or surrounding hub. But it could also be used, and I think in this sense, it's very different than the other transitions, but it's sort of used as a node or a potential to create, some sort of commercial activity in that part of the city if we're going to increase density there.
But we already we allow neighborhood commercial. We allow it in our residential currently. And and there's no guarantee that commercial will come there. There's been talk about it, and there's ability for it to come now. But to put it at transition and have the folks who live there, where there have been hundreds of units added, I very much hope that development goes through the one that Village of Ann Arbor Villages, whatever, I can never get them straight. I hope that comes through. There has been the creation of a lot of housing opportunity up there, and to put transition here where there's no guarantee that brings commercial. I mean, people do want commercial there, but it would be permissible in residential. It allows for the possibility of even greater height in a place where there are transit limitations, all of that. Those folks are that will infuriate them because they've seen absolutely no infrastructure improvements that improve walkability, and they know nothing will happen to the Pontiac-Barton intersection. Nothing can.
So can I propose, I'm sorry, I'm going to go to Commissioner Mills, and then I want to propose a process question, just so that because if we do this for all 18, we are not going to leave this table before midnight tonight. But I definitely want to hear from Commissioner Mills.
What I want to make sure that I'm understanding the debate about this is two different things. Some people are thinking that the yellow should be bigger. There should be more transition. This is what I'm hearing, right? That the rule would suggest that much of what is gray, I don't know, on the right hand should be transition because it's already greater than what we're anticipating for low density, like for residential. But I'm also hearing, what I'm not quite sure that I'm hearing, Commissioner Dish, is, are you suggesting not having any yellow at all here, no transition at all, or no transition, or not that expansion of the transition? I just don't understand what the debate is about.
I don't think transition is appropriate for here.
Anywhere. So like getting rid of all of the yellow, going all to residential.
It's not a big yellow.
Right.
I mean, it's a little island of yellow.
Yeah.
That abuts a park in an area where there's been lots of, density added, and where there is very limited ability to ameliorate the traffic issues and the speeding. And this is on a street that leads to a school. And, I'm just saying, this is what I hear from these, I have no idea how to.
Sure. Commissioner Weatherby, and then I want to try a process question.
So one of the things, I grew up in this part of town and none of this was here. And so every thing of saying we shouldn't do more was the same that people said 30 years ago. And so I have a reaction of like, well, having a building on a park sounds lovely, actually, with a little amenity below, and that doesn't, to me, limit it. So I think maybe this is part of the process question is, if we're going to, I think we need to do this not, and Councilperson Dish, you actually have to because you've been elected by constituents. But I don't know that is helpful for our group to discuss things like traffic and as a whole, because the hope is that, or the understanding is that there will be infrastructure, and there will be if we're going to move forward for some of this. So I don't know where those limits are of when we advocate for a particular spot or when we are advocating for a land use plan, and maybe that's...
Yeah. I'll let Commissioner Dish respond to you, and then I'll...
I just want to be clear. I am not trying... Pontiac Trail is not scheduled for any infrastructure upgrades. They've done what they can do. Duvarin might get some work on it, but it too is very limited in terms of whether you definitely can't have bike lanes on both sides. There is the intersection that is a half a mile or 3/4 of a mile from this intersection where you would be bringing additional people who would drive because the bus service at this part of town is not great. I mean, maybe that will improve. It doesn't help that people run shuttles, but anyway. That intersection will not improve. The Barton-Pontiac intersection is frozen unless the city wishes to use eminent domain, which it has indicated that it won't. And so this is an area that has an enormous amount of commuter traffic because of, yeah. So, I mean, I'm just saying that I don't see how we can, I mean, if transition is supposed to be about walkability and about mixed use, I get the desire for mixed use, but residential allows that. If it's supposed to be about walkability and we're supposed to be looking at places that either have improvements to bike lanes and sidewalks or are scheduled for them, this is not it. This is a place that is called out in city reports, the Lower Town traffic study from a year and a half ago, as a really troubled and problematic and unsolvable place. So
should we be looking at all of
So the problem with that is that we're not going to know that for all 16 of these
which
sites.
is not our purview in a lot of ways. We get to comment at the CIP, which we'll have, I think, a meeting with Kayla before Kayla's maternity leave,
Mm-hmm.
and so we can start to identify some of these things. But I was going to propose that on these places where we're having conflict, that a commissioner either makes a motion to either strike the map the way that it is, and then if there's a second, then we vote on it, and then we can move on, so that because I don't think we're all going to be able to bring the level of detail that Commissioner Dish is bringing to this area. I think it's appropriate for you to raise it at the table. I'm happy to hear it and for us to debate it, and I think we also have 16 other areas that are identified in your PowerPoint. So, Commissioner Dish, would you like to propose striking this or rezoning it down? I'm sorry, I'm going to hear Commissioner Adams while you think about that, and then I'll come back to you.
The other thing I'd say too, Councilmember Dish, like if there are areas that you view as just too politically sensitive, if it's just going to end up on the council direction list, then I don't want to burn a bunch of time tonight churning on it. I'd rather just move to the areas that we can actually move forward on substantively. And, like if this one feels too hot, let's just move on from it.
Okay, those are two
And
votes.
it's so tiny. I mean, why would we inflame this, right?
Well, I have an answer to that, which is then the process of going, this will break our equity because we are going to then go neighborhood by neighborhood. And for me, we're looking ahead 50 years. The proximate nature of the things that you have raised are looking inside where we are right now. It doesn't imagine a 10, 15, 25-year sort of look. And so that's what I am thinking through, like personally, because when the Robinson Brothers came into my neighborhood, they're at the end of my block on Scioto Church. It's a township island. The comp plan in 2009 imagined it differently than what is coming in now. And I think those 75 three-story townhomes at the end of Scioto Church are going to be fantastic. They're going to bring families. They're going to be in a 15-minute neighborhood because they have the grocery store, they have the dry cleaners, they have a drugstore, they have a neighborhood school. And so I'm trying to look, for me personally, ahead 10, 15, 20 years. I recognize that we have no plans in the CIP, but that doesn't mean we can't put them in. I recognize that there are traffic, but if the housing's there, maybe people don't drive because they can hop on their bikes. I have biked up there. I bike up there quite frequently, not as frequently as you. And so a lot of those things are like what I'm imagining. But I want you to feel heard at the table. So if you'd like to propose we strike this or rezone it to low-rise residential, I would entertain that motion. And then if you have a second, we can vote on it.
I would take advice from staff before I made a motion.
Can you hold on for a
I
second?
mean, I think that I would generally agree with Commissioner Adams is that we need to focus on the areas where we can make change. I think that if you want to make this motion, that you should see where the commission stands. I think this is an area that can go either way. I understand that that you have a lot of information there that's really helpful to us. But in terms of using that to make a decision, we don't have that level of detail for every site to make that decision. And so this would be a slightly different methodology for this one site than other places. So I would let you lead that.
So before Commissioner Hammersmith, I want to yield to you, Councilmember Dish, if you want to. Okay.
Well, I have sort of a process question, and then a question specifically about one of these these communities in the little yellow blobby. So this transition, I'll just use this as an example because we're on here. Part of that's not even in the city, right? So yeah. So is the consultant assuming that it will eventually be? Is this a common thing that I just haven't noticed, that they've taken township parcels and sort of blobbed it into their blobs?
All of the township islands have been future land use, have been placed in future land use categories, understanding that they could become part of the city at some point.
Okay, if something is zoned a PUD, as this, whatever this condo complex is called, Northside Glen, in zoning, what happens to the PUDs? Do they stay with their PUD zoning? They wouldn't get rezoned.
You mean if we were to rezone this whole area?
Looking into the future when we're doing rezonings, do PUDs maintain their PUD zoning? Or do they?
I wouldn't think so. Do you have a?
It's possible that they would be, that the zoning designation could change.
Interesting.
Because part of the purpose of having more flexible zoning in general is so that you don't have to do one-off PUDs all of the time.
Yes, understood. Okay, so then my last thing, and then we can move on to however we move on, is or to wherever we're going. So I know nothing about this condo complex. I'm just looking at the street view. It looks to me like this wouldn't be something that would be allowed in future land use residential, right?
Which part of it are you looking at?
The yellow blob. Yeah, the yellow blob, the PUD portion of the yellow blob. So not the township portion, obviously. If we took that transition away, it would be, if rezoned to transition, it would be non-conforming, I believe, just based on what I'm looking at. It doesn't look like a duplex. There's a lot of
it wouldn't fit any unit restrictions that may be coming from council. So there's a lot of.
The same would be true for the village of Ann Arbor.
Exactly.
Adjacent to it.
Okay.
Yeah, and those I think are 4-story. There are some that are 4-story, so they would immediately become non-conforming if we got to zoning. I know, but it is impacting.
But I think
what
the
we're
land
looking
use
at.
is important because I don't want to take something that has a land use that immediately would become non-conforming if rezoned.
Yep.
If rezoned.
If rezoned, right. So I think from a process side, what I'd like to do, because we could spend a lot of time here, is go back to Commissioner Dish or Councilmember Dish and ask, would you like to make a motion? And If not, then I think I would like to move on from this one and leave it the way that it is proposed. Let me just hear from Commissioner Dish before I hear from you.
Sorry, go.
So this is just, I feel like I'm in an impossible position right now.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to put you in an impossible position.
And there's a couple of things that are making it impossible for me. One of the things that is making it hard is that I am worried about, and we're not allowed to say this, but the non-conforming, right? I am worried about the limitations that are now on residential. Residential was more flexible, and it would have been able to, we wouldn't have had to worry like, oh, this can't be rebuilt. And now we do. All right, so that's one thing where I feel like I'm in a tough position. And the other thing is like, this level of detail is what every council member can give you, and it is where people are starting to come out of the word work. Like, we heard a lot about residential because that was what first caught their attention, but now they are really paying attention to what's going to transition, and they are worried about it. And there are places where I think we should stand by transition, and I think there are places where we shouldn't, where it just doesn't make sense. And it doesn't make sense according to city documents that transportation has had public meetings on. And so I don't know, right, and I happen to know this one, but we don't have informants. So
if you're looking for staff, you had mentioned this earlier, I think this is one area where it could be removed, because typically, as we have for the rest of this plan, transition is typically meant to be along corridors or surrounding a hub.
All right, so let's do this. Can we just hear from 3 more, and then we're going to either have a vote or we're going to move on. So we'll start with Commissioner Norton, Abrams, and then Manager Kelly.
So I want to point out we're getting lots and lots of feedback from folks that, particularly folks who have come and given oral comment, that we should be doing this plan neighborhood by neighborhood and getting all the neighborhoods involved and every neighbor involved. And we should only do things that the neighbors in the neighborhoods agree with. And that's a recipe for not changing anything in the city, because every neighborhood's going to say, no, we don't want it. So while I understand the pull of there are a lot of problems with this, if we do this here, now how are we not going to do that throughout the rest of the city? We've just now started down the road of doing neighborhood by neighborhood planning. So let me keep going. So that's making me nervous that that's heading in the wrong direction. Having said that, I don't know that I get the logic of having a transition that's a bubble in the middle of a residential area. I think I understood them to be more around hubs or where you're actually transitioning. There's no transition here to transition to. So it makes sense to me that that's not a good place for a transition, but it's not because I want to do a neighborhood scale analysis and say all of the reasons why it's a bad idea, because I think we're heading down the wrong road if we think about it that way. I'm more inclined to go with the algorithm, the set of factors that were put together to make some logical sense out of this, and then ask why have a bubble here that's not really transitioning to anything.
Thank you, Commissioner Norton. Commissioner Abrams.
So I didn't think we were here to discuss removing transition. I thought we were here to discuss adding additional transition where currently it is zoned R4A. So there doesn't seem to be a lot of support for that at the table, but I just wanted to be clear about that.
Right, no, I agree, but I wanted to make sure I was hearing Commissioner Dish correctly.
And I also don't think that transition, it feels like a misnomer in a way to me, that it always has to be a transition between hub and something else. Its description actually doesn't talk about it being a transitional zone. It talks about it just being a mixed use area with a flexible blend of residential, commercial, blah, blah, blah. So I do feel that we should be operating from a kind of principle,
yes,
as opposed to this very specific discussion. So I wonder if we could move through a few more and establish that principle, and then maybe return to this and see if that feels
we can do that.
More logical.
Manager Kelly.
I just wanted to the point of, non-conforming and those types of concerns, the actual rezoning process should be more surgical, and there could be decisions to skip over PUDs, but I also wanted to bring up that we did modify the PUD modification process that was approved by council in June that would, for example, for multi-parcel PUDs allow people to split off and rezone. And in those instances, we would want to look to the future land use map for guidance to understand what is appropriate for a sort of one-off rezoning of that kind. So it could also be guidance for staff in a situation of that nature and not necessarily producing a nonconformity.
Okay, no, that's a great qualification. So, Councilmember Dish, it doesn't look like you want to make a motion.
Well, if our principle is we should move on and look at some of these first and think more holistically, that's fine.
Okay.
Or I will make a motion to have this removed.
Okay, yeah, I just want to make sure you know you have that option. Because this is how we have decided to do this, which is a commissioner can make a motion to strike something, and then if they get a second and support, then it's struck. And we've done that throughout this process.
So our process for evaluating these is not to do a few more and figure out what our...
No, that's what I would like to do, but we were starting here at the top. There was lots of heat here, and so I just didn't want to move past that without acknowledging all of what you have been contributing tonight. So if you feel like you've been heard and you're okay with us going on and looking at some more and then coming back, I think that's good. Fine. But if you want to stay here and have us make a decision, I want to give that to you. All right. Michelle, lead us forth.
Yes, I'm on slide 2. There's a mix here of R1B, R3, and R1D. I think you can see by the kind of shape of some of these zones, like for R3, for example, if we were to do a 1-to-1 exact match, things could look as bizarre as our zoning map looks. So I guess this is open for discussion if you are all considering wanting to think through what R3 should be in future land use map.
Are we doing hot mics, or are you calling?
Yes,
us?
no, I asked you all to go hot mic.
We're doing hot mic.
Yes,
okay, I'm going to jump in here.
If you don't mind, please.
I'm going to jump in here. So I would say there's 2 things to consider on this one. At the top, you see that R3. Along Duvarin, and then at the bottom, what's R4B along Lancashire. I would like to make a motion that we leave the R3 as is, currently in the land use map designated as residential. At the bottom half, you see that little blip of transition kind of creeping in from the right, and that should extend to include all of that area, which is Traverwood Apartments, which are currently 3 stories and zoned R4B at the moment, to be transition.
Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Adams.
And as an architect, it's really hard to use words to describe. I wish I could draw the outline, but
I think
hopefully it's clear.
Can we draw on the maps? Okay, let's get discussion. It's been moved and it's been seconded. We'll start with Commissioner Mills, but please, everyone, just jump in an orderly fashion.
Yeah. Just to clarify, we're extending the yellow. You have not, there's been no proposal for anything in the northern half of this.
That's correct.
The northern part of this. Okay.
So R3 in the northern part of this would remain residential.
Would go to residential, and then the transition would extend all the way across Traverwood Apartments.
Effectively to the railroad tracks.
Effectively.
Okay.
As a boundary.
Thank you for letting me get that clarified.
Yep.
Did you bring your markers?
I'm not going to be drawing this.
I love the smile. No. All right. Are we ready to vote?
Now that I found it.
Commissioner Weatherby, you looked up. Did you want to say anything? Okay.
This is
Sorry,
what
Manager
I have,
Kelly.
and help me if I don't have this correct. But the motion is to designate the area along Traverwood Apartments to be transition, so expand the yellow area to railroad tracks, northern area to remain residential.
Correct.
Okay. On that motion, Weish.
Yes.
Hammerschmidt.
Yes.
Abrams.
Yes.
Dish.
Yes.
Mills.
Yes.
Weatherby.
Yes.
Adams.
Yes.
Norton.
Yes.
Carried.
Excellent. Let's go to 3. Look at that.
All right, I'm going to jump in again, because
Yep.
why not, right? Okay, so this is all these new villas at North Star, which are 4 stories.
Yep.
Owl Creek Apartments, 3.5 stories. North Oaks Condos, 3 stories. North Oaks Apartments, 4 stories. Those are all zoned R4A or R4D at the moment. And I would like to make a motion that we designate those as transition on the future land use map.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Adams. Is there a discussion?
To be clear, again, sorry, this is Nixon Road.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. And I'll just say, I think it's really helpful to have, I think we can stop some of the people commuting into town if they didn't have to come all the way down to the Kroger, right? Like to have things that they could do on the edges of town, and it would also serve those neighborhoods. So that makes sense to me, personally.
I want to bring up a few points here just about transition. So transition is meant to be multimodal, walkable, mixed use, right? Also
Yes.
denser, taller. So I went and visited some of these sites, and they may be denser because there are 4, but you can look at their street structure, right? They're not a grid.
No.
There's
Right.
not much room for commercial. So while I agree within our framework, it probably fits better there. Some of these were built to be dense but not urban.
Right.
You're right, their parking is in front, they have big parking lots, they have curvilinear streets, they're on the periphery of the city, but they are 10 to 20 dwelling units per acre, perhaps.
Yep.
So
But we
that's-
can't do what we want there if we don't.
And many of these may be HOAs.
Yeah.
So that's just a consideration for transition, is like, we only have 3 options currently, and so some of these, I think, don't fit perfectly, but we will, through the later processes, be able to flesh these out a little bit more.
Sure.
And I do think, so I used to actually live at the villas at North Star when I moved here. They're only 2 stories. But that area right now, for sure, is not walkable. But there is retail. Like, if it was more walkable, like, that Kroger's not that far away. Like, is the idea of transition not to look forward and, like, what this could be in, like, 30, 40 years? I mean, a lot of this development is new, for sure.
Right.
But
I just want to throw that out there as other criteria or other ways to think of transition. I think it makes sense what you've said, that it could be there, but there are things to consider besides height and density.
I'm going to throw this out there that maybe we should rename transition. That's not probably a conversation for tonight, but I think it's like, I think it is kind of throwing a lot of this discussion. Like,
Sure. Yeah, I mean, we may need a better name. I can see that point. All right, any other discussion?
Yeah, I do. I want to make a couple of points.
Okay.
There is a lot of density here. It is suburban style density, but it's dense. So I don't know how much bang for our buck we get. But this is the Nixon corridor, and you can see the roundabout there that that one of these condo developments was required to put in, and then that whole corridor is right now getting remade so that it has exquisite bike lanes and great pedestrians. So in terms of the component of transition that is about walkability, which is one of its features, right? It's not only height, and I mean, yes, it is mixed use. This is in the right direction. So, I mean, I think these people are going to freak out because someone will tell them, oh, you're going to get a 12-story skyscraper in your backyard, which won't be true. But it fits the criteria of the transition, the land use criteria that talk about transit.
And again, that's the reason to make transition, like, potentially self-adjusting, because, like, I think those, there's 3-story townhomes on the west side of Nixon. So if somebody came in and, like, redeveloped the apartment complex, we probably would not allow them to put in a 12-story building.
Yeah.
No.
But I know what you're saying.
And again, I think this area has changed a lot. Like, I grew up, the Kroger was a farm stand, and there were no buildings out there, and it was, so that's the frame, where it has changed a lot. But when you go by here, there's now a farm stand on the other side, and there's lots of people walking. And so I think this has become, like, it's gone in a direction, and I think we can continue to make it a really walkable area. And will a lot change? I mean, I think that's part of land use, is things don't always change.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the direction that we see it, and I think that's reasonable.
Go ahead,
So
Commissioner Norton.
I made a comment earlier about the weirdness of having a small island of transition. This would be creating another island of transition. I'm okay with that. It makes sense because it's currently zoned for R4C, and one of the elements of the rubric was that R4C would normally go into transition. I'm just kind of voicing that because I'm struggling. And I'm a little bit uncomfortable by saying, well, we should make a transition, but of course, a 12-story building will never happen here. Well, but that's not clearly stated in the description of what is in a transition. So I could see where folks are saying, you're telling me something, but you're not telling me what's true, because what you're telling me isn't what's actually on the page in the plan. So.
But we won't know that until the zoning actually comes in. Inside transition, there may be subzones, right?
And I think there's an opportunity to rewrite that section.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm
Surprisingly,
I'm agreeing with you.
I'm pointing out there's some inconsistencies with the way things are written and the comments that are being made and the logic of how we're kind of doing things.
Yep.
And I want to just be really careful, especially all the feedback we've been giving, that there's some good reasoning behind what we're doing.
Yep, this is it's complicated, and I will just add for our discussion, the challenges of the low-rise residential caps is impacting some of this.
This is also like a gateway into Ann Arbor from the north, essentially. So like you could argue that transition here makes some sense.
Yep. So I think there is support. So can we move to a roll call vote?
I did that down here, actually. Yeah.
To designate this area in the section of Nixon Road as transition. Weish.
Yes.
Hammerschmidt.
Yes.
Abrams.
Yes.
Dish.
Yeah.
Mills.
No.
Weatherby.
Yes.
I'll tell you
Adams.
Tell us why.
Yes.
Norton.
Yes, because of the R4C current designation.
So that's 7-1.
Yes, that was 7, carries 7-1.
Yeah.
Okay. Sure.
So I'm just trying to figure out consistency in the rubric, right? And so now I'm on page 112 of the document where it's talking about when we make decisions about R4 or R3 and R4, right? And what's in there, they're designated either as residential or transition based on proximity to proposed rapid transit lines, which there's not proposed rapid transit line to my knowledge here, even though there is. So I think either we need to change that. There's good infrastructure, but I think we need to change that. Or adjacency to previously designated hub districts, and we don't, it's not that. So I'm just saying, like, maybe we need to, I think that based on the decision that we just made, we need to tweak that paragraph.
I would like to tweak that paragraph.
Yep.
Okay.
So can we flag that, but not right now? Let's
Sure.
stay here, and then we'll come back to that. Commissioner Abrams? Okay.
Yes,
And can I tag on to that? I'm sorry.
You may.
And we should also make clear in revising that paragraph that we are headed towards fine-tuning the height restrictions and things that are within transition districts based on the context. And I know there's some discussion about how complicated that's going to get, but we're heading in the direction as we fine-tune this map that we're going to need to fine-tune the zoning that follows after to make sure it fits. And I don't know that we need to decide that tonight, but we need to signal in the plan we recognize that that decision that clarification is going to have to be part of the discussion. with
Well, there's got to be some parameter setting around transition because there's
It's
different.
everything.
It's been said like it's this, it's that, like it could be 3. It's just all over the place, and we can't have that. That has to clarify.
Okay.
So we'll need to go back to the text and do some fine tuning.
Great. Can we
And
go?
maybe redo the map again.
Nope. Can we?
Well, if you change what it means, you might change
Let's go
where
on, but
it's located.
I just want to remind us that we do say it's context sensitive, it's self-adjusting in terms of its height, it's low near residential, it's high near hub. We say all that on page 115.
I think we do.
So
Yep.
we can go back there and make sure we're saying it the way we want to, but we are saying that.
Yep.
Number 4?
I thought you were on 5. Okay.
No, we're on 4. Can I just keep going?
Yes, you
'Cause
have the comm.
So this is designated R4A. These are the Chapel Hill condos. They're 2 stories. However, I would like to make a motion that we change this to a designation of transition because it is adjacent to hub.
Yeah. And it's near TC1 too, isn't it, right?
Did you move that?
She did.
I moved,
She needs a second, sorry.
that the area now
Okay,
R4A for Chapel Hill condos
sorry.
be designated transition.
Manager Kelly, it was moved by Commissioner Abrams and then seconded by Commissioner Hammerschmidt. Discussion.
Say again the reasons, please.
It's currently designated R4A, so it currently already has a zoning designation that would allow up to 45 feet if parking is underneath, which is higher than what is imagined for the residential zone. And it's also adjacent to hub, directly below. So it seems like an area adjacent to hub would make sense for transition if it's currently zoned R4.
I thought I heard one other reason.
And it's close to TC.
It's close to
Oh, and
TC1.
close to a TC1 corridor. Plymouth, yeah.
I mean, it's already close to commercial and retail, too.
It's already, yeah. So I'm not sure why it, no.
Was there a reason that wasn't transition?
So in general, if it wasn't transition, it's because under our current framework, these would have been allowed in residential.
Right.
But that actually got changed.
Right.
So, because you can't go 45 feet in low-rise residential.
Yeah, but I mean, like, these types of structures.
What's currently built there, right, but not what's allowable there.
Right.
Yeah.
What's allowable is no longer allowable in residential.
If it were to be rezoned.
How is the connectivity, though, for this thing, if you look at it? I'm looking for something that lets me get from one end to the other. And
north to south?
So you can see with a lot of these multifamily larger developments, they're they're not gridded. They're not. Yeah.
Right. That's the one issue, that the proximity to TC1, while correct, there's actually, I don't see any direct access. You're going to have to wag around to get there.
Yeah, it's a series of cul-de-sacs.
Yes, that's not propitious.
There's one. It's right up here.
But if we can't develop anything that's not a series of, I mean, to me, it seems like we want the future to be not
cul-de-sacs.
Low-density series of cul-de-sacs.
Yeah, and I'm not going to pretend like I understand how like an HOA condo community would ever like sell it all and like totally redo it, but I would imagine that it's possible. Like maybe they get condemned and then like a developer comes in and then I mean, Green is actually not bad to walk down or bike down, and it's close to retail.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Do we want to vote?
There's a post office.
I do.
There's like a post office just south of that parcel. Yeah.
All right. I think we're ready to vote. Manager Kelly.
On a motion to change the area on slide 4 near Green Road and Chapel Hill condos to transition district, Weish.
Yes.
Hammerschmidt.
Yes.
Abrams.
Yes.
Dish.
Yes.
Mills.
Yes.
Weatherby.
Yes.
Adams.
Yes.
Norton.
Yes.
Excellent.
Moving right along.
Carries with 8 yays.
Okay, so now Area 5 is really a combination of 2 areas, but they should all be captured here in the zoning map and the future land use map.
I think that what probably is wanted here, right, is that if it's R4A and R4B to move to transition. That's my assumption of why this was called out as being downzoned.
Yeah, and there's a little Earhart Village, which is the R3, would be, we're on page 5. So Glacier Hills Senior Homes or something like that is up to 5 stories, actually, part of it currently. And then Traver Court Apartments, 3 stories. Earhart Village, 2 stories. That's the R3 chunk.
Do you have a proposal? I would propose to leave that R3 alone. I mean, this is like my area.
I would propose to leave the R3 as residential. I'm open to conversation
rationale?
about the others.
Yeah.
I mean, that would, to me, feels like a blob of transition that doesn't, that Earhart is just not, at this point in time, it has bike lanes. Like, it's not like there's no walkability, but this is not like a mixed-use hub area. Like, Green Hills School is right on the other side.
Right.
It's proposed as residential.
Right, but it's an R3. So I'm just saying, keep it residential.
Yeah.
I was just going to say, I feel like we ought to just, this one maybe, just like number 1, if there's not a clear motion, if it doesn't look like low-hanging fruit, let's leave it, and then maybe we have clarity around what we're doing with the hard ones at the end. Because this one looks messy like the Pontiac Trail one looks messy. It doesn't look clean, and it doesn't really scream to me like it needs to change. The other ones did. So let's keep it moving.
Let's go to number 6.
Okay.
So this is this a condo association that's across from Huron Hills? Or
Getty's Lake
Huron High
condos,
School?
they're 2-story townhomes.
Yep.
I mean, so.
It's R3.
Yes, we should envision what we would like. That is the purpose of this exercise.
I mean, it's
will
next
just
to it's next to a school, and it's up the street from a park. There's no commercial here, but if it was transition and those township islands came in, it would be a walkable 15-minute neighborhood.
You're right. Living residential is really like.
Yeah, it is. It's really difficult. There are 2 churches. There are 2 churches on Glacier Way up there, which may not be walkable because I've biked those hills. They're not the best walkable spaces, but
It's Huron High School.
yeah, Huron High School is in the lower left. You can see the circular building, and then I think that's the track. So I would, if I were coloring, it would all be yellow, but I'm not the one coloring. And I don't think I can make a motion as a chair, so I have to wait on you all.
Oh, so this is Getty's Lake plus some of those condos on the other side of, oh no, wait, where am I?
Yeah, this is Getty's Lake.
Okay, it's all just Getty's Lake.
The entire thing.
Because there's more stuff up here. Yeah. There's more stuff that if you're going to do that, I feel like you should do more.
This is pretty
All right.
self-enclosed.
Yeah, I think they're condos, but I think they're more or less like attached single family.
Yeah.
They are.
Yeah.
They are.
Yeah.
Okay.
But again,
Well,
that would, never mind.
Let's highlight it as we did number 4 and number 1, and then come back to it.
Number 5 and number 1. Number 6 and number 1. I don't know. What number are we on?
Sorry.
So again, I know that we do
1, 5, and
want
6.
to envision what we want our future to look like. I will just say, I don't know how much time we want to spend contemplating how we might change HOAs, where, as you mentioned, they would have to completely dissolve or change all of their rules for us to have any impact on them.
Right.
Yeah, and this one,
So these ones to me are not ones to spend a significant amount of time.
But you do have all the township
surrounding area.
islands that are around it. And so if in a sorry, I'm not speaking into my mic, in a 20-year look ahead, if this was transition, you could do a lot with those township islands. Because one, they would come in and then they can bring density, and that's going to help the school. The park is there. They've got a lot of green space. The university is on the other side of Huron Parkway, so you have people, there's a daycare center that's right there as well. You have the VA hospital up the street. So
There's potential.
there's a lot of potential. And I'm thinking about it through the lens of the Township Islands, but I understand the restriction that we have with the HOAs, so I'm not proposing anything.
It also doesn't follow some of the other criteria that we currently have for transition. So again, that's going to be tweaked. So that's why it's sort of hard to make these if we're going to change what those criteria are, in that it's not on a corridor, it's not close to a hub, it's an HOA residential area.
So I would agree. Let's put this in the we'll come back to it bucket.
Sure.
Okay.
Yep.
So if we move to page 7.
Ooh.
This is really close to the big development with the Whole Foods and the Barnes and Noble and the Walgreens on
So
Huron and
TC1.
Washtenaw.
Yep.
You can see the transition zoning creeping in from the bottom here. So the R4B there is Brentwood Square condos. Those are 3-story townhouses. So that currently has a 45-foot height limit when built over parking. On the northwest side of Huron Parkway, there's our Huron Chase condos, which are currently 2 stories, zoned R3. I would like to make a motion that both of those be designated transition.
Is there a second?
A second.
Great. Are you scooping up office right there?
It already is.
I think the office is already designated
Oh,
transition.
great, it's already creeped in,
South of
sorry,
that little
perfect.
Mallett's
Nope.
Creek.
I'm sorry.
Yep.
You have it. Discussion.
Could someone repeat the seconder?
It was Commissioner Hammerschmidt. Sounds like we're ready. Oh,
So wait, so the idea is to extend the transition up into this, in this block?
Yep.
There and there.
So
Yeah.
it's already with the R4A, but
Yep.
up to the R3 and the R4B.
Yes.
Correct?
And that's here on Parkway, am I looking at?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's what I
North of
thought
Washtenaw.
from my thing.
Right
Yeah.
down here is like the
And
Whole
it's
Foods.
split off because Mallett's Creek Nature Area and Berkshire Creek Nature Area are in the middle.
Yep.
But I think those can just stay as nice little nature areas.
Yep.
And,
In the middle.
You don't want to build a 20-story building on them?
I mean, good bird watching from a 20-story building.
We don't want to build a 20-story building.
Please, not on the parkland.
No, I don't want to build, for the record.
There
the
is
reason it
no
wasn't
plan to build a 20-story building on them.
See, people don't understand, the later it gets, the punchier we become.
We ready to
And
vote?
then
Let's vote. Let's vote.
we get quoted.
I was asking Michelle why it wasn't included as R4, as transitions to begin with.
I think because it would have fit in our original residential, and
Residential.
it's a long cul-de-sac.
Because of the new height limits and low rise.
So the reasons the reasons to pull it back into transition are because of its proximity to other transition zones.
Proximity to
And
other transition,
TC1.
proximity to commercial and a TC1 corridor, but also that its current zoning would allow up to 45 feet, and the new land use designation ostensibly, if rezoned, would reduce that to 3 stories.
Okay, Manager Kelly, we're ready for a vote.
Okay, on the motion to designate the area in slide 7 as transition. Weich.
Yes.
Hammerschmidt.
Yes.
Abrams.
Yes.
Dish.
Yes.
Mills.
Yes.
Weatherby.
Yes.
Adams.
Yes.
Norton.
Yes.
That carries.
We're at 8. Arborland, the land behind it.
Page 8 is Pittsfield Village.
Yes.
Anyone want to talk about this one?
So
I
I'll
mean, it's
just,
very dense.
if I could provide a little context here, just because I, in my former position at the city, worked on this project. They're undergoing a huge project right now to upgrade their water and stormwater, I think repave their roads. They are a condo association. Much of this is a condo association. They are what we would call naturally occurring affordable housing. They're much smaller condos that go for really in the 200,000s. And they're right behind Arbor land. So there's a lot to consider for the site.
Yep. I'm not making a motion to change
Okay. I'm entertaining a motion. All right, let's go to number 9. We'll come back.
Oh, we're coming back to.
Yeah, because if we don't have a motion, then we're just going to talk about it.
Doesn't that maybe mean we just don't want to change it?
That doesn't mean that.
Oh, okay.
I would love for it to be as much density as possible.
All right, page 9. On the, below 94 there is a big R3 that is currently University Co-op townhouses.
Yeah.
But it's up against what's currently designated as a transition zone. So it would be that area between Southeast Area Park and the transition zone below 94.
Right, so number 9 has 2, if you all have the overview map, is 2 areas. So it's this area right here, right next to, or right above Southeast, what are we calling it now? It's the Bicentennial Park, Southeastern Park, and then just to the west of that as well, where those R3 and R4A are.
But the R4A is already marked transition.
Most of it.
Most of it.
Half of it.
Wait, really? Only half of it? Looks like all of it to me.
Based on the curve.
On the left side of the green square.
That's R4A.
But on the right side.
That's R3.
Is right, so oh, and then there's that interesting little transition triangle. Oh, because that's currently C2B. I would like to make a motion to designate what's currently R3, the University Co-op townhouses, to transition.
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry. Change the R3 to transition?
I would like to make a motion to convert page 9, the R3 area currently occupied by University Co-op townhouses, to transition.
Are those the ones south of 94 or north of?
South of 94, between west of Southeast Area Park.
Yep. Okay.
But you want to leave the other R3s as residential?
I am not proposing.
Okay, great.
I'm not
Is there a
making
second?
motion.
I'll second.
Commissioner Mills, seconds. Discussion.
This stood out to me the first time. Ellsworth is noted as a transition, or as a corridor, and so why that whole thing is not or transition, I didn't understand from the get-go.
I'm sorry, when you say that whole thing, do
But
you mean?
everything along Ellsworth.
Okay.
Sorry, yeah.
That's abutting Ellsworth going up to 94?
Going up to 94, like
Okay.
in my mind. Yeah, well.
The whole thing.
Is there, I guess, at the very least, whatever is, we have a width, just like we applied along Miller, right, for transition. I didn't understand why we didn't apply that all along Ellsworth. And so at least that part absolutely makes sense, going up all the way for the R3. I mean, I could be swayed to do the R1C, but I feel like that's not our normal rule. So I'm okay with it just being that R3. But at least the frontage along Ellsworth
And
seems
then,
like it needs to
can
be.
I ask about R4A?
Yeah. It feels like even on the, just west of that blue blob along Ellsworth,
Yeah.
so even farther, like, that should, in my mind, that should be transition as well. Very bottom left corner between yellow and blue blob, that's along Ellsworth, and if Ellsworth is one of these.
Scroll down.
Oh, that's Michelle.
Oh, sorry, Michelle, please scroll down. We're not seeing the whole page in the view on this. There you go.
Okay.
So I'm not sure why it pulls up short there, because that's where it currently transitions from R3 to R1C.
Okay.
But it should extend to the east, I think, to the park.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yep. And so doing that entire R3 area makes a lot of sense.
I agree.
Okay, so is the motion now to just extend transition all the way to the park?
No, my motion is still to
Okay,
take
so
what's
you-
currently R3
But,
and turn
'Cause
that into transition, so it extends from Ellsworth all the way up to 94.
okay, so the R4A is already transition.
Correct.
The PUD and the R3 to the west, or the left side of this map, is already transition.
Right.
And then it goes north, if this is north. Does it capture that township island, Michelle, the transition?
It looks like it.
Which one?
There's a township island at the top.
I don't think so.
I don't think it does, but
This township island?
Yeah.
I think it does.
because otherwise,
I mean,
with that township.
This is when you have a blobby map.
Sure. So would this township island be residential, then low-rise
You're talking
residential?
about, if we look at my
Yep, right where
screen,
your
this
cursor
one.
is. Yep.
Yeah.
Mhm. Okay.
I mean, I would say that is currently residential,
Okay.
the way I'm looking at this.
No, that's fine.
It's imprecise on purpose.
But this is a co-op, though, this part. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Are you talking now back to the R3?
Uh-huh.
No, I think we're all in agreement to include the R3 to the park in transition.
To Southeast Area Park?
Yes.
Okay.
I was specifically asking about the R1C and the township island that are adjacent. It looks like those are going to go to low-rise residential.
So is there a concern with co-ops that if we give more ability to build, that we will reduce the likelihood they remain co-op? I mean, they still have to vote and, like, I guess that's my question is,
sorry, I'm using
were
the other
these not made transition in order to keep them more affordable?
I don't think ownership status or model is considered in zoning.
Current ownership status.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is why we shouldn't
But
be
you
talking about
mentioned with the
HOA.
Pittsfield,
But right, like you mentioned with
with Pittsfield Village.
Pittsfield Village, that they are currently affordable, and so changing the zoning could.
Oh, I wasn't trying to imply that. I was just giving some background of the area.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know if you have another map that expands the transition for this, because isn't that Stone School to the left side of this map that we're looking at? And all of Stone School is in the transition. So we're really going to just create this residential,
Island?
yeah, it's going to be surrounded all by transition on every side. Okay.
That's a consideration.
Yeah, I don't see why we don't just scoop it all to the park. But I didn't make the motion,
to
so.
Doyle?
Yep, all the way.
But what is that residential there?
The R1C?
Wait, so we're looking at that now.
So I think Commissioner Weich is asking why, if we're going to create essentially this R1C island that's going to be surrounded by transition, why we wouldn't just go all the way up to Doyle Park as transition.
It doesn't force any changes, it just permits.
Permits it.
That's all it does, is it permits it
know,
without
but-
creating a,
And
it's still going to
the
be there.
reality is that the context-sensitive, self-adjusting height, blah, blah, blah.
Is going to kick in
is
as well.
Going to
But what is
limit.
that right there?
It's north of Bryant.
It's north of Bryant?
Elementary.
So is it Bryant?
It's the Bryant
Co-op?
neighborhood.
Oh, no.
We're not considering it. We're voting on what Commissioner Abrams and Mills proposed. So we're ready for a vote. Manager Kelly.
Oh, on a motion to change the R3 area in slide 9, where University Co-op townhomes are located from Ellsworth to 94 as transition. Commissioner Weich.
Yes.
Commissioner Hammerschmidt.
Yes.
Commissioner Abrams.
yes.
Councilmember Dish.
I think so. We are not voting right now on anything that includes the Bryant community.
We are not.
University Townhouses Co-op.
Okay.
So.
Is that a yes?
I'm sorry. That is yes. Excuse me.
Mills.
Yes.
Weatherby.
Yes.
Adams.
Yep.
Norton.
Yes.
It carries.
So we have the other R3. Do we want to discuss that? Or we want to leave as is?
I'm not making a motion, so.
So we're coming back to it?
No,
Yes.
I was proposed to leave it as is, but sure, we can also come back to it.
Yeah, let's move on. And was that number 10?
No, that was 9B.
Oh, there's a B?
The northern. R3?
That's Colonial Square.
Yeah, Colonial Square. So we're
Moving on?
leaving and we're moving on to page 10?
Yes,
Okay.
because no one made a motion.
All right. I would like to make a motion that these two areas, currently zoned R4B and R4A, which contain Arbor Village apartments and Nature Cove condos, but are currently adjacent to TC1, be designated transition in the future land use map.
Second, and I would just ask everybody to put a pin in this image because one of my edits that we're going to talk about in a little bit is about turning that transition that's now TC1 into hub. So just think about that. We're not going to talk about it right now, but since we're looking at it,
Prepare yourselves, people.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so does that mean we're not going to consider the vote?
No, I seconded the motion. and
So we
then-
can vote?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there discussion?
I'm still trying to find where this is.
So this is
Sorry.
behind Trader Joe's.
Colonial Square Co-op.
No,
Oh, wait, we're not on 9 anymore?
no, we're on 10.
Oh, I'm
We
sorry.
tabled Colonial. We're on 10, we're behind Trader Joe's.
Oh, yeah.
So, I mean, the lower one of these Nature Cove condos is already 4 stories, three over a garage. And the R4B parcel is Arbor Village Apartments, currently built to be 2 stories, but zoned R4B. So.
Manager Kelly, we're ready for a vote.
Okay, motion to change the R4B area near Trader Joe's adjacent to TC1 to transition in the future land use map.
And the
So are
R4A
you
also?
just the R4B,
This is why I repeat it.
R4A too?
I thought the motion was for both.
Both R4B and R4A.
Okay. Change R4B and R4A areas. Okay. Commissioner Weish.
Yes.
Hammerschmidt.
Yes.
Abrams.
Yes.
Dish.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean,
Mills.
Yes.
Weatherby.
Yes.
Adams.
Yes.
Norton.
Yes.
That carries.
Thank you.
Okay, 11.
I think this was one I asked for, maybe.
Woodbury Gardens.
Yeah, this is, and I think the way that I phrased this and so in my edits, I said reclassify the area in South Industrial from Stimson to past Astor, from residential to transition to capture Woodbury Gardens and that area in South Industrial that's currently zoned residential. That's where like Rebel and Roll and some other things are. It's also M1 on the east side of South Industrial for a chunk.
Yeah,
It should carry, I'm trying to think about how I would color it in. It's all the R4 stuff plus the M1 along South Industrial. And then like shading it along the train tracks, I guess. I almost need Microsoft Paint. But it's an incongruent gap between the transition that runs along Stadium, and then South Industrial that we just need to carry over and cover Woodbury Gardens with. I realize that's relatively a precise direction, but I'm not sure how to make it more precise.
You can
without
go
a
to
pencil.
their station and highlight.
I think you could say everything in the view on the right, south of Stadium, with the exception of the R1D and it's off the map. I have to look at the larger map.
But it's got-
What's north of Woodbury Gardens, it's R1.
but that's already,
Oh, that's already, all right, so just with the exception of the R1D in the southeastern corner. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Areas south of Stadium with exception of R1D.
Change to transition.
Yes.
So what would be left, sorry.
Mike?
So what would be left to be clear in that quadrant between Stadium and Packard? I'm in the right place, is where that green lima bean is. It's not really a lima bean. The one that is horizontally oriented.
The little park?
The little park right there. South of there would remain residential, and a little bit to the west, or to the east of that. Just kind of going up to where the, you've got the road, the cul-de-sac-y road that wiggles around. Where those roads dead end, effectively, those would continue to be residential. Is that what the proposal is?
Yes. Correct.
Okay, and everything else would be paintbrushed yellow.
Yellow block.
Thank
That's what you're saying? Think, which is the lima bean part?
This is the lima bean
Okay.
park. This remains.
Yes.
Yes, this remains. This is all colored in. This, nothing is being proposed here.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, because that's still R1D, so that stays.
You got it.
I got
I
it.
think this is.
Was that already seconded?
It was.
All right.
No, wait a minute.
If not, I'll second it.
You seconded it. I think you did originally.
Awesome. Good job.
So Abrams and Mills moved and seconded. Discussion?
There's nothing in there. So there's a whole bunch, the pink is what?
C3.
Okay. That seems very sensible.
So again, this is all, the logic here is, these are areas that are already zoned for higher density. And they're consistent with putting transition along corridors, or in areas, it would be corridors. So again, why do you think was it not included originally? Do you know?
Because it was flex?
Yeah, this was originally, well, yeah, flex, and secondly, I think that it fit before.
Before we made tweaks to what could be in residential.
Yeah.
So given all the other factors, it's more logical for it to be a transition area.
Yeah.
Interesting
Manager
to
Kelly?
note that the Army Reserves training is public land.
All right, Manager Kelly, I think we're ready for a vote.
Would you like to move to a all in favor?
Oh, sure, if you don't want to
kind
do
of
roll
model?
calls, I'm happy to do that. Let's do a voice vote. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Great. Thank you. I was happy to do that. I thought you wanted these to be roll calls.
If it's not clear on the first roll call, we can move, or
Okay.
on the first voice vote,
Sure.
we can move to roll call.
Yeah, voice votes are easy.
Okay, so this is the corner of Main and Stadium. This goes to our golf discussion. All of the golf courses on the future land use map are green. This one, I think many people have asked, why isn't it light blue? Because it's U of M property. I looked into this a little bit. It is a public golf course. I believe you can have they do a dual, like you can have a membership if you are affiliated with the university, but I think you can also.
Are you talking U of M golf course or Ann
Yes.
Arbor Golf and Outing,
Ann Arbor Golf and Outing.
which is private and not
Oh, is that-
part of the university?
Oh, okay.
It's
So
a
this green part.
It's a small golf course surrounded by the university golf course,
Oh,
but it
I
is
see.
privately held.
Okay, so this one, would we want to move to blue so that it falls under the U of M category?
It's
No.
not.
U of M?
Oh, okay.
It's a privately held golf course inside the university golf course area.
I had no idea.
The whole square, or is it just the little round part? I thought it was just the part coming up to.
You talking about which is the private course?
Yeah, which is the
It's-
private course?
This chunk right
It's the it's the whole thing.
The one zoned 8 ag.
Yeah.
The one currently zoned ag.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what would where would it go in the future land use map then?
Oh, my God.
We don't have
I
a
mean,
golf
it's not
category.
the cities, it's not the universities.
Right, so we need
It's
to
privately
call it
held.
residential transition or hub.
And it's adjacent
Yeah,
to
this
university.
this is interesting.
Transition.
Because it's private property that's recreational.
It's like a cart. I
So-
mean, it's not.
Yeah, so
But it's
wouldn't
like,
this be transition or hub?
I mean, based on its adjacency to campus and other transition and along two corridors, transition makes sense, no?
So transition, not hub.
Oh.
It is not unlike Revel and Roll. I mean, it's
No,
a privately.
I think that's what we are processing, and so
Yeah.
it should be transition.
I think it's transition.
All right, I make a motion to.
So the
to
distinction,
change it.
sorry, the distinction that we're making is ownership, right? Because our other golf courses are publicly owned and those are green, but
Yes.
because this is private,
It can't
Correct.
be on public land.
Yeah.
we don't want to put it as
Designated.
green. Well,
Right.
green is public land recreation, right? It's.
But
it's
this
in
is not
the-
public land,
but it's
so
in
this
the-
is private
This is not,
land.
this is private land and it's private recreation.
Yes,
And so we want to move this to transition.
right, because they could cease to be a golf course, they could sell it,
Yeah.
and
Or it
so,
could stay a golf course. I mean, if
or it
they
could stay, for the record,
keep
a
it.
golf course.
Yeah.
So in transition, it would allow for continuing functioning as a golf course?
Yeah, sure.
It should.
That means that we would be permitting golf courses in transition.
How does this get permitted today?
I don't know why it's ag. Do you, I mean,
It's agriculture,
For
Yeah,
the
we'd
record,
have
it
to
has
look.
been there for a very long time.
so the zoning
it's
just hasn't been
grandfathered in as
updated.
ag, I suppose.
Yeah, so I think, yes, it goes to transition. And
So
then, do we
having-
not have
having
a,
made public comments tonight that we're not looking to get rid of golf courses.
well, we're not looking to get rid of public
Public
golf
courses.
courses.
So we need to probably make sure that's clarified, and I know.
There
Commissioner
are
Abrams is
other
gonna say
private
something.
golf courses in the city, so we should look at how those are.
Like the Georgetown.
Yeah,
Country
like
Club.
Georgetown Country Club, and there are other private golf courses in the city, so I guess we should.
Manager
check and
Kelly,
see
what's
what
our,
those are.
what's the use table to look this up? Is this, what page is
I
it?
can look in the UDC
Okay,
and.
I thought you
get
just
back
knew
to you
it.
all. It would be so nice if I had it all off the dome, right?
I'll look it up, never mind.
Knowing that this is
Yeah.
an issue of great
so
concern to a lot of people in this community, I'm not ready to vote on this until we
tiny,
have a
though.
better sense of
It doesn't
how
have
this would
18
play
holes.
out.
No.
I mean, I hear you. Is there agreement at the table for Commissioner Norton? He wants to pen this.
With the direction that
you
you
would
want
have
us
to-
to look at what the other private golf courses are currently
How are we
zoned.
treating the other private golf courses? And I get that,
I'm looking
I
now.
get the idea that we don't want to designate private land as necessarily open space.
It is not. I mean, it's,
Looks like Georgetown is green right now.
Yeah, and I don't know where some
I
of them,
think in
like
general,
Polo
and I
Fields and
wouldn't know,
Travis
but
Point
they
are
sometimes fall in
outside of the city.
residential. But we can check.
Yeah, I would like a little bit more analysis about
Sure.
how we're treating them and to be
Georgetown's
consistent.
definitely green.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure I agree with calling something that isn't public land. I don't think I like lumping recreational and public land together for things that are not publicly accessible.
okay.
So it's an
So
analysis.
to,
Like two
let's
categories?
stay with Commissioner Norton for a second. So Commissioner Norton is proposing, would you do this as a motion so that we can get you a second? And then,
Yeah, it's really more of a request to the staff to give us some more information about how we're treating privately owned recreational
okay,
spaces.
so we're not
Overall,
going to,
or in the current UDC?
Well, overall, and how that's getting transitioned then to what's coming out of the future land use map.
Okay. I got the UDC up on
yeah,
the table.
that's what I really wanted. What page is it?
So on page 37 of the UDC, it's permitted in the ag, it's a special exception use in all of the R1 to R4 categories. It's a permitted use, it's classified as outdoor recreation for anybody who's looking. It's permitted use in C2B and C3 in public land, and it's also a special exception use in the ORL.
So is it permitted in residential?
It's permitted in R1 through R4. It's special exception use in R1 through R4.
But we don't have a special exception for this.
What do you mean?
I'm asking. It was a question. Because generally, so like churches have to get a special exception in residential, and in office, I think they might be permitted. Daycare centers, so when the new daycare center came, they had to get a special exception use because it was in R.
I think Commissioner Mills said that you do have to get a special exception if it's in R.
If it's in R.
R1 through R4.
But because this is
an
ag,
It is a permitted use in ag.
it's permitted already.
By right.
Golf courses permitted use in.
Is a permitted use in ag as well as in the C2B and in the C3 districts.
Do we have
And the
any
public.
other ag land in this city? Is this the one?
There may be a few others,
we have
but I would
others.
imagine there's very few parcels.
So are you
left.
reading this as outdoor recreation? Is that
Yeah,
the use?
because when they say golf, like,
Okay.
yep.
So,
When you search golf, it says,
so this is not residential. Does everyone agree? It's just ag.
Yeah, it was purchased in 1903. So I think it just has stayed in that same use.
And there are other private golf courses in the city?
There are, but
The Georgetown one looks like it's zoned other.
but they are not zoned ag.
And the future land use map that treats that Georgetown golf course as?
As green, as
okay.
public
So why
recreation.
would we treat them differently? Why would we make this transition and that one not?
we should.
I think we should,
That's what I'm heading at.
but I don't think any privately held parcel should be zoned green, because green is in the public land category.
Should be,
That's by definition what green is. Is it public land only?
Currently, the way we have it designated in the key, there are three
Is
categories of
recreation.
public: schools, the university, and parks and open space.
But it
All
is
under
not a
public.
park in open space.
So if you just go to the legend on the future land use map.
And it certainly is not public.
Correct.
but
It's open space.
that, I mean, the green says, doesn't say that it's public. It just says parks, open space, recreation.
But it's under the public. If you go to the legend on the, so we can change the legend, but if you go to the legend on the future land use map, there are three kinds of public.
Are you referring to 109, page
I
109?
would interpret that
I don't know, I'm
legend
referring
to
to
not
the-
mean that it's public.
I'm
land.
referring to
That's
this.
not what draft 2, that's not how draft 2.
Okay,
features.
yeah, I was going to say draft 2 doesn't have those subheadings.
This PDF, which was provided by Mr. Leonard, literally says land use draft two as it's.
Okay,
File.
well,
But that's
on
fine.
page 109,
Yeah.
it just says parks, open space, recreational facilities for
Okay.
green.
Okay, so let's do this. Let's pen it for a
I see.
moment.
Okay.
And then we'll finish up the rest and then work our way back if we feel like we have time tonight or if we want to
Okay.
move it to another meeting. Is that okay with everyone?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, 13 is West Stadium and Pauline intersection, more or less. The area around there is currently TC1 along Stadium. And so I believe the suggestion that we have downzoned is that the hub should extend all the way to match the TC1, is what I'm inferring the suggestion is.
I wondered why this was here.
Is that clear?
Yeah. I don't know that I agree.
So we have hub that more or less aligns with TC1, but surrounding it, we have transition that, so we kind of broke TC1 up into hub and transition. And again, that's just as it gets closer to the R districts that we could taper heights and intensity. But this was called out as downzoning, so that's why we're looking.
Because of the density of the R4A, right?
Because of the TC1?
No, because what's currently TC1 is now transition instead of hub.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, no.
But it's all self-adjusting anyway, so.
So, yeah, so
I
hub,
think transition's
isn't
fine.
hub going to inherit the TC1 self-addressing as it approaches?
It can.
It states that, not TC1, but it states that it's self-adjusting.
Okay, so
That
then,
hub, or are you talking about hub or transition? Transition we've talked about is self-adjusting.
And hub.
Mechanism in it that says medium or high depending on proximity to residential.
And
So
then
then-
if transition surrounding that, it would be in relation to that.
so we could extend the hub all the way through the TC1.
If you choose.
Is there a motion?
I live very close to here, so I have that by, extra knowledge, but I would say it will not make a material difference because it's so adjacent to our, but for consistency's sake, as a matter of principle, I think it should be hub. TC1 should be hub.
Are you moving that?
Sorry, I move it.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Is there a discussion?
What, I'm going to go back to the logic again. Maybe it's in the table. Are all the other TC1 districts going into hub?
More or less like this one. I mean, they are the basis for, TC1 is the basis.
So this would make it more consistent with the logic of the way the rest of the map was done. And why?
I think either way.
Either way, it was kind of on the ball, and they just decided not to extend it all the way down. Are there other TC1 districts that have not gone into hub?
Parts of Plymouth.
Trader Joe's.
Dun, dun, dun.
I mean, I want to be
Consistent.
Consistency is a problem of small minds, somebody said, but at the same time, the more we are inconsistent with the logic of how we're doing things, the more problematic it
This
is.
is, where's, this is Pauline, right? So that's going to extend.
We're going to have some carve-outs, but this one doesn't make sense to carve out to me. I'm fine with moving it. To hub.
To hub?
Yeah.
Did someone make a motion?
Yes. Commissioner Abrams and then Hammerschmidt seconded, sorry, to extend the hub to match the TC1. And then Commissioner Norton asked his question.
Does all of this stadium become hub or does stadium?
No, just because it's not TC1, no.
Right, okay, all right.
I just want to be clear, so, in reading the comp plan, it's kind of like, there's hub, and then you transition, which I guess is why it's called transition, right? From hub to single family. This is kind of why I want to rename transition, because there are a lot of places here where it just goes, or not single family, I'm sorry, residential. It just goes hub straight into residential. I'm trying to justify in my head, like, following the zoning, we would, like, right now is TC1 extending hub, we're going to be bumping up against residential, but we do that everywhere. Almost everywhere. So it's not real, like, this is, yeah, I'm justifying this to myself, that this makes sense, because you don't have to transition down, because hub self-adjusts based on where it is in proximity to residential.
And
so it makes more
transition.
sense to follow the current zoning. And what?
It also does that in relation to transition.
Yes.
Which is different, though. I think, in my mind, the thing that's a little bit different is that I'm thinking about hub as our D1 and D2, right? And they, within themselves, they don't do that transition. Like, there's not the transition D1 itself, right? Like, D2 is the transition. And so I think we need to, I also went back to this, like, the idea that it would be context sensitive and think about transitioning even within that hub is important. Otherwise, I do think that we need transition buffering hub. But
it doesn't do that everywhere. So it does make the argument
right.
that it has to adjust.
That it has to adjust. So I think that
I'd have to look at some of these, but it's possible that there's already sort of like a buffer existing around some of these hubs where transition isn't. I don't know. I'd have to look. But in general, that's the practice, right?
Yeah.
It's just surround hub with transition.
I mean, I would think so, but I don't see that on this map. I see it in one spot on this map.
Well, so all of Briarwood or Eisenhower, most of Westgate, all of downtown, basically. And then I can see your point here, like near 7, between 7 and 8, it doesn't fully surround that from this map.
So I'm going to make kind of a counter. I see the hubs as really more concentrated. That's where the really more like new downtown concentrated development is. And a lot of the transition zones are along the transit corridors. So this is stretching a hub. It's really not a hub anymore. It's becoming a transition corridor. I'm actually inclined to not extend this because of it's dissipating the notion of concentrating the development in a coherent hub area.
But that's why we did TC1.
As opposed to stringing it out.
No, but I think this is the problem. There's a conflict between hub and TC1, because TC1 is along transit corridors. And TC1 got incorporated into hub, and hub connotes the downtown concentration. But, we already did the transit corridors. And the transition, what they did was transition created arterial feeders often into the TC1s. So it provided where there wasn't necessarily mixed use or wasn't necessarily dense residential, it extended that principle. So the orange is serving two different things. It does symbolize downtown, but it also is TC1.
I think there's a problem with the concept of what a hub is. The overlay of what we're trying to do doesn't match entirely what we currently have.
Well, maybe.
And in some ways, it's because at the low end, where there's kind of low end residential that maybe could be transition, but I think this is one place more at the higher end where does it make sense to really concentrate development in a hub area?
I feel like we're getting sort of hung up on the terminology, and so maybe I don't know if we need to rename or something, but because...
It sounds like we may want to revisit the names based on how we're applying the land use map.
Can I ask Commissioner Norton, are you saying that these other hub designations are they're not concentrated, some of them look even bigger than our downtown, and so it's diluting the effect of a hub?
Yeah, I'm kind of, it's getting late and I'm off the cuff a little bit here, but the hubs, if you kind of step back and look at the holistic map, the hubs are nodes. They're really focal areas where I would expect to see more higher density, mixed use kinds of development. And the transition corridors are they're the connecting tissues and following corridors and such. So this is why I'm saying that they don't really line up necessarily strictly with the TC1 corridors, even though I recognize TC1 corridors was one of the factors that would lead to a hub designation.
Right. I think we're saying the same thing. So we spent 2 years zoning in the TC1 corridors before the plan. And then the plan wanted to reflect the TC1 corridors plus possibly the enlargement of downtown. And it gave all those the same color and called them hub, and it may not, and then it added this thing which I think is innovative, which was the transition along arterials, which is different than transition in the ways we were trying to talk about it before. But
so that's good. That's good reasoning to follow the motion and extend
the hub here, which I agree. I think it will not change anything because you won't get anything taller than whatever it is transition is, which we don't know. But because that's a very tiny and it's hemmed in by R1. So
go ahead, Commissioner Mills.
So you won't get anything different so long as hub does do the step backs.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
That's when you would get something different, is if you choose that hub is not
self-adjusting.
But I think that we do have language in here.
Hub is step back.
Suggesting, yes, but I think if we, because it also includes downtown, which doesn't currently, we'll be very, this is something that will come back when we think about how we do the zoning, right?
Right, except if that's an argument for not doing this, because if hub is not clearly stepped back, to make this hub is going to freak people out. So it should probably stay the way it is. It should stay transition.
Okay, so we can keep...
Yeah, we can... Commissioner Adams called the question, so
Very informally.
that
I think
would
there's
be a...
consensus as long as the hub is also self-tapering, right?
Yes,
That it should be
yes.
extended to.
Yeah.
But I think Commissioner Mills brings a good point, which is we want to preserve the downtown core in the hub, and we want to be, because currently D1 and D2 does not self-adjust. It just is. And if it's moving into hub, but then the hub carries with it self-adjustments, that could have an unintended consequence in the areas where we want the absolute highest possible density, like 30 stories. That's what I'm coming to present to you at some point.
And if now you have, if now, I mean, this is where you get multiple hubs, right? Like, you got self-adjusting hubs and not self-adjusting hubs, and that, anyway.
Okay, so the question's been called, so...
Maybe we should do a roll call for this one.
I actually think we can do a voice vote.
Okay.
Let's hear it. All those...
Could
Oh,
you
go
read the
ahead.
motion again?
Yes, sure. Manager Kelly.
Moved by Abrams, seconded Hammerschmidt to designate area in slide 13 to extend hub designation to area of current TC1 zoning.
All right, all those in favor, vote aye. Aye. Any opposed? No.
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 We have 2 noes. The ayes have it, so I count it 6-2.
Oh, nays, Dish, Mills, yays, everyone else?
Yes, it was Mills and Dish, no. I mean, I heard Norton say
I'm wavering
yes.
here now because
Well, we took the vote, so...
we did take a vote.
So,
I agree
unless
with extending the
okay, all
hub
right.
in this place, but what is really becoming clear is the downtown, if that's really different, then it shouldn't be lumped in with all of the other hubs.
I think that is noted. Yep.
So this is calling the question on what are we doing with the downtown, and is it a downtown hub that's separate from the rest of the hubs?
Well, I guess it's a question of what is the hub? Is the hub downtown and then we have transit corridors? I mean...
So my understanding in voting yes for this was that hubs include transit, the tapering transitioning language.
It does.
But
It
if
does
doesn't
transition
because of
to
the downtown,
transition.
Then I want to go back and revisit.
Well, this is why I'm confused now.
But that's a zoning question, right?
It
That's
is.
execution side. We
Yep.
just need to, like, if TC1 is generally hub and I can't find a reason to take this TC1 and make it different, then I'm calling it hub and we'll tackle what hub is when we zone.
Well, just to be clear, there are only 2 places where current TC1 is not hub. It's this small area and the area that Commissioner Adams would like us to discuss in a minute,
Sure.
where Washington Stadium converge.
Yep.
Every other TC1, and a little bit of Plymouth, but most of Plymouth got translated.
Yep,
So
to hub.
it's not, we're being inconsistent only a little bit. So I would argue that we should just be consistent.
Well, it's just, if TC1 is hub, which is what I've always thought it was, then hub is tapering.
Yeah, hub is tapering.
Yes.
Right? But now we're hearing that maybe hub can't be tapering in downtown. And this is just, I mean, we can bandy it around here, but if there is a doubt in the public's mind.
No, I think your point about clarity is noted. I think it's important for us to be clear, and as we continue our journey, we'll need to make clarification so that people understand that this hub and this hub, while they share the same name, they behave differently based on where they are.
Oh, that will be clear.
Overlay district.
So yeah, hub doesn't mean that we're going to copy and paste D1 and D2 and apply
Exactly.
it to the other hubs.
But I think that's because hub for a lot of people is about height and extreme density for them. They're bringing that over, and I think Commissioner Dish is right to say we need to clarify that.
So you're right, like it's going to be confusing, but I think in practice, this does not mean that we have to, just like we've been saying with transition, there might be multiple districts within that, potentially within residential, the hub could as well.
Yep, all right.
Okay, so
14.
How close are we to 34?
Still far off.
No, we're going to 1.
Okay, so on slide 14, we're looking at this stretch here between Liberty and Huron. That's zoned currently R4A through R4C. And it extends through like an R1D, R1C area. So I believe for that reason, it was probably left as residential.
So this includes Hillside Terrace, senior living, and the Manchester West Apartments, which is a 2 to 3 story.
Out of all the ones that we've seen, this is the one that bothers me the most on the low-rise residential limits. Like this, because I don't want to call that transition, and I don't like recommending it lower than it is. It just sucks.
Let's move on to slide 15, and then we'll come back to this.
Do you mean this evening?
I was hoping. I'm sorry.
No?
15 is, oh, sorry.
Because, I mean, otherwise, we have to call it transition, and then we need to vote on that. So
15 is Arbor Landing Apartments, 2 stories. This one is, it looks like it's adjacent to the other transition zone, but you're actually on the other side of 94. So it's this funny, not funny, but it's this island kind of between M14 and 94, accessed off of Dexter Road to the north, that neighborhood. So I think that that's probably the logic of why it's not transition.
Yeah.
It's a little, it's
2-story.
what do you call that? Like, it's a little neighborhood, a 2-story apartment complex.
This is where Peace Neighborhood Center
It's a
is.
little neighborhood, because these are all neighborhoods. It's
Sorry, not neighborhood, I just mean like it doesn't have any connectivity. It's accessed by a singular, yeah. It's accessed by a singular road off of Dexter. Yeah.
Yeah.
do we have a motion?
I mean, to leave it as it is?
No, to change it. I think that's why it's being presented. All right, great, so it will
Stay?
just stay, but flag it, because R4A is, what is that?
So wait, you mean?
What do you mean?
We're coming back
Because of
to
the
it, or we
density.
can't just
Well,
decide it?
45.
I'm sorry, I was asking, hold on. Let me just look in the zoning map for this. I actually have this as a separate table. Oh, what's the per unit, per acre
What's that?
unit count, Manager Kelly, for R4A?
Just talking about how it's that kind of night, and then we was a fill in the blank, and I was staring at Michelle. I'm sorry. I'm back. I'm here.
I was just trying to understand what this, where in my table I would find the R4A in the UDC.
What are you wondering about it,
Allowable
Donnell?
uses?
Yeah, I'm trying to see what the density is for it right now.
4,300 square foot minimum lot area.
But what's the height limit?
Oh, 30 feet. No,
So-
sorry, I'm sorry, 35 feet, but 45 feet if over parking.
Yeah. So this is another forced, because of the cap.
The height would be limited,
resident.
lower, yes.
So
So-
the cap is for R1 and R2, right?
No.
Well, we
the cap
can't,
is
but
for
we
all
can't
of-
still, you are correct. The guidance from council was to keep R1, R2 at 3 stories. However, to zone this, we have currently, in the land use map designation, we have 3 districts.
Right.
We have residential, which has been capped at 3 stories. We have transition and hub. So we can't put it into residential because that would downzone it. And putting it into transition doesn't feel appropriate. So we're in,
Yeah.
let me stop speaking in the royal we. I am conflicted. That's
Yeah.
where I was.
I guess I'm wondering if we can leave things as residential with the understanding that R1 and R2 are capped, but that just like the other district land use categories we've been talking about, there could be multiple districts within residential.
So you're saying I could get a 5-story residential?
No, I'm not saying
Mid-rise
anything.
residential category.
I mean,
A 6-story residential?
But the whole point of the cap and low-rise was to give single-family homeowners confidence that the height wasn't going to go up. So we're going to be very clear when we say these areas are low-rise residential, that they're not supposed to go over a certain.
But these are
stories.
already zoned.
I get it. I don't like it, but this is where we are. Some of these I don't feel comfortable making transition. It doesn't feel appropriate. And
But
low-rise
transition is I'm sorry, I'm not
Low-rise
trying
is
to
gonna
interrupt
recommend
you.
a lower height than they are.
Right.
Well, these are only 2 stories, aren't they?
Correct,
Yes.
currently.
But that's not what is permitted.
Right.
So,
What's allowable is up to 45 feet.
yep.
If built over parking.
And I think that's the guidance, is what's already allowable, because just because of what's built there doesn't mean it's going to stay there, because this is a 40, 50-year map. This is not a,
25-year map.
yes, 25? Oh, sorry.
We're going to 2050.
Let's come back. Can we put this in the bucket or come back? Because
Yes, it has to be, and we can go to 16, and then we have like 7 things we have to come back to. But yes,
I also have like 5 other areas to add, and Commissioner Adams has his stadium Washington.
But can I
area
ask
to add.
something? So low-rise residential was always only R1, R2?
Well, I thought the intention of that was, like Commissioner Adams said, to assuage any fears or concerns that R1 and R2, like single-family homeowners had.
But
so I know that it is said as residential, all of residential is capped, but I'm just wondering if that's the intent behind it.
because previously we could have left all of the Rs, so R1, 2, 3, and 4, inside low-rise residential. But with the cap, we
Right.
have to move them.
Except low-rise residential initially, I thought, was more than R1 and R2. I didn't think it was all of the Rs, because R3 and R4, there's a question where that breaks.
There's a miscommunication here. I think
Yes.
what Michelle is saying is that the most important thing in the city council direction was to reassure people currently living in R1 and R2 districts that there would be a cap there, not to reassure people who are currently living in R4 that there will be a cap. So we've held, there's the possibility, Michelle's putting on the table, that when we go to actually rewrite the code and rezone, there could be 2 residential, or more than 1 residential district, one which has a 3-story limit,
And one that does
and one
not.
that's higher for things which were R4 but are in residential.
For this type of example, right,
Yes.
where we're not sure where to put it because it doesn't fit into our current framework.
Yes, that I totally get. And I think the problem category is R3. And that was something that I didn't know wasn't in low-rise. So, but I guess it doesn't matter. I mean, and I know low-rise is gone. Low-rise is gone. We don't call it that anymore. It's residential. Yeah. No, I mean, I realized that the result of this instruction was that more would end up in transition, and that we would end up in this like, oh shoot, I don't want to do this, but, and I think it's going to be, there will be a great deal of anxiety unless we are able to clarify the terms of transition better.
Could there be, as part of the council discussion around the direction, a direction to allow us to include in the language around residential that if the parcel is currently zoned R1, R3 or R4, that can mean a higher height?
That is supposedly this, when I ran this by in our discussions, remember, this doesn't cap at triplex. It says triplex, up to triplex is by right, and higher or greater housing opportunities, or what some people call higher density, are...
But the height is capped.
Yeah, but because 30.
In R, in residential.
And 3 stories. Yep.
The direction I thought we codified at the council request was that anything that stays in the residential district is capped at 3 stories, which is what we executed. We're sort of stuck with these parcels that don't make sense for transition, that I'd like to keep in residential, but I'm recommending a lower height for them than they currently are zoned for, which is a problem. So if I got a council resolution that said, if the parcel's currently zoned R3 or R4, then you can go higher, then I could do that. But right now, my residential district says it's got to be 3 stories because that's what council asked me to do. And we did it, but that's put pressure now on our transition district to gobble up some places that don't make sense. So to resolve that tension, I need permission to go to do something different for residential based on current zoning. We can leave the R1 and R2 stuff alone, but if it's R3 and R4 and I want to put it in residential, I don't want to recommend a lower height than I currently zone for.
Right, because then we would be down zoning, which is, for me, that's
Bunch of these fall into that category.
That's a
Right, I
principal
get that.
violation.
And there was agreement that we don't want to be down zoning, but there wasn't understanding that this had created a
I think
problem.
all we need is the flexibility in residential that we are discussing with these other land use categories. Like we have talked about a tiered transition and now potentially a tiered hub. It would make sense that that would follow.
With residential, that we can get a 5 or 6 story
right,
residential.
So, I know, and so what I was made to understand was that we were trying to open the door to, yes, there's flexibility if something is R3 or R4 now, but in fact there isn't because the 3-story cap.
Yes.
Okay, so, yeah.
So if you're working with
Ms. Bennett, do you think that you could write a communication to the council?
Around this particular topic?
I do, around exactly this topic, that your understanding was that from the instruction that you've seen a draft of today, that there is a desire to have sensitivity to context when something is zoned R3 or R4, but that desire has actually been that flexibility is foreclosed by the 3-story limit. So there's a contradictory message.
Yes.
Okay. Can you, because I don't think I can make that clear. Do you think
Yes, you mean for the next council meeting when they're going to review this resolution?
I would definitely get this in the hands of people sooner than Monday.
Okay.
So that conversations can happen before we hit the table on Monday. I mean, it's a short thing.
Yeah. I think this all makes sense. It's just, as we know, our planning manager is gone this week and will be gone on Monday as well for council. And so we would be doing all of this, I suppose, without talking to him first.
Well, it's information, though, right? You're giving information.
Yeah, it's a memo.
We don't understand how to.
Okay.
We can't interpret this draft that you gave us because the thing that you gave us last time said one thing, and now this is wanting to give flexibility for greater density where,
So I'd be asking for clarification and not providing a recommendation.
Correct. You would be asking for, you would be pointing out something that looks like it's a contradiction.
I mean, the best example I can think of from the packet that I've seen is the strip between Huron and Liberty, that I really don't want to, it doesn't feel appropriate whatsoever to say that's transition, but I do not want to recommend a height for those buildings that's lower than what they're currently zoned for and what I think they're actually maybe even built for.
And this example as well.
Yeah, that's page 14. Yeah, 14 and 15. I think otherwise it has to go to transition. Because otherwise we're downzoning and violating our principle of not downzoning. So I know that's a little mixed.
Then I know we have several to go back to. Would it be helpful to get some clarity first, and then? But that would mean we would have to call. I think that we could call a meeting for the 28th or whatever the 5th Tuesday is.
We have to take the council direction, whatever form it comes down in. So we have to have another meeting to talk about.
So you're scheduled for the 5th, so you would be talking about it then, but I guess I'm suggesting, because it's the 5th Tuesday of the month, there would be nothing else on the agenda, and we could finish this.
I am
call a regular
not
meeting?
in town.
Is there time to call a regular meeting for that day?
Actually, it's your next agenda item.
Pardon?
For
Is a calendar.
Yeah, but I just mean in practical terms, are we able to notice a meeting that could be a decision-making meeting on the 25th?
So it's already a meeting. It would just be adjusting your calendar to make it a regular session where you could vote. Yeah, sorry, it is 29th.
Yeah,
And it should.
Okay, and the only thing for me on that day is I absolutely have to go to a sidewalk meeting that will be over at 7. So, I guess this meeting could start at 5:30 and there would be public comment, but I do not want to miss this mapping thing because it is the heart of the plan. And there's just no way I can not go to that because they built it. I told them I would be free.
Okay.
I'm very sorry, I really have to go.
Yep. No, you notified us. Thank you, Commissioner Norton. So I think if the table is okay, it looks like if we can get another residential classification that would allow us flexibility between the 3-story council-imposed limit and transition, that would help resolve some of the conflicts that we have.
Permission to alter the text on guidance, some type of direction that we can alter the guidance on residential to resolve the tension.
So there's two ways to look at that. So are you saying
for R4 and R3?
Okay.
Yeah.
So then, in one sense, Michelle, is to affirm back to council that the 3-story height restriction is going to be applied to R1 and R2, but it does not fit R3 and R4. In some cases, transition does not fit R3 and R4. So a new residential district or flexibility is needed, which may be 4, 5, or 6 stories based on what the Rs currently permit, so that we're not violating the principle of potentially downzoning as we move forward.
And you're going to have to tell Brett that Commissioner Weish, Chair Weish, is asking to create a new district.
He's already copped to up to 6.
So
I think we've agreed to 13. I don't want, yes, I do not want to go. Yeah, because
13.
Because that would give you 3 in each of the districts and a little bit of flex. I want 1. I want 1.
I am hoping that it's still all residential, just to be clear.
Yes,
I'm hoping
yes.
that the description just says if it's currently R3, R4, then
it can
then
go
the height
up.
can go up.
Yep.
I just want to clarify that R3 actually
Can fit inside
can fit
low.
in the existing residential.
The
So the
other
R3 is more discretionary. It's the R4 that really.
Yes, but I think we also, I know council is previewing that they're going to ask us to remove the sustainability height bonus, but that is still in the UDC, and until it's removed from the UDC, we need to account for it in zoning, which means if we go up to 5 stories and a 30% height bonus, that's another 15 feet, so it can go to 6. So that's how I'm doing the math when I'm suggesting 4, 5, or 6 stories.
I just want to say, I don't know if the hot mic applies to me, but I did.
Yes, Manager Kelly. Everyone gets to speak.
I did communicate with our Community Services Area Administrator, and he's certain we can get a communication to council. It may be an email to council. It may be accomplished in a different way than a packet item, if that's acceptable.
Yes, and also, yes, that's wonderful. That is wonderful. Yes. Okay. I'm sorry. Yes. I am in the middle. I am in the middle of a lot, and I'm trying to. Anyway.
So
There's something though that we need to talk about, which is Argo.
Oh, wait, before
But
we.
not tonight.
Yeah. Well, no, we could do it
On our
tonight.
list.
I think we have a list of sites to add, but maybe first we could just finish. We have 1 page left.
Oh, I thought we did. I thought we already
didn't do
did 16. I'm sorry. You stopped sharing your screen. I thought you were.
I
That was an indication
So
that you were
16
done.
is a R3 area.
And you have a
It's
motion?
Newport West condos, and I am not going to make a motion on this one.
Oh, okay.
I think it would be very weird. This is another one that really needs the residential
Transition
asterisks,
backing right up into Bird Hills doesn't feel right.
like all by itself. It's very
Absolutely
weird.
not. No, this is
Okay,
totally.
so this
So
is another
as
one of
is.
the,
So you're not.
so we want
okay.
it to go into the new R that we are requesting, that goes up to 6 stories.
So now could we, go ahead. Could we rattle off, we could start with Adams, who's been waiting patiently.
Okay, hold on,
But could we go down a list of additional height
Yeah,
sites?
Mills, Commissioner Mills has something, I
So
apologize.
the ones that we skipped over, that we were like, we'll get to
Yes.
those later, are many of them resolved by the communication? Yes, right? Like,
Yes.
that would resolve most of those ones where we're like.
Except for what Adams has and what Abrams has, so they both have separate things, but
Super.
yes.
Okay, so we won't actually come back to them tonight. We will come back to them once we know what council.
Yes, otherwise, we're going to have to move them to transition. If we.
Otherwise, we
unless-
have to vote.
Yes, I'm sorry.
It
was the royal we again.
All right, got it. Super. Sorry.
You'll have to keep me honest. I'm just being truthful. Okay, do you have everything that you need from us for those? And then I'm going to start with Commissioner Adams and move along the members, because they apparently have land use issues they want to present to you. Starting with Commissioner Adams.
Yeah, so I just wanted to
I'm so
get-
sorry, you're past 11 PM.
We're not taking up new business.
You're not?
We're still in the same thing.
This should hopefully
Nice try.
This should hopefully be a pretty straightforward vote, right? So we wanted to make a motion to convert the TC1 district that is on Stadium and Washtenaw, that is, I'm calling the Trader Joe's TC1 district, to Hub. Yeah.
Is this with one of the slides that
It
we went
is.
over? So
10.
it's, okay.
It's a clarification, though. It's currently marked blue, and
That's Tappan.
but Tappan doesn't go right to the,
It sort of
It looks
does.
like it does.
Because it's a big field.
There's a baseball diamond there that kind
Yeah,
of punches
and it-
out a bit.
okay, so
Because it goes,
that won't
it
be
goes
Hub.
right up
So
to the light.
where exactly will Hub be?
Slide 10's got a pretty good
Got
high,
it.
high resolution image.
Got it. Second that motion.
I'm sorry, what was the motion?
To make
that hub. Okay, got it. And now we have a second. Is there a discussion?
The whole thing, or just the wedge east of Tappan?
The whole thing that's currently zone TC1 becomes
brown
Hub.
Got it. So the yellow, there would still be yellow fingers around Tappan,
Yeah.
Yes.
and we already voted to put yellow south of
Yep.
what is.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
All right, Manager Kelly? Oh, no, I
Who
can
was the
just do a
Who seconded?
voice. It was Abrams.
Okay.
Okay. All those in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, carries 7-0. Okay, Commissioner Hammerschmidt.
No.
Okay, Commissioner Abrams.
Oh, we're going down.
Yes,
I
you
see.
said go down.
Okay. Did I say that?
You
I'm
did.
sorry. Okay, I have a few. I would like to talk about Hill and Washtenaw. We received a communication about this from Will Leaf, I believe, also.
This is the rock.
Yeah. Sorry, let me find it on my map. I wasn't prepared so quickly. I'm sorry. Which is currently zoned. There's just this funny little triangle on the map. I don't know if it's possible to pull it up, Michelle, the future land use map. It's adjacent to, it's kind of this triangle adjacent to Hub and Transition
I'm pulling.
that right now is residential. Oh, but is it possible to pull up the future land use map?
Oh.
Sorry.
Are you talking about this?
Yes.
Because this is the rock, right? No, it's just something. So it's Hillel?
So I think the proposal would be to change that to transition. But yeah.
Can you point exactly, now that it's up on the screen?
Yeah.
That triangle.
So in that way, it would actually buffer the hub, right?
Yes.
You're taking that
It
triangle
would
and just,
complete, yes, it would complete. I don't, what's the word?
I would.
A hug.
It would hug the hub.
A transitional hug.
At least on the side that we can control.
Yeah.
The rock, but it's more
not
than the rock. It's more than the rock.
It's Hillel and like a sorority.
Zeta Tau Alpha.
Oh, it's
Zeta Tau Alpha.
Is it literally this from there to
Yes.
there?
Yeah.
It like cuts it off, like right here. And it keeps this as residential. So we want to keep this?
I think transition.
Where we just move all of this into transition. This is already.
So you're suggesting, Commissioner Abrams, just north of Hill, nothing south of Hill, nothing new south of Hill.
Yeah, I guess we could consider both, but I was just suggesting north of Hill.
I think that's a very good idea. I would not go south of Hill right now.
All right. Can you turn that into a motion, Commissioner Abrams?
Yes.
So moved. Okay. Great.
Do you want me to actually write that as a motion?
No.
I would,
'cause-
what I'm hearing is everything north of Hill between State and Washtenaw that's currently designated as residential, you want designated as transition.
Transition.
Okay, so can you
Thank you,
say
Commissioner Mills.
So moved?
So moved.
Okay. Support from Commissioner Adams. Discussion?
That makes sense to me.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, 7-0.
Is there a reason though that the rock that is a public park, is it just because it's so tiny on the future land use map that you can't see it? Because I think it is like a public park. It's super small. It's shown as yellow. I don't know. You know,
All right.
don't want to take parks off.
Commissioner Abrams, you said you had two more.
The next one, and I think I share this with Commissioner Dish, is the area around the Argo Park, which is currently zoned to transition. I think because it has some like C1 parcels, sorry, not zoned, designated on the future land use map to be transition, but I think it would make more sense as residential.
This is the one we got feedback, some public comments about.
We did.
Correct. So it's north of the Amtrak logo, where you see the transition kind of surrounded by what looks like a green baseball diamond. Go north of there, Michelle. Or you can control your mouse. Yeah, right there.
Yeah.
Exactly. So there's a cemetery above, and then that's Argo, the little square to the left of the mouse arrow. I think that should be residential.
And not transition.
Definitely.
Correct.
Okay.
There are currently multi-unit condo developments in there, kind of low-density, two-story, but it's
Yeah.
not single-family, which is, I think, why it got translated to transition.
Are you proposing to?
But I would propose that it be residential, maybe this new residential plus, so
can-
maybe we could come back to it.
Yeah, can we come back to this? Could you, Michelle, can you make a new slide for this one? Please.
Sorry, as I was talking, I realized that that's what we should be doing. Sorry.
Yes. And then it may work out to our new residential 6-story.
And I'm done. That's it for me.
Oh, you said you had 3.
I would not be happy with 6-story there. It makes no sense.
Are we
I'm-
proposing
kidding.
heights? Okay.
Yeah.
He was kidding.
Oh, you're
Just
I mean, I'm not.
It allows a little bit more like
Flexibility.
Okay.
Yes.
But yeah, we don't
I think
wanna
not just in height, but in
joke.
potentially like number of units.
I mean, that is an insane area because of Argo.
Yes, no, I spend a lot of time there. And the new condos are coming and on both ends.
Which were all by right, I mean.
They were all by right.
Yeah.
We do not have a sidewalk down that road. I brought that up in the last CIP conversation.
It is currently designated R4A, if you're curious.
See, and that would, so it would actually, Commissioner Dish, I'm sorry, but it probably would need to go to the new residential designation up to 6 stories because it
Except-
can do 45 feet. That's the
we
only
don't know
reason.
that the new residential
Honestly,
zone
I do not buy the idea that this is just a mathematical conversion.
I know
And-
it.
Yeah,
Yep.
okay,
No.
well, more, I mean, there's just no way.
Sure.
I mean,
Well, since we're talking about it, if you feel strongly, let's just make the motion and pull it down to residential.
I would love to do that.
Okay.
I'd like to move that this.
Well, first, let's make sure that Michelle knows what we're talking about because, or do you have?
We're no longer using
I'm-
this as an example to bring to council of how this doesn't fit. We are now
We
saying we want
can,
it to
but
be in
Commissioner
residential.
Adams is,
Just saying, we
was
started
asking.
to talk about it, we burn the benefit of the discussion if there are folks at the table who believe that this should just go to residential regardless of what happens next, then that's what we should do.
But the problem is the underlying zoning that's there currently.
Right, but I think I'm hearing Councilmember Dish saying, like, this needs to be residential under all circumstances.
Well, it is going to be residential. I think what you're saying is three-story residential, not more than three-story
I think
residential.
I'm hearing that that Councilmember Dish is indifferent as to whether a change is made directed by council to allow for additional height for what's currently zoned R4, and it needs to be residential under any set of facts. So
I don't have support for that, but that's okay. You all get
But
to
what
make
I
a
would say is
motion.
that until we know the details about the 2 or more residential zones,
I'm happy to wait. I heard.
so I would say, like, I support it being residential, but whether it's residential A, B, or C, I don't know, right? Until
And
we
I'd like
know what those
to
are.
see what the current zoning is a little bit closer up there, so
Yes.
to know where to draw the
Right.
boundary.
That's what I was getting more clarity from Michelle on is I don't think I would be prepared to vote because we're not actually seeing it like we saw the other 16. But I think obviously when it comes back, there sounds like there will be support for something. So Michelle, is it okay? Do you have a task for that?
To create a slide with more
Yes.
detail for that and
Yep.
use it as an example
I think
to
so.
share with council.
As
Yes.
another example.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I do think there are these little C districts scattered about where there used to be transit, or there used to be this or that. There's some in my neighborhood, and that can bump these up in a way that it just hasn't played out.
There's also cottage housing there.
Yeah.
It's very old, but it is what we wish we could have more of. Yeah.
Okay, so I think we are able to conclude 11B unless you have more?
That's that's 11C.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So we are still in 11, so I don't think it's actually new business because we are in 11. And then we'll take a vote to do the public comment, which I think we just have to do.
Can I ask a question, sorry, before we move out of 11B? Remaining comments are going to be taken up at the next meeting? Is that what we've just agreed to? We're not
Yes.
done talking about the
We are
second
not
draft?
done.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
But currently, August 5th is your designated last meeting for this draft.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Unless
But
we
we'll-
change and amend a different schedule.
But then we have more
continue
time
this
after that.
and talk about page 112 or 115 at that time.
Yep.
But there's other stuff on that agenda, am I right?
Yeah.
There are 2 public hearings.
And I won't be here. That's me.
There was some discussion about making a meeting later this month. I mean, to talk
Yes,
about
that
this.
would come up next in 11C.
So we have 2 meetings to talk about the plan.
Depends on what you all
Depends on
decide
what
right
we
now.
decide tonight.
Got it.
Okay. Are you okay?
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry. I was actually asking Michelle.
I
I should have used a name when I asked, "Are you okay?" Michelle, are you okay? Did you get everything that you need?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That was a good discussion, everyone. I really appreciate your participation and your presence with that. We will now move to 11C, the 2025 calendar review, and Manager Kelly.
Yeah, so this would be a request to modify your commission calendar to create, to update your August 5th meeting time to 5:30 PM start, to update the August 19th meeting to the same, and then I actually do have a correction on the August meeting. It would be August 29th and not the 26th. Actually, I'm sorry, it would be the 26th.
Would be the 26th.
You're like- No, yeah, it'd be, yeah. July 20,
I'm sorry, so you're adding a meeting?
yes.
Okay, so.
I incorrectly stated it was an existing meeting earlier. And
Okay,
it
so
would
you
be a
want to
fifth
add
Tuesday.
Tuesday, July 29th with a 5:30 start?
Yes. Okay. So that third bullet would change to.
And we have nothing on the
Well, it
22nd.
would just be struck and you could put add.
Wait, you don't want both? This was the August 26th meeting.
Apologies.
It's
There's a
late.
lot of
No
calendar
apologies
math. No, I think we would want to, keep that third bullet and also have an add.
Yep.
July 29th meeting on the 5th Tuesday, 5:30 PM.
And then so the 12th would remain a working session? So no changes there?
Yes, we
Okay.
will be having since that is not a convenient date for a
The retreat.
it
Okay.
will be a CIP presentation to keep you on track with Ms. Coleman's parental leave.
Okay, so the new schedule would be Tuesday, July 29th at 5:30, Tuesday, August 5th at 5:30, Tuesday, August 19th at 5:30, and then keeping August 26th as a regular meeting as opposed to a committee? Because right now it says replace the hold with a regular.
Yes, so
Okay.
instead of it's in your meeting schedule as a committee meeting, that
would
would
move
change to a
okay.
regular meeting starting at 5:30 PM, and it would be bolded.
But if I can just clarify, Michelle just said that our last comp plan meeting would be the 5th.
Well, so if you remember, we had scheduled 2 meetings for this second round. One was canceled, they were pushed back, and then when Chair Lee was chair, he asked for a third meeting.
Okay.
And so that was August 5th.
So
But
now the
we have the
19th
29th, if we'd like,
Yep.
July 29th. So I guess
And the
in total you
5th.
could have 4.
Okay, so we're now targeting August 26th to be done with the second draft. So we have up to 4 meetings to do that?
August 5th to be
So
done.
back to the 5th, okay. I'm
So
sorry,
2
I
more
got lost.
meetings. If you choose to have if you choose to add the 29th of July, then you would be adding an additional meeting, and then the August 5th is currently what we
Okay,
would
so
have.
you still want to hold August 5th as, so then,
The 26th.
so why do we need the 26th?
And why do we need
Yeah,
the
that might have been a
5:30 start?
mistake. So you have more meetings you could adjust the calendar on. It might have,
So if
I
we-
would just strike
Yeah,
that for now
I
and
think we-
replace with
I
the
think
add
we
the
should
29th.
strike it, because it doesn't sound like
No
we need
problem.
it. Is that okay?
And
That
the
is more than
5:30
fine.
starts on the
Okay.
19th and the 26th. Do they need to be 5:30 starts?
Yeah, I read off everything as a 5:30 start, so the 29th, the 5th, the 19th.
Right, but if we already have submitted the plan, do we need to do 5:30 starts?
Aren't
That is a
aren't
good
those
point.
to review another draft? No?
2 of them are.
So you're still finishing the second draft.
No,
correct?
as of August 5th. I assumed that the 19th and the 26th were to look at new material, revised material. Is that not true?
The
No, she's
consultant
not
will not be able to
scheduled. Yeah.
revise all of our edits in a week or 2.
But was the idea to look at anything new on the 19th or 26th, or those are just regular meetings,
They're
no
just
comp
regular
plan stuff? Well, then we don't need a 5:30
Okay,
start, right?
so we're going to move that to 7.
I think that the rationale in discussing with Manager Leonard earlier was that there may be additional discussion needed on the basis of the imminent council resolution.
Yeah.
That you would want that time to talk through how that affects your draft and.
But that didn't take into consideration adding the meeting on the 29th. This was assuming that we would not have the meeting on the 29th.
I think so.
Okay, so.
No, I think it was assuming that.
Oh.
So the current schedule was to finish by the 5th. I think Manager Leonard added these extra dates as backups.
Okay, so to be clear, we are agreed to add next Tuesday, or the last Tuesday in July, the 29th, as a new comprehensive plan meeting. Okay. Michelle, you want to deliver our second draft to the consultants on August 5th, is that correct?
August 6th.
Sure.
Yeah.
Does the table agree with that schedule, or do you want to push that delivery date back to the 19th? Go ahead, Commissioner Mills.
What I took from, or what I want to test an assumption is that even if we give something to the consultants on the 6th that is based on these many edits from this round, once we get additional direction from council, maybe we might need to identify, before they even give us draft 3, the places where we know we're going to need to make changes. Is that the idea behind giving them edits for round 2, but preparing for what we want to do for round 3? Because the consultants aren't going to be taking council's direction. It's going to be us that need to tell the consultants to take council's direction.
We're
right?
getting council direction next week.
But I'm not sure, going through the rest of the things that we still need to discuss, some of which may be elucidated by council direction, but some of which might not. Right? Maybe that will require more than 2 meetings.
Right, so the current hope is that in 2 more meetings, we can get through it, but I think that's why those additional meetings were added, because who knows?
I'm a Murphy's Law person, and I would rather have them on my calendar and then cancel them if we don't need them.
Okay.
I believe in us.
But I think the schedule should be the 19th, not the 6th. The delivery date, or the 20th, not the 6th.
Okay.
Because we might as well, why give it to them if we're trying to incorporate
It will depend, I think, we can plan for that. I guess it will just depend on how far you have gotten.
So
by the 5th.
you'll be flexible based on the 2 meetings, the 29th and the 5th. Okay, so our new schedule is now Tuesday, July 29th at 5 p.m.
5:30.
5:30. Tuesday, August 5th at 5:30. Tuesday, August 19th at 5:30. And we're striking the August 26th meeting.
Correct.
And then we're canceling the 21st for the Independent Community Police Oversight Commission. And then we're moving November 4th to Wednesday for election activity. This was from the clerk.
Isn't there not actually an election? Don't we have nothing on the...
They are in the throes of scheduling one, and they've asked us to move it.
Okay.
What are we going to vote on?
Can pull up the email again.
Great. So
But
then
August-
I guess I can read it. So I move to update the Planning Commission meeting calendar to reflect the changes to July, August, October, and November meetings as presented in tonight's amended packet.
Second, third.
I think it was Commissioner Abrams that
Yes.
seconded.
Have we moved it?
Well, I think I can actually move it here.
Yeah, is there,
There was a second.
You're moving it?
I moved it, and
You
Commissioner
haven't been
Abrams.
moving the whole night.
I know.
Is this the deviate, the wiggle room in the Roberts rule? It's the time of night where we wiggle in the Roberts rule.
11:30 and later, it just goes out the window.
I'll allow it. Fine, okay.
I
Yes,
really
thank
appreciated
you.
that back and forth with you, Manager Kelly.
It's a hot mic, so.
It is. This is lovely. We're going to have a wonderful year together.
Maybe just one.
Aye. Aye.
Can I say the words, please? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes 7-0. This brings us to item number 12, public comment. This is a second opportunity for individuals to speak up to 3 minutes on any issue. We'll first hear from those that are present in the chamber, then remote participants. To speak remotely, please press *9 on phone or use the raise hand feature on Zoom. For phone access, call 877-853-5247 and enter meeting ID 977-6634-1226. City staff will identify callers by the last 3 digits of their phone number or by name on Zoom. You will hear an announcement when it's your turn to speak. Please ensure that you are in a quiet area and mute any background noise. For all participants, whether in the chamber or on Zoom, please state your name and address at the beginning of your comments. Is there anyone present who would like to speak at this time? Okay. Seeing none, do we have online participants?
We do. There are currently 3 hands raised. Mark Zerbo, you have permission to address Planning Commission.
Hello, this is Mark Skirbo, 2017 Fair Street. That's a house that was pictured on slide 14. I emailed you this weekend asking you to put the area you're discussing into that transition zone for a number of reasons outlined in my email. Additional reasons, right now those apartment complexes are 3 stories tall and have tons of empty grassy area, monoculture grass. And I would love to see more housing go in. Oh, and a bunch of empty parking lots that aren't fully utilized. So I think the owner of that parcel would probably be happy to put in more housing on that existing lot if they were able to and make more money because they could rent to more people. Similarly, just north of Westwood Apartments are some Charlton apartments. I don't know the condition of Charlton Apartments, but I'm looking at Google Maps and the roof is covered in rust. And so I think there's a non-zero chance that development, needs to get rebuilt at some point. And again, if we could permit higher density, I would love to see it. We'll also note that on Sunday, I spent 4 hours chatting with my neighbor who had put up a pause the plan sign. We had a lovely discussion. We're on very good terms. And we fundamentally disagree on our values. My neighbor said that, folks who choose to be teachers or social workers, they made a choice to have a job that doesn't make as much money and they can live in Ipsy or in the townships. They also said that they wouldn't want to vote for anybody on this city council. So there shouldn't be any worries about losing votes from people who aren't aligned with the city's values in this comprehensive plan. Again, I'm on good terms with these neighbors, and we will continue to talk about these kinds of issues, but we don't need to keep moving the goalposts and stopping our city from welcoming more neighbors to try to appease people who don't want any change at all. I think I'll leave it there. I really hope that you allow my next door neighbors to welcome more neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next caller's phone number ending in 534. You have permission to address Planning Commission.
Hello, Tom Stolberg again, calling from 1202 Traker Street in Lower Town, Ann Arbor. Couple of things. I think it's pretty evident why you should pause the plan. We see from the detailed discussion tonight, which was a very good discussion tonight, the issues that are coming up that are still quite unresolved, the need for expanding into different categories, letting things up different directions. Council wants to give you a resolution, which doesn't exist yet, but, and then you're asking for direction from planning staff to tell council what it is you want, while council's going to tell you something they want. It's a little messy, but we could get there. But we could probably get there with a better result if we actually took the time to do it right. I'll respond to the last caller. As somebody who's been very involved in the last 30 years in creating and providing affordable and workforce housing, and who is one of the big supporters of the Ann Arbor Community Land Trust right now, which does want to welcome teachers, social workers, firefighters, policemen, hospital workers, etc., like the last gentleman just said. But the Ann Arbor Community Land Trust is a way that can effectively welcome those people and build new housing for those people to own here. The plan, as proposed, won't do that. The plan, as proposed, fails to provide anything that would be attainably priced for those people, whether it's for rent or for purchase. The plan doesn't create affordability. The plan creates expensive housing that those people can't afford. So they will live in the townships or farther out because the plan isn't providing a solution for them. So let's go back to equity that I brought up earlier. And I gave a simple example. Yeah, of course I know, 30 feet is the limit now. But there's options. That's what I was trying to get at. And there's different impacts on different groups of people. And we need to recognize that if we're going to have a plan that says it's on one of its foundations is equity, we need to recognize the different impacts of different people. Some of that worked its way into your discussion night. So that's good. I would encourage you to keep thinking about that equity. What does equity mean? Two of us gave us some examples of that in the first part of the public comment, but I really think the equity portion of this plan is grossly lacking in terms of the discussion that goes on. So I hope people can think about that between now and the next meeting. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next caller is Alex Lowe. You have permission to address the Planning Commission.
Hi, this is Alex Lowe, 2532 Pittsfield Boulevard. As I said before at the beginning of our tonight, I really would like it if you guys would look at Pittsfield Village and make it a transition district. It does not make sense for Pittsfield Village to be low density residential. I understand the concerns of saying, oh well, this is affordable housing. That's literally why I live here, because it's one of the few places in the city that where I can afford to live. But Fitzhill Village is primarily owner occupied, and making us transition rather than low density residential will mean that we can add more of Pittsfield Village rather than being limited to what we've got. We have spaces that are appropriate for putting additional housing. It would still require the Pittsfield Village HOA to agree on it, which means that we are highly unlikely to get any votes to demolish anywhere in Pittsfield Village, nor would I want that. I want more Pittsfield Village, and making it transition district is the way to do that. As to the city council stuff, I really hope that tonight's discussion will show city council just how inappropriately micromanaging the comprehensive planning process is just making things harder, slower, and worse. So I would ask city council that instead of putting in more and more and more resolutions, what they would do is instead repeal their previous resolution and let the planning commission do the planning work. Thank you.
Thank you.
There are no additional callers.
Excellent. I will close public comment and move on to item number 13, Commission Proposed Business. Seeing none, can I have a motion to adjourn the meeting? Moved by Abrams and then seconded by Mills. We are adjourned.